Chapter 17 of History of the World War by Francis A. March. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17 Neuve Chapelle and the War in Blood-Soaked Trenches. After the immortal stand at Joffre at the First Battle of the Marne, and the sudden savage thrust at the German centre, which sent von Kluck and his men reeling back in retreat to the prepared defences along the line of the Aisne, the war in the Western theatre resolved itself into a play for position from deep entrenchments. Occasionally would come a sudden big push by one side or the other, in which artillery was massed until hub touched hub, and infantry swept to glory and death in waves of grey or blue or khaki, as the case might be. But these tremendous efforts and consequent slaughters did not change the long battle line from the Alps to the North Sea materially. Here and there a bulge would be made by the terrific pressure of men and material in some great assault, like that first push of the British at Neuve Chapelle, like the German attack at Verdun, or like the tremendous efforts by both sides on that bloodiest of all battlefields, the Somme. Neuve Chapelle deserves particular mention as the test in which the British soldiers demonstrated their might in equal contest against the enemy. There had been a disposition in England as elsewhere up to that time to rate the Germans as supermen, to exalt the potency of the scientific equipment with which the German army had taken the field. When the Battle of Neuve Chapelle had been fought, although its losses were heavy, there was no longer any doubt in the British nation that victory was only a question of time. The action came as a pendant to the attack by General de Lange de Cary's French army during February 1915 at Ypres, that had been a steady, relentless pressure by artillery and infantry upon a strong German position. To meet it heavy reinforcements had been shifted by the Germans from the trenches between La Bassée and Lille. The earthworks at Neuve Chapelle had been particularly depleted, and only a comparatively small body of Saxons and Bavarians defended them. Opposite this body was the First British Army. The German entrenchments at Neuve Chapelle surrounded and defended the highlands upon which were placed the German batteries, and in their turn defended the road towards Lille, Roubaix, and Tourcoing. The task assigned to Sir John French was to make an assault with only 48,000 men on a comparatively narrow front. There was only one practicable method for effective preparation, and this was chosen by the British general. An artillery concentration absolutely unprecedented up to that time was employed by him. Field pieces firing at point-blank range were used to cut the barbed wire entanglements defending the enemy entrenchments, while howitzers and bombing airplanes were used to drop high explosives into the defenseless earthworks. Sir Douglas Haig, later to become the commander-in-chief of the British forces, was in command of the First Army. Sir Horace Smith Dorrien commanded the Second Army. It was the First Army that bore the brunt of the attack. No engagement during the first years on the Western Front was more sudden and surprising in its onslaught than that drive of the British against Neuve Chapelle. At 7 o'clock on the morning of Wednesday, March 10, 1915, the British artillery was lazily engaged in lobbing over a desultory shell fire upon the German trenches. It was the usual breakfast appetizer, and nobody on the German side took any unusual notice of it. Really, however, the shelling was scientific bracketing of the enemy's important position. The gunners were making sure of their ranges. At 7:30 range finding ended, and with a roar that shook the earth, the most destructive and withering artillery action of the war up to that time was on. Field pieces sending their shells hurtling only a few feet above the earth tore the wire emplacements of the enemy to pieces and made kindling wood of the supports. Howitzers sent high explosive shells containing lyddite of 15-inch, 9.2-inch, and 6-inch caliber into the doomed trenches and later into the ruined village. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, 1/2 hour after the beginning of the artillery action, that the village was bombarded. During this time British soldiers were enabled to walk about in no man's land behind the curtain of fire with absolute immunity. No German rifleman or machine gunner left cover. The scene on the German side of the line was like that upon the blasted surface of the moon, pock-marked with shell holes and with no trace of human life to be seen above ground. An eye-witness describing the scene said, "The dawn, which broke reluctantly through a veil of clouds on the morning of Wednesday, March 10th, 1915, seemed as any other to the Germans behind the white and blue sandbags in their long line of trenches curving in a semicircle around the battered village of Neuve Chapelle. For 5 months they had remained undisputed masters of the positions they had here wrested from the British in October. Ensconced in their comfortably arranged trenches, with but a thin outpost in their fire trenches, they had watched day succeed day, and night succeed night, without the least variation from the monotony of trench warfare. The intermittent bark of the machine guns, rat-tat-tat-tat, and the perpetual rattle of rifle fire, with here and there a bomb, and now and then an exploded mine. For weeks past the German airmen had grown strangely shy. On this Wednesday morning none were aloft to spy out the strange doings which, as dawn broke, might have been descried on the desolate roads behind the British lines. From 10 o'clock of the preceding evening endless files of men marched silently down the roads leading towards the German positions, through Laventie and Richebourg-Saint-Vaast, poor sheltered villages of the dead where months of incessant bombardment had driven away the last inhabitants and left roofless houses and rent roadways. 2 days before, a quiet room, where Nelson's prayer stands on the mantel-shelf, saw the rippling of the plans that sent these sturdy sons of Britain's 4 kingdoms marching all through the night. Sir John French met the Army Corps commanders and unfolded to them his plans for the offensive of the British Army against the German line at Neuve Chapelle. The onslaught was to be a surprise. That was its essence. The Germans were to be battered with artillery, then rushed before they recovered their wits. We had 36 clear hours before us. Thus long, it was reckoned, with complete accuracy as afterwards appeared, must elapse before the Germans, whose line before us had been weakened, could rush up reinforcements. To ensure the enemy's being pinned down right and left of the great push, an attack was to be delivered north and south of the main thrust, simultaneously with the assault on Neuve Chapelle. After describing the impatience of the British soldiers as they awaited the signal to open the attack, the actual beginning of the engagement, the narrator continues. Then hell broke loose. With a mighty, hideous, screeching burst of noise, hundreds of guns spoke. The men in the front trenches were deafened by the sharp reports of the field guns splitting out their shells at close range to cut through the Germans' barbed wire entanglements. In some cases the trajectory of these vicious missiles was so flat that they passed only a few feet above the British trenches. The din was continuous. An officer who had the curious idea of putting his ear to the ground said it was as though the earth were being smitten great blows with a Titan's hammer. After the first few shells had plunged screaming amid clouds of earth and dust into the German trenches, a dense pall of smoke hung over the German lines. The sickening fumes of lyddite blew back into the British trenches. In some places the troops were smothered in earth and dust, or even splattered with blood from the hideous fragments of human bodies that went hurtling through the air. At one point the upper half of a German officer, his cap crammed on his head, was blown into one of our trenches. Words will never convey any adequate idea of the horror of those 35 minutes. When the hands of officers' watches pointed to 5 minutes past 8, whistles resounded along the British lines. At the same moment the shells began to burst farther ahead, for, by previous arrangement, the gunners, lengthening their fuses, were lifting on the village of Neuve Chapelle so as to leave the ground open for our infantry to rush in and finish what guns had begun. The shells were now falling thick among the houses of Neuve Chapelle, a confused mass of buildings seen reddish through the pillars of smoke and flying earth and dust. At the sound of the whistle, alas for the bugle, once the herald of victory, now banished from the fray, our men scrambled out of the trenches and hurried higgledy-piggledy into the open. Their officers were in front. Many, wearing overcoats and carrying rifles with fixed bayonets, closely resembled their men. It was from the center of our attacking line that the assault was pressed home soonest. The guns had done their work well. The trenches were blown to irrecognizable pits, dotted with dead. The barbed wire had been cut like so much twine. Starting from the Rue Tilleloy, the Lincolns and the Berkshires were off the mark first, with orders to swerve right and left respectively as soon as they had captured the first line of trenches, in order to let the Royal Irish Rifles and the Rifle Brigade through to the village. The Germans left alive in the trenches, half demented with fright, surrounded by a welter of dead and dying men, mostly surrendered. The Berkshires were opposed with the utmost gallantry by 2 German officers who had remained alone in a trench serving a machine gun. But the lads from Berkshire made their way into that trench and bayoneted the Germans where they stood, fighting to the last. The Lincolns, against desperate resistance, eventually occupied their section of the trench and then waited for the Irishmen and the Rifle Brigade to come and take the village ahead of them. Meanwhile the 2nd 39th Garhwalis on the right had taken their trenches with a rush and were away towards the village and the Bees Wood. Things had moved so fast that by the time the troops were ready to advance against the village the artillery had not finished its work. So, while the Lincolns and the Berks assembled the prisoners who were trooping out of the trenches in all directions, the infantry on whom devolved the honor of capturing the village waited. One saw them standing out in the open, laughing and cracking jokes amid the terrific din made by the huge howitzer shells screeching overhead and bursting in the village, the rattle of machine guns all along the line, and the popping of rifles. Over to the right, where the Garhwalis had been working with the bayonet, men were shouting hoarsely, and wounded were groaning as the stretcher-bearers, all heedless of bullets, moved swiftly to and fro over the shell-torn ground. There was bloody work in the village of Neuve Chapelle. The capture of a place at the bayonet point is generally a grim business, in which instant, unconditional surrender is the only means by which bloodshed, a deal of bloodshed, can be prevented. If there is individual resistance here and there, the attacking troops cannot discriminate. They must go through, slaying as they go such as oppose them. The Germans have a monopoly of the finishing off of wounded men. Otherwise the enemy's resistance would not be broken, and the assailants would be sniped and enfiladed from hastily prepared strongholds at half a dozen different points. The village was a sight that the men say they will never forget. It looked as if an earthquake had struck it. The published photographs do not give any idea of the indescribable mass of ruins to which our guns reduced it. The chaos is so utter that the very line of the streets is all but obliterated. It was indeed a scene of desolation into which the Rifle Brigade, the first regiment to enter the village, I believe, raced headlong. Of the church only the bare shell remained, the interior lost to view beneath a gigantic mound of debris. The little churchyard was devastated, the very dead plucked from their graves, broken coffins and ancient bones scattered about amid the fresher dead, the slain of that morning, gray-green forms asprawl athwart the tombs. Of all that once fair village but 2 things remained intact. 2 great crucifixes reared aloft, one in the churchyard, the other over against the chateau. From the cross, that is the emblem of our faith, the figure of Christ, yet intact though all pitted with bullet marks, looked down in mute agony on the slain in the village. The din and confusion were indescribable. Through the thick pall of shell smoke Germans were seen on all sides, some emerging half dazed from cellars and dugouts, their hands above their heads, others dodging round the shattered houses, others firing from the windows, from behind carts, even from behind the overturned tombstones. Machine guns were firing from the houses on the outskirts, rapping out their nerve-racking note above the noise of the rifles. Just outside the village there was a scene of tremendous enthusiasm. The Rifle Brigade, smeared with dust and blood, fell in with the 3rd Gurkhas, with whom they had been brigaded in India. The little brown men were dirty but radiant. Kukri in hand, they had very thoroughly gone through some of the houses at the crossroads on the Rue de Bois, and silenced a party of Germans who were making themselves a nuisance there with some machine guns. Riflemen and Gurkhas cheered themselves hoarse. Unfortunately for the complete success of the brilliant attack, a great delay was caused by the failure of the artillery that was to have cleared the barbed wire entanglements for the 23rd Brigade, and because of the unlooked-for destruction of the British field telephone system by shell and rifle fire. The check of the 23rd Brigade banked other commands back of it, and the 25th Brigade was obliged to fight at right angles to the line of battle. The Germans quickly rallied at these points and took a terrific toll in British lives. Particularly this was true at three specially strong German positions, one called Port Arthur by the British, another Pitre Mill, and the third was the fortified bridge over Delay's Creek. Because of the lack of telephone communication, it was impossible to send reinforcements to the troops that had been held up by barbed wire and other emplacements and upon which German machine guns were pouring a steady stream of death. As the 23rd Brigade had been held up by unbroken barbed wire northwest of Neuve Chapelle, so the 7th Division of the 4th Corps was also checked in its action against the ridge of Aubers on the left of Neuve Chapelle. Under the plan of Sir Douglas Haig, the 7th Division was to have waited until the 8th Division had reached Neuve Chapelle, and then it was to charge through Aubers. With the tragic mistake that cost the 23rd Brigade so dearly, the plan affecting the 7th Division went awry. The German artillery, observing the concentration of the 7th Division opposite Aubers, opened a vigorous fire upon that front. During the afternoon General Haig ordered a charge upon the German positions. The advance was made in short rushes in the face of a fire that seemed to blaze from an inferno. Inch by inch the ground was drenched with British blood. At 5:30 in the afternoon the men dug themselves in under the relentless German fire. Further advance became impossible. The night was one of horror. Every minute the men were under heavy bombardment. At dawn on March 11th the dauntless British infantry rushed from the trenches in an effort to carry Aubers, but the enemy artillery, now greatly reinforced, made that task an impossible one. The trenches occupied by the British forces were consolidated, and the salient made by the push was held by the British with bulldog tenacity. The number of men employed in the action on the British side was 48,000. During the early surprise of the action the loss was slight. Had the wire in front of the 23rd Brigade been cut by the artillery assigned to such action, and had the telephone system not been destroyed, the success of the thrust would have been complete. The delay of 4½ hours between the first and second phases of the attack caused virtually all the losses sustained by the attacking force. The total casualties were 12,811 men of the British forces. Of these 1,751 officers and privates were taken prisoners, and 10,000 officers and men were killed and wounded. The action continued throughout Thursday, March 11th, with little change in the general situation. The British still held Neuve Chapelle, and their entrenchments threatened Aubers. On Friday morning, March 12th, the Crown Prince of Bavaria made a desperate attempt, under cover of heavy fog, to recapture the village. The effort was made in characteristic German dense formations. The Westphalian and Bavarian troops came out of Bees Wood in waves of gray-green, only to be blown to pieces by British guns already loaded and laid on the mark. Elsewhere British waited until the Germans were scarcely more than 50 paces away when they opened with deadly rapid fire before which the German waves melted like snow before steam. It was such slaughter as the British had experienced when held up before Aubers, slaughter that staggered Germany. So ended Neuve Chapelle, a battle in which the decision rested with the British, a victory for which a fearful price had been paid, but out of which came a confidence that was to hearten the British nation and to put sinews of steel into the British army for the dread days to come. The story of Neuve Chapelle was repeated in large and in miniature many times during the deadlock of trench warfare on the Western Front, until victory finally came to the Allies. During those years the Western battlefront lay like a wounded snake across France and Belgium. It writhed and twisted, now this way, now that, as one side or the other gambled with men and shells and aeroplanes for some brief advantage. It bent back in a great bulge when von Hindenburg made his famous retreat in the winter of 1916, after the Allies had pressed heavily against the Teutonic front upon the ghastly field of the Somme. The record is one of great value to military strategists. To the layman it is only a succession of artillery barrages, of gas attacks, of aerial reconnaissances and combats. One day grew to be very much like another in that deadlock of pythons. A play for position here was met by a counter-thrust in another place. German inventions were outmatched and outnumbered by those coming from the Allied side. Trench warfare became the daily life of the men. They learned to fight and live in the open. The power of human adaptation to abnormal conditions was never better exemplified than in those weary, dreary years on the Western Front. The fighting lines consisted generally of 1, 2, or 3 lines of shelter trenches lying parallel, measuring 20 or 25 inches in width, and varying in length according to the number they hold. The trenches were joined together by zigzag approaches and by a line of reinforced trenches, armed with machine guns, which were almost completely proof against rifle, machine gun, or gun fire. The ordinary German trenches were almost invisible from 350 yards away, a distance which permitted a very deadly fire. It is easy to realize that if the enemy occupied 3 successive lines and a line of reinforced entrenchments, the attacking line was likely, at the lowest estimate, to be decimated during the advance of 350 yards, by rifle fire at a range of 350 yards distance, and by the extremely quick fire of the machine guns, each of which delivered from 300 to 600 bullets a minute with absolute precision. In the field trench a soldier enjoyed far greater security than he would if merely prone behind his knapsack in an excavation barely 15 inches deep. He had merely to stoop down a little to disappear before the level of the ground and be immune from infantry fire. Moreover, his machine guns fired without endangering him. In addition, this stooping position brought the man's knapsack on a level with his helmet, thus forming some protection against shrapnel and shell splinters. At the back of the German trenches, shelters were dug for non-commissioned officers and for the commander of the unit. Ever since the outbreak of the war, the French troops in Lorraine, after several experiences, realized rapidly the advantages of the German trenches and began to study those they had taken gloriously. Officers, non-commissioned officers, and men of the engineers were straightway detached in every unit to teach the infantry how to construct similar shelters. The education was quick, and very soon they had completed the work necessary for the protection of all. The tools of the enemy casualties, the spades and picks left behind in deserted villages, were all gladly piled on to the French soldiers' knapsacks, to be carried willingly by the very men who used to grumble at being loaded with even the smallest regulation tool. As soon as night had set in on the occasion of a lull in the fighting, the digging of the trenches was begun. Sometimes, in the darkness, men of each fighting nation, less than 500 yards away from their enemy, would hear the noise of the workers of the foe, the sounds of picks and axes, the officers' words of encouragement, and tacitly they would agree to an armistice during which to dig shelters from which in the morning they would dash out to fight once more. Commodious indeed were some of the trench barracks. One French soldier wrote, "In really up-to-date entrenchments you may find kitchens, dining rooms, bedrooms, and even stables. One regiment has first-class cowsheds. One day a whimsical poipois, finding a cow wandering about in the danger zone, had the bright idea of finding a shelter for it in the trenches. The example was quickly followed, and at this moment the th Infantry possesses an underground farm in which fat kine, well cared for, give such quantities of milk that regular distributions of butter are being made, and very good butter too." But this is not all. An officer writes home a tale of yet another one of the comforts of home, added to the equipment of the trenches. "We are clean people here. Thanks to the ingenuity of we are able to take a warm bath every day from 10 to 12. We call this teasing the Boches, for this bathing establishment of the latest type is fitted up, would you believe it, in the trenches." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of A History of the World War by Francis A. March. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by MaryAnn. Chapter 18. Steadfast in South Africa. When Germany struck at the heart of France through Belgium, simultaneous action was undertaken by the German command in Southwest Africa through propaganda and mobilization of the available German troops. Insidiously, and by the use of money, systematic propaganda was instituted to corrupt the Boers against their allegiance to the Union of South Africa. One great character stood like a rock against all their efforts. It was the character of General Louis Botha, formerly arrayed in battle against the British during the Boer uprising. With characteristic determination he formulated plans for the invasion of German Southwest Africa, without asking permission of the citizens of the South African Union or of the British Foreign Office. His vision comprehended an invasion that would have as its culmination a British Boer colony where the German colony had been, and that from Cable Bay to the source of the Nile there would be one mighty union, with a great trunk railway feeding Egypt, the Sudan, Rhodesia, Uganda, and the Union of South Africa. An able lieutenant of Botha was General Smuts. He cooperated with his chief in a campaign of education. They pointed out the absolute necessity for deafness to the German tempters, and succeeded in obtaining full cooperation for the Botha plan of invasion from the British Imperial Government and the South African Union. Concerning this agreement General Botha said, "To forget their loyalty to the Empire in this hour of trial would be scandalous and shameful, and would blacken South Africa in the eyes of the whole world. Of this South Africans were incapable. They had endured some of the greatest sacrifices that could be demanded of a people, but they had always kept before them ideals, founded on Christianity, and never in their darkest days had they sought to gain their ends by treasonable means. The path of treason was an unknown path to Dutch and English alike. Their duty and their conscience alike bade them to be faithful and true to the Imperial Government in all respects in this hour of darkness and trouble. That was the attitude of the Union Government. That was the attitude of the people of South Africa. The government had cabled the Imperial Government at the outbreak of war, offering to undertake the defense of South Africa, thereby releasing the Imperial troops for service elsewhere. This was accepted, and the Union Defense Force was mobilized. Preliminary to the invasion of German Southwest Africa, General Botha proclaimed martial law throughout the Union. The first act in consequence of this proclamation was the arrest of a number of conspirators who were planning sedition throughout the Union. The head of this conspiracy was Lieutenant Colonel S. G. Maritz. General Byers and General De Wet, both Boer officers of high standing, cooperated with Maritz in an abortive rebellion. The situation was most trying for the native Boers, and, to their credit be it recorded, the great majority of them stood out strongly against the Germans. Vigorous action by Botha and Smuts smashed the rebellion in the fall of 1914. A force acting under General Botha in person attacked the troops under General Byers at Rustenburg on October 27th, and on the next day General Byers sought relief in flight. A smaller force acting under General Kemp was also routed on November 5th. General De Wet opened his campaign of rebellion on November 7th in an action at Wimberg, where he defeated a smaller force of loyalists under General Krone. The decisive battle at Marquard occurred on November 12th, Botha commanding the loyalist forces in person and De Wet the rebels. The victory of Botha in this fierce engagement was complete. De Wet was routed and captured on December 1st with a rear guard of 52 men. General Byers was drowned on December 9th while attempting to escape from the Vaal into the Transvaal. This eventually ended all opposition to General Botha. The invasion of German Southwest Africa began on January 5, 1915, and was one uninterrupted chapter of successes. Through jungle and swamp, swept by torrential rains, and encountering obstacles that would have disheartened any but the stoutest heart, the little force of invasion swept forward. Most of the engagements by the enemy were in the nature of guerrilla and rear-guard actions. The backbone of the German command was broken and the remaining forces capitulated in July 1915. With the capitulation came the story of the German mismanagement in Southwest Africa, and particularly their horrible treatment of the Hereros and Hottentots in the country misgoverned by them. An official report fully authenticated was made, and none of its essentials were refuted. The report told the story of how the German authorities examined the native Hereros. When Germany annexed the country in 1890, they were believed to possess well over 150,000 head of cattle. After the Rinderpest scourge of 1897, they still owned something like 90,000 head. By 1902, less than 10 years after the arrival of the first German settlers, the Hereros had only 45,898 head of cattle, while the 1,051 German traders and farmers then in the country owned 44,487. The policy of robbing and killing the natives had by that time received the sanction of Berlin. By the end of 1905 the surviving Hereros had been reduced to pauperism and possessed nothing at all. In 1907 the Imperial German government, by ordinance, prohibited the natives of southwest Africa from possessing livestock. The wholesale theft of the natives' cattle, their only wealth, with the direct connivance and approval of the Berlin government, was one of the primary causes of the Herero rebellion of 1904. The revolt was suppressed with characteristic German ruthlessness. But the Germans were not content with the mere suppression of the rising. They had decided upon the practical extinction of the whole tribe. For this purpose Leutwein, who was apparently regarded as too lenient, was superseded by von Trotha, noted for his merciless severity. He had played a notorious part in the Chinese Boxer rebellion, and had just suppressed the Arab rising in German East Africa by the wholesale massacre of men, women, and children. As a preliminary von Trotha invited the Herero chiefs to come in and make peace, as the war was now over, and promptly shot them in cold blood. Then he issued his notorious extermination order, in terms of which no Herero, man, woman, child, or babe, was to receive mercy or quarter. Kill every one of them, he said, and take no prisoners. The hanging of natives was a common occurrence. A German officer had the right to order a native to be hanged. No trial or court was necessary. Many were hanged merely on suspicion. The Hereros were far more humane in the field than the Germans. They were once a fine race. Now there is only a miserable remnant left. This is amply proved by official German statistics. Out of between 80,000 and 90,000 souls, only about 15,000 starving and fugitive Hereros were alive at the end of 1905, when von Trotha relinquished his task. In 1911, after all rebellions had been suppressed and tranquility restored, the government had a census taken. The figures, reproduced below, speak for themselves. Estimate official census. Hereros, 1904, 80,000. 1911, 50,130. Decrease, 64,870. Hottentots, 1904, 20,000. 1911, 9,781. Decrease, 10,219. Berg Damaras, 1904, 30,000. 1911, 12,831. Decrease, 17,169. Total, 1904, 130,000. 1911, 37,742. Decrease, 92,258. In other words, 80% of the Herero people disappeared, and more than half of the Hottentot and Berg Damara races shared the same fate. Dr. Paul Rohrbach's dictum, "It is applicable to a nation in the same way as to the individual, that the right to existence is primarily justified in the degree that such existence is useful for the progress and general development," comes forcible to mind. These natives of southwest Africa had been weighed in the German balance and had been found wanting. Germany lost more than 1 million square miles of territory in Africa as a direct consequence of General Botha's bold action. These are divided in 4 great regions: Southwest Africa, Cameroon, Togo, and East Africa. Togoland, as this region is popularly known, extends from the north shore of the Gulf of Guinea into the interior and is bounded by French and British colonies. By a joint attack of French and British forces, beginning the second week of August, 1914, the German power in this rich domain was completely broken, and the conquest of Togoland was complete on August 26, 1914. The military operation was of a desultory nature, and the losses negligible in view of the area of 33,000 square miles of highly productive land passed from German control. The fighting in the great region of Cameroon was somewhat more stubborn than that in Togoland. The villages of Bonaberi and Douala were particularly well defended. The British and French fought through swamps and jungle under the handicap of terrific heat, and always with victory at the end of the engagement. The conquest of the Cameroon was complete by the end of June 1915. In addition to the operations by the British and French, a combined Belgian and French force captured Bolundu and Gwandera in the German Congo. The raids by General Botha on German Southwest Africa commenced on September 7, 1914. A series of brilliant strategic actions resulted in the conquest of a region once and a half the size of the German Empire at the time the Great War began. A British description of the operation states: the operation of Windhoek was effected by General Botha's North Damaraland forces working along the railway from Swakopmund. At the former place General Vanderventer joined up with General Botha's forces. The force from Swakopmund met with considerable opposition, first at Tretskopje, a small township in the great Namib Desert 50 miles to the northeast of Swakopmund, and secondly at Otiumingwe on the Swakop River 60 miles northwest of Windhoek. Apart from these two determined stands, however, little other opposition was encountered, and Karabip was occupied on May 5th, and Orkandia and Windhoek on May 12th. With the fall of the latter place, 3,000 Europeans and 12,000 natives became prisoners. The wireless station, one of Germany's most valuable high power stations, which was able to communicate with one relay only with Berlin, was captured almost intact, and much rolling stock also fell into the hands of the Union forces. The advance from the south along the Luderitzbucht-Seeheim-Ketzmanshop railway, approximately 500 miles in length, was made by two forces which joined hands at the Ketzmanshop. The advance from Aus, captured on April 10th, was made by General Smuts' forces. Colonel, afterward General, Vanderventer, moving up from the direction of Warmbad and Kalkfrontein, around the flanks of Karas Mountain, pushed on after reaching Ketzmanshop in the direction of Gibeon. Bethany had previously been occupied during the advance to Seeheim. At Kabus, 20 miles north of the Keetmanshop, and at Gibeon, pitched battles were fought between General Vanderventer's forces and the enemy. No other opposition of importance was encountered, and the operations were brought to a successful conclusion. The stiffest fighting in all Africa came in German East Africa. It began late in September 1914 and continued until mid-June 1915. The Germans, curiously enough, commenced the offensive here with an attack upon Mombasa, the terminus of the Uganda Railway and the capital of British East Africa. The attack was planned as a joint naval and military operation, the German cruiser Königsberg being assigned to move into the harbor and bombard the town simultaneously with the assault by land. The plan went awry when the presence of British warships frightened off the Königsberg. The land attack was easily checked by a detachment of the King's African Rifles and native Arabian troops until the detachment of Indian regulars arrived upon the scene. The enemy thereupon retreated to his original plans. British reprisals came early in November when the towns of Tanga and Gassin were attacked by British troops. The troops selected for this adventure numbered 6,000 and carried only food, water, guns, and munitions. No protection of any kind nor any other equipment was taken by the soldiers. Reinforcements to the German forces delayed the capture of Gassin until January. A garrison of 300 men was left there, and this in turn was besieged by 3,000 Germans. After a stubborn defense the Germans recaptured the town. A union of two British forces was accomplished early in June 1915. One of these cut through German East Africa along the Kagera River, and the other advanced on steamers from Kisumu. They met the enemy on June 22nd and defeated it with heavy casualties. Later, General Tighe, commanding the combined British forces, was congratulated on the completeness of his victory on June 28th by General Kitchener. The territory acquired by the British as a consequence of the invasion of Germany's African possessions possesses formidable natural barriers, but once these are passed the traveler finds lands of wonderful fertility and great natural resources. Approaching German Southwest Africa from the east axis is across the Kalahari Desert. This, in its trackless desolation, its frequent sandstorms and torrid heat through which only the hardiest and best provisioned caravans may penetrate, is worse than the worst that Sahara can show. There is not a sign of life. Approached from the sea, the principal port is Walfish Bay, a fair harbor that was improved by the British when they occupied it. Near Walfish, some of the largest diamonds in the history of the world have been found, and gold fields of considerable richness have been worked. The climate of German Southwest Africa, after the torrential storms of the seacoast and the terrific heat of the desert have been passed, is one of the most salubrious in the world. It is unique among African regions in the opportunities it affords for colonization by white men. Great Britain possessed large holdings of this land before Germany came into possession, but abandoned them under the belief that the region was comparatively worthless. There was no misapprehension on this score when all the lands came into the possession of England as a result of the war. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 19. Italy declares war on Austria. For many years before the Great War began, the great powers of Europe were divided into two great alliances, the Triple Entente, composed of Russia, France, and England, and the Triple Alliance, composed of Germany, Austria, and Italy. When the war began, Italy refused to join with Germany and Austria. Why? The answer to this question throws a vivid light on the origin of the war. Italy was a member of the Triple Alliance. She knew the facts, not only what was given to the public, but the inside facts. According to the terms of the alliance, each member was bound to stand by each other only in case of attack. Italy refused to join with Austria and Germany because they were the aggressors. The constant assertions of the German statesmen and of the Kaiser himself that war had been forced upon them were declared untrue by their associate Italy in the very beginning, and the verdict of Italy was the verdict of the world. Not much was said in the beginning about Italy's abstention from war. The Germans, indeed, sneered a little and hinted that some day Italy would be made to regret her course. But now that the Teuton snake is scotched, the importance of Italy's action has been perceived and appraised at its true value. The Germans, from the very beginning, understood the real danger that might come to the Central Powers through Italian action. Every effort was made by the Foreign Office to keep her neutral. First threats were used. Later promises were held out of addition to Italian territory if she would send her troops to Germany's assistance. When this failed, the most strenuous efforts were made to keep Italy neutral, and a former German premier, Prince von Bülow, was sent to Italy for this purpose. Socialist leaders, too, were sent from Germany to urge the Italian socialists to insist upon neutrality. In July 1914, the Italian government was not taken by surprise. They had observed the increase, year by year, of the German army and of the German fleet. At the end of the Balkan Wars, they had been asked whether they would agree to an Austrian attack upon Serbia. They had consequently long been deliberating as to what their course should be in case of war, and they had made up their minds that under no circumstances would they aid Germany against England. Quite independently of her long-standing friendship with England, it would be suicide for Italy in her geographical position to enter a war which should permit her coast to be attacked by the English and French navies, and her participation in the Triple Alliance always carried the proviso that it did not bind her to fight England. This was well known to the German Foreign Office, and indeed, in France, where the writers upon war were reckoning confidently on the withdrawing of Italy from the Triple Alliance, and planning to use the entire forces of France against Germany. A better understanding of the Italian position will result from a consideration of the origin of the Triple Alliance. After the War of 1870, Bismarck, perceiving the quick recovery of France, considered the advisability of attacking her again and, to use his own words, bleeding her white. He found, however, that if this were attempted France would be joined by Russia and England, and he would give up this plan. In order, however, to render France powerless, he planned an alliance which should be able to control Europe. A league between Germany, Austria, and Russia was his desire, and for some time every opportunity was taken to develop friendship with the Tsar. Russia, however, remained cool. Her pan-Slavonic sympathies were opposed to the interests of Germany. Bismarck, therefore, determined, without losing the friendship of Russia, to pursue Italy to join in the Continental combination. Italy, at the time, was the least formidable of the six great powers, but Bismarck foresaw that she could be made good use of in such a combination. At that time Italy, just after the completion of Italian unity, found herself in great perplexity. Her treatment of the Pope had brought about the hostility of Roman Catholics throughout the world. She feared both France and Austria, who were strong Catholic countries, and hardly knew where to look for friends. The great Italian leader at the time was Francesco Crispi, who, beginning as a radical and a conspirator, had become a constitutional statesman. Bismarck professed the greatest friendship for Crispi and gave Crispi to understand that he approved of Italy's aspirations on the Adriatic and in Tunis. The next year, however, at the Berlin Congress, Italy's interests were ignored, and finally, in 1882, France seized Tunis, to the great indignation of the Italians. It has been shown in more recent times that the French seizure of Tunis was directly due to Bismarck's instigation. The Italians having been roused to wrath, Bismarck proceeded to offer them a place in the councils of the Triple Alliance. It was an easy argument that such an alliance would protect them against France, and no doubt it was promised that it would free them from the danger of attack by Austria. England, at the time, was isolated, and Italy continued on the best understanding with her. The immediate result of the alliance was a growth of Italian hostility toward France, which led in 1889 to a tariff war on France. Meanwhile, German commercial and financial enterprises were pushed throughout the Italian peninsula. What did Italy gain by this? Her commerce was weakened, and Austria permitted herself every possible unfriendly act except open war. As time went on, Germany and Austria became more and more arrogant. Italy's ambitions on the Balkan Peninsula were absolutely ignored. In 1908, Austria appropriated Bosnia and Herzegovina, another blow to Italy. By this time Italy understood the situation well, and that same year, seeing no future for herself in Europe, she swooped down on Tripoli. In doing this she forestalled Germany herself, for Germany had determined to seize Tripoli. Both Germany and Austria were opposed to this action of Italy, but Italy's eyes were now open. 30 years of political alliance had created no sympathy among the Italians for the Germans. Moreover, it was not entirely a question of policy. The lordly arrogance of the Prussians caused sharp antagonism. The Italians were lovers of liberty, the Germans pledged toward autocracy. They found greater sympathy in England and in France. "I am a son of liberty," said Cavour. "To her I owe all that I am." That, too, is Italy's motto. When the war broke out, popular sympathy in Italy was therefore strongly in favor of the Allies. The party in power, the Liberals, adopted the policy of neutrality for the time being, but thousands of Italians volunteered for the French and British service, and the anti-German feeling grew greater as time went on. Finally, on the 23rd of May, 1915, the Italian government withdrew its ambassador to Austria and declared war. A complete statement of the negotiations between Italy and Austria-Hungary, which led to this declaration, was delivered to the government of the United States by the Italian ambassador on May 25th. This statement, of which the following is an extract, lucidly presents the Italian position. The Triple Alliance was essentially defensive and designed solely to preserve the status quo, or in other words, equilibrium in Europe. That these were its only objects and purposes is established by the letter and spirit of the treaty, as well as by the intentions clearly described and set forth in official acts of the ministers who created the alliance and confirmed and renewed it in the interests of peace, which always has inspired Italian policy. The treaty, as long as its intents and purposes had been loyally interpreted and regarded, and as long as it had not been used as a pretext for aggression against others, greatly contributed to the elimination and settlement of causes of conflict, and for many years assured to Europe the inestimable benefit of peace. But Austria-Hungary severed the treaty by her own hands. She rejected the response of Serbia, which gave to her all the satisfaction she could legitimately claim. She refused to listen to the conciliatory proposals presented by Italy in conjunction with other powers in the effort to spare Europe from a vast conflict, certain to drench the continent with blood and to reduce it to ruin beyond the conception of human imagination. And finally she provoked that conflict. Article 1 of the treaty embodied the usual and necessary obligation of such pacts, the pledge to exchange views upon any fact and economic questions of a general nature that might arise pursuant to its terms. None of the contracting parties had the right to undertake without a previous agreement any step the consequence of which might impose a duty upon the other signatories arising under the alliance, or which would in any way whatsoever encroach upon their vital interests. This article was violated by Austria-Hungary when she sent to Serbia her note dated July 23, 1914, an action taken without the previous assent of Italy. Thus, Austria-Hungary violated beyond doubt one of the fundamental provisions of the treaty. The obligation of Austria-Hungary to come to a previous understanding with Italy was the greater because her obstinate policy against Serbia gave rise to a situation which directly tended toward the provocation of a European war. As far back as the beginning of July 1914, the Italian government, preoccupied by the prevailing feeling in Vienna, caused to be laid before the Austro-Hungarian government a number of suggestions advising moderation, and warning it of the impending danger of a European outbreak. The course adopted by Austria-Hungary against Serbia constituted, moreover, a direct encroachment upon the general interests of Italy, both political and economical, in the Balkan Peninsula. Austria-Hungary could not for a moment imagine that Italy could remain indifferent while Serbian independence was being trodden upon. On a number of occasions, therefore, Italy gave Austria to understand, in friendly but clear terms, that the independence of Serbia was considered by Italy an essential to the Balkan equilibrium. Austria-Hungary was further advised that Italy could never permit that equilibrium to be disturbed through prejudice. This warning had been conveyed not only by her diplomats in private conversations with responsible Austro-Hungarian officials, but was proclaimed publicly by Italian statesmen on the floors of Parliament. Therefore, when Austria-Hungary ignored the usual practices and menaced Serbia by sending her an ultimatum, without in any way notifying the Italian government of what she proposed to do, indeed leaving that government to learn of her actions through the press rather than through the usual channels of diplomacy, when Austria-Hungary took this unprecedented course, she not only severed her alliance with Italy, but committed an act inimical to Italy's interests. After the European war broke out, Italy sought to come to an understanding with Austria-Hungary with a view to a settlement satisfactory to both parties, which might avert existing and future trouble. Her efforts were in vain, notwithstanding the efforts of Germany, which for months endeavored to induce Austria-Hungary to comply with Italy's suggestion, thereby recognizing the propriety and legitimacy of the Italian attitude. Therefore Italy found herself compelled by the force of events to seek other solutions. Inasmuch as the treaty of alliance with Austria-Hungary had ceased virtually to exist and served only to prolong a state of continual friction and mutual suspicion, the Italian ambassador at Vienna was instructed to declare to the Austro-Hungarian government that the Italian government considered itself free from the ties arising out of the treaty of the Triple Alliance insofar as Austria-Hungary was concerned. This communication was delivered in Vienna on May 4th. Subsequently to this declaration, and after we had been obliged to take steps for the protection of our interests, the Austro-Hungarian government submitted new concessions, which, however, were deemed insufficient and by no means met our minimum demands. These offers could not be considered under the circumstances. The Italian government, taking into consideration what has been stated above, and supported by the vote of Parliament and the solemn manifestation of the country, came to the decision that any further delay would be inadvisable. Therefore on May 23rd it was declared, in the name of the King, to the Austro-Hungarian ambassador at Rome, that, beginning the following day, May 24th, it would consider itself in a state of war with Austria-Hungary. It was a closely reasoned argument that the Italian statesman presented, but there was something more than reasoned argument in Italy's course. She had been waiting for years for the opportunity to bring under her flag the men of her own race still held in subjection by hated Austria. Now was the time, or never. Her people had become roused. Mobs filled the streets. Great orators, even the great poet D'Annunzio, proclaimed a holy war. The sinking of the Lusitania poured oil on the flames, and the treatment of Belgium and eastern France added to the fury. Italian statesmen, even if they had so desired, could not have withstood the pressure. It was a crusade for Italia Irredenta, for civilization, for humanity. The country had been flooded by representatives of German propaganda. Papers had been hired and, by all report, money in large amounts distributed. But every German effort was swept away in the flood of feeling. It was the people's war. Amid tremendous enthusiasm, the Chamber of Deputies adopted by vote of 407 to 74 the bill conferring upon the government full power to make war. All members of the cabinet maintained absolute silence regarding what steps should follow the action of the Chamber. When the Chamber reassembled on May 20th, after its long recess, there were present 482 deputies out of 500, the absentees remaining away on account of illness. The deputies, especially applauded, were those who wore military uniforms and who had asked permission for leave from their military duties to be present at the sitting. All the tribunes were filled to overflowing. No representatives of Germany, Austria, or Turkey were to be seen in the diplomatic tribune. The first envoy to arrive was Thomas Nelson Page, the American ambassador, who was accompanied by his staff. M. Barrère, Sir J. Benelrod, and Michel de Geer, the French, British, and Russian ambassadors, respectively appeared a few minutes later, and all were greeted with applause, which was shared by the Belgian, Greek, and Roumanian ministers. George B. McClellan, one-time mayor of New York, occupied a seat in the President's tribune. A few minutes before the session began, the poet, Gabriel D'Annunzio, one of the strongest advocates for war, appeared in the rear of the public tribune, which was so crowded that it seemed impossible to squeeze in anybody else. But the moment people saw him they lifted him shoulder high and passed him over their heads to the first row. The entire chamber and all those occupying the other tribunes rose and applauded for 5 minutes, crying, "Viva D'Annunzio!" Later thousands sent him their cards and in return received his autograph bearing the date of this eventful day. Signor Marcola, president of the chamber, took his place at 3 o'clock. All the members of the House and everybody in the galleries stood up to acclaim the old follower of Garibaldi. Premier Salandra, followed by all the members of the cabinet, entered shortly afterward. It was a solemn moment. Then a delirium of cries broke out. "Viva Salandra!" roared the deputies, and the cheering lasted for a long time. After the formalities of the opening, Premier Salandra, deeply moved by the demonstration, arose and said, "Gentlemen, I have the honor to present to you a bill to meet the eventual expenditures of a national war." The announcement was greeted by further prolonged applause. The Premier's speech was continually interrupted by enthusiasm, and at times he could hardly continue on account of the wild cheering. The climax was reached when he made a reference to the Army and Navy. Then the cries seemed interminable, and those on the floor of the House and in the galleries turned to the military tribune, from which the officers answered by waving their hands and handkerchiefs. At the end of the Premier's speech there were deafening vivas for the King, war, and Italy. 34 Socialists refused to join the cheers, even in the cry of "Viva Italia," and they were hooted and hissed. The action of the Italian government created intense feeling. A newspaper man in Vienna, describing the Austrian indignation, said, "The exasperation and contempt which Italy's treacherous surprise attack and her hypocritical justification aroused here are quite indescribable. Neither Serbia nor Russia, despite a long and costly war, is hated. Italy, however, or rather those Italian would-be politicians and business men who offer violence to the majority of peaceful Italian people, are unutterably hated." On the other hand, German papers spoke with much more moderation and recognized that Italy was acting in an entirely natural manner. On the very day on which war was declared active operations were begun, both sides having been making elaborate preparations. Austria had prepared herself by building strong fortifications in which were employed the latest technical improvements in defensive warfare. Upon the Carso and around Gorizia, the Austrians had placed innumerable batteries of powerful guns mounted on rails and protected by armor plates. They also had a great number of medium and smaller guns. A net of trenches had been excavated and constructed in cement all along the edge of the hills which dominated the course of the Isonzo River. These trenches, occupying a position nearly impregnable because so mountainous, were defended by every modern device. They were protected with numerous machine guns, surrounded by wire entanglements through which ran a strong electric current. These lines of trenches followed without interruption from the banks of the Isonzo to the summit of the mountains which dominate it. They formed a kind of formidable staircase which had to be conquered step by step with enormous sacrifice. During this same period, General Cardona, then head of the Italian army, had been bringing that army up to date, working for high efficiency and piling up munitions. The Army of Italy was a formidable one. Every man in Italy is liable to military service for a period of 19 years, from the age of 20 to 39. At the time of the war, the approximate war strength of the army was as follows: officers, 41,692; active army with the colors, 289,910; reserve, 638,979; mobile militia, 299,956; Territorial militia 1,889,659. Total strength 3,159,836. The above number of total men available included upward of 1.2 million fully trained soldiers, with perhaps another 800,000 partially trained men, the remaining million being completely untrained men. This army was splendidly armed, its officers well educated, and the men brave and disciplined. The Italian plan of campaign apparently consisted first in neutralizing the Trentino by capturing or covering the defenses and cutting the two lines of communication with Austria proper, the railway which ran south from Innsbruck and that which ran southwest from Vienna, and joined the former at Franzensfratz. The second, in a movement in force on the eastern frontier, with Trieste captured or covered on the right flank in the direction of the Austrian fortress at Klagenfurt and Vienna. The first blow was struck by Austria on the day that war was declared. On that day bombs were dropped on Venice, and 5 other Adriatic ports were shelled from air and some from sea. The Italian armies invaded Austria on the east with great rapidity, and by May 27th a part of the Italian forces had moved across the Isonzo River to Monfalcone, 16 miles northwest of Trieste. Another force penetrated further to the north in the crown land of Gorizia and Gradisca. Reports from Italy were that encounters with the enemy had thus far been merely outpost skirmishes, but had allowed Italy to occupy advantageous positions on Austrian territory. By June 1st the Italians had occupied the greater part of the west bank of the Isonzo with little opposition. The left wing was beyond the Isonzo at Corporetto, fighting among the boulders of Montenero, where the Austrian artillery had strong positions. Monfalcone was kept under constant bombardment. A general Italian advance took place on June 7th across the Isonzo River from Corpetto to the sea, a distance of about 40 miles. Monfalcone was taken by the Italians on June 10th, the first serious blow against Trieste, as Monfalcone was a railway junction and its electrical works occupied the light and power of Trieste. Next day the center made a great blow against Gradisca and Sagrado, but the river line proved too strong. The only success was won that night at Plava, north of Borrigia, which was carried by a surprise attack. The Isonzo was in flood and presented a serious obstacle to the onrush of the Italians. By June 14th the Italian Eastern Army had pushed forward along the Gulf of Trieste toward the town of Nebrosina, 9 miles from Trieste. Meanwhile the Austrian armies were being constantly strengthened. The initial weakness of the Austrian defensive was due to the fact that the armies normally assigned to the invaded region had been sent to defend the Austrian line in Galicia against the Russians. When Italy began her invasion the defenses of the country were chiefly in the hands of hastily mobilized youths below the military age of 19 and men above the military age of 42. From now on Austrian troops began to arrive from the Galician front, some of these representing the finest fighting material in the Austrian ranks. The chance of an easy victory was slipping from Italy's hands. The Italian advance was checked. On the 15th of June the Italians carried an important position on Montenero, climbing the rocks by night and attacking by dawn. But this conquest did not help much. No guns of great caliber could be carried on the mountain, and Tolmino, which had been heavily fortified and contained a garrison of some 30,000 men, was entirely safe. The following week there were repeated counterattacks at Plava and Montenero, but the Italians held what they had won. The position was now that Cadorna's left wing was in a strong position, but could not do much against Tolmino. His center was facing the great camp of Gorizia, while his right was on the edge of Carso and had advanced as far as Dueno, on the Monfalcone-Trieste railroad. The army was in position to make an attack on Gorizia. On the 2nd of July an attack on a broad front was aimed directly at Gorizia. The left was to swing around against the defenses of Gorizia to the north, the center was directed against Gorizia's bridgehead, and the right was to swing around to the northeast through the Doberdo plateau. If it succeeded, the Trieste railway would be cut and Gorizia must fall. Long and confused fighting followed. The center and right of the Italian army slowly advanced their line, taking over 1,000 prisoners. For days there was continuous bombardment and counter-bombardment. The fighting on the left was terrific. In the neighborhood of Plava the Italian forces found themselves opposed by Hungarian troops, unaccustomed to mountain warfare, who at first fell back. Austrian reserves came to their aid and flung back 3 times the Italian charge. 3 new Italian brigades were brought up, and King Victor Emmanuel himself came to encourage his troops. The final assault carried the heights. On the 22nd of July the Italian right captured the crest of St. Michel, which dominates the Doberdo plateau. Meanwhile the Austrian armies were being heavily reinforced, and General Cardona found himself unable to make progress. Much ground had been won, but Gorizia was still unredeemed. Many important vantage points were in Italian hands, but it was difficult to advance. The rest of the 3 months' campaign was a stalemate. In the high mountains to the north Italy's campaign was a war of defense. To undertake her offensive in the Isonzo it was necessary that she guard her flanks and rear. The Tyrolese battleground contained 3 distinct points where it was necessary to operate: the Trentino salient, the passes of the Dolomites, and the passes of the Carnic Alps. Early in June Italy had won control of the ridges of the mountains in the 2 latter points, but the problem in the Trentino was more difficult. It was necessary, because of the converging valleys, to push her front well inland. On the Carnic Alps the fighting consisted of unimportant skirmishes. The main struggle centered around the pass of Montecroce Carnico. In 2 weeks the Alpini had seized dominating positions to the west of the pass, but the Austrians clung to the farther slopes. A great deal of picturesque fighting went on, but not much progress was made. Further west in the Dolomite region there was more fighting. On the 30th of May, Cartina had been captured and the Italians moved north toward the Pusterthal railway. Progress was slow as the main routes to the railway were difficult. By the middle of August they were only a few miles from the railway, but all the routes led through defiles, and the neighboring heights were in the possession of the Austrians. To capture these heights was a most difficult feat which the Italians performed in the most brilliant way, but even after they had passed these defiles success was not yet won. Each Italian column was in its own grove, with no lateral communication. The Austrians could mass themselves where they pleased. As a result, the Italian forces were compelled to halt. In the Trentino campaign the Italians soon captured the passes and moved against Trenta and Roverito. These towns were heavily fortified, as were their surrounding heights. The campaign became a series of small fights on mountain peaks and mountain ridges. Only small bodies of troops could maneuver, and the raising of guns up steep precipices was extremely difficult. The Italians slowly succeeded in gaining ground, and established a chain of posts around the heights, so that often one would see guns and barbed wire entrenchments at a height of more than 10,000 feet among the crevasses of the glaciers. The Alpini performed wonderful feats of physical endurance, but the plains of Lombardy were still safe. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of History of the War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 20. Glorious Gallipoli. If ever the true mettle and temper of a people were tried and exemplified in the crucible of battle, that battle was the naval and land engagement embracing Gallipoli and the Dardanelles, and the people so tested, the British race. Separated in point of time but united in its general plan, the engagements present a picture of heroism founded upon strategic mistakes, of such perseverance and dogged determination against overwhelming natural and artificial odds as even the pages of supreme British bravery cannot parallel. The immortal charge of the Light Brigade was of a piece with Gallipoli, but it was merely a battle fragment, and its glorious record was written in blood within the scope of a comparatively few inspired minutes. In the mine-strewn Dardanelles and upon the sun-baked, blood-drenched rocky slopes of Gallipoli, death always partnered every sailor and soldier. As at Balaclava, virtually everyone knew that someone had blundered, but the army and the navy as one man fought to the bitter end to make the best of a bad bargain, to tear triumph out of impossibilities. France cooperated with the British in the naval engagement, but the greater sacrifice, the supreme carnal house of the war, the British race reserved for itself. There, the yeomanry of England, the unsung county regiments whose sacrifices and achievements have been neglected in England's generous desire to honor the men from "down under," the Australians and the New Zealanders grouped under the imperishable title of the Anzacs, there the Scotch, Welsh, and Irish knit in one devoted British army with the great fighters from the self-governing colonies waged a battle so hopeless and so gallant that the word Gallipoli shall always remind the world of how man may triumph over the fear of death, how with nothing but defeat and disaster before them men may go to their deaths as unconcernedly as in other days they go to their nightly sleep. On November 5, 1914, Great Britain declared war on Turkey. Hostilities, however, had preceded the declaration. On November 3 the combined French and British squadrons had bombarded the entrance forts. This was merely intended to draw the fire of the forts and to make an estimate of their power. From that time on a blockade was maintained, and on the 13th of December a submarine, commanded by Lieutenant Holbrook, entered the straits and torpedoed the Turkish warship Mesudila, which was guarding the minefields. By the end of January the blockading fleet, through constant reinforcement, had become very strong, and had seized the island of Tenedos and taken possession of Lemnos, which nominally belonged to Greece, as basis for naval operation. On the 19th of February began the great attack upon the forts at the entrance to the Dardanelles, which attracted the attention of the world for nearly a year. The expedition against the Dardanelles had been considered with the greatest care and approved by the naval authorities. That their judgment was correct, however, is another question. The history of naval warfare seems to make very plain that a ship, however powerful, is at a tremendous disadvantage when attacking forts on land. The badly served cannon of Alexandria fell, indeed, before a British fleet, but Gallipoli had been fortified by German engineers, and its guns were the Krupp cannon. The British fleet found itself opposed by unsurmountable obstacles. Looking backward, it seems possible that if at the very start Lord Kitchener had permitted a detachment of troops to accompany the fleet, success might have been attained, but without the army the navy was powerless. The peninsula of Gallipoli is a tongue of land about 50 miles long, varying in width from 12 to 2 or 3 miles. It is a mass of rocky hills so steep that in many places it is a matter of difficulty to reach their tops. On it there are few villages, but there are no decent roads and little cultivated land. On the southern shore of the Dardanelles conditions are nearly the same. Here the entrance is a flat and marshy plain, but east of this plain are hills 3,000 feet high. The high ground overhangs the sea passage on both sides, and with the exception of narrow bits of beach at their base, presents almost no opportunity for landing. A strong current continually sifts down the straits from the Sea of Marmora. Forts were placed at the entrance on both the north and south side, but they were not heavily armed and were merely outposts. 14 miles from the mouth the straits became quite narrow, making a sharp turn directly north and then resuming their original direction. The channel thus makes a ship double bend. At the entrance to the strait, known as the Narrows, were powerful fortresses, and the slopes were studded with batteries. Along both sides of the channel the low ground was lined with batteries. It was possible to attack the forts at fairly long range, but there was no room to bring any large number of ships into action at the same time. At the time of the Gallipoli adventure there were probably nearly 500,000 of men available for a defense of the straits, men well armed and well trained under German leadership. The first step was comparatively easy. The operations against the other forts began at 8 a.m. on Friday, the 19th of February. The ships engaged were the Inflexible, the Agamemnon, the Cornwallis, the Vengeance, and the Triumph from the British fleet, and the Bouvet, Suffren, and the Gaulois from the French, all under the command of Vice Admiral Sackville Carden. The French squadron was under Rear Admiral Guipre. A flotilla of destroyers accompanied the fleet, and airplanes were sent up to guide the fire of the battleships. At first the fleet was arranged in a semicircle some miles out to sea from the entrance of the strait. It afforded an inspiring spectacle as the ships came along and took up a position, and the picture became most awe-inspiring when the guns began to boom. The bombardment at first was slow, shells from the various ships screaming through the air at a rate of about 1 every 2 minutes. The Turkish batteries, however, were not to be drawn, and seeing this, the British admiral sent 1 British ship and 1 French ship close inshore toward the Sed el Bahr forts. As they went in they sped right under the guns of the shore batteries, which could no longer resist the temptation to see what they could do. Puffs of white smoke dotted the landscape on the far shore, and dull booms echoed over the placid water. Around the ships fountains of water sprang up into the air. The enemy had been drawn, but his marksmanship was obviously very bad. Not a single shot directed against the ships went within 100 yards of either. At sundown, on account of the failing light, Admiral Carden withdrew the fleet. On account of the bad weather, the attack was not renewed until February 25th. It appeared that the outer forts had not been seriously damaged on the 19th, and that what injury had been done had been repaired. In an hour and a half, the Cape Helles fort was silenced. The Agamemnon was hit by a shell fired at a range of 6 miles, which killed 3 men and wounded 5. Early in the afternoon Sed el Bahr was attacked at close range, but not silenced till after 5 p.m. At this time British trawlers began sweeping the entrance for mines, and during the next day the minefield was cleared for a distance of 4 miles up the straits. As soon as this clearance was made, the Albion, Vengeance, and Majestic steamed into the strait and attacked Fort Dardanos, a fortification some distance below the Narrows. The Turks replied vigorously, not only from Dardanos, but from batteries scattered along the shore. Believing that the Turks had abandoned the forts at the entrance, landing parties of Marines were sent to shore. In a short time, however, they met a detachment of the enemy and were compelled to retreat to their boats. The outer forts, however, were destroyed, and their destruction was extremely encouraging to the Allies. For a time a series of minor operations was carried on, meeting with much success. Besides attacks on forts inside of the strait, Smyrna was bombarded on March the 5th, and on March the 6th the Queen Elizabeth, the Agamemnon, and the Ocean bombarded the forts at Chanak on the Asiatic side of the Narrows from a position in the Gulf of Saros on the outer side of the Gallipoli Peninsula. To all of these attacks the Turks replied vigorously, and the attacking ships were repeatedly struck, but with no loss of life. On the 7th of March Fort Dardanos was silenced, and Fort Chanak ceased firing, but, as it turned out, only temporarily. Preparations were now being made for a serious effort against the Narrows. The date of the attack was fixed for March 17th, weather permitting. On the 16th, Admiral Carden was stricken down with illness and was invalided by medical authority. Admiral de Robeck, second in command, who had been very active in the operations, was appointed to succeed him. Admiral de Robeck was in cordial sympathy with the purposes of the expedition and determined to attack on the 18th of March. At 11:15 that morning, the Queen Elizabeth, Inflexible, Agamemnon, Lord Nelson, the Triumph, and Prince George steamed up the straits toward the Narrows and bombarded the forts of Chanak. At 12:22 the French squadron, consisting of the Suffren, Gaulois, Charlemagne, and Bouvet, advanced up the Dardanelles to aid their English associates. Under the combined fire of the two squadrons, the Turkish forts, which at first replied strongly, were finally silenced. All of the ships, however, were hit several times during this part of the action. A third squadron, including the Vengeance, Irresistible, Albion, Ocean, Swift Shore, and Majestic, then advanced to relieve the 6 old battleships inside the strait. As the French squadron, which had engaged the forts in a most brilliant fashion, was passing out, the Bouvet was blown up by a drifting mine and sank in less than 3 minutes, carrying with her most of her crew. At 2:36 p.m. the relief battleships renewed the attack on the forts, which again opened fire. The Turks were now sending mines down with the current. At 4:09 the Irresistible quitted the line, listing heavily, and at 5:50 she sank, having probably struck a drifting mine. At 6:05 the Ocean, also having struck a mine, sank in deep water. Practically the whole of the crews were removed safely. The Gaulois was damaged by gunfire. The Inflexible had her forward control position hit by a heavy shell, which killed and wounded the majority of the men and officers at that station and set her on fire. At sunset the forts were still in action, and during the twilight the Allied fleet slipped out of the Dardanelles. Meantime an expeditionary force was being gathered. The largest portion of this force came from Great Britain, but France also provided a considerable number from her Marines and from her colonial army. Both nations avoided, as far as possible, drawing upon armies destined for service in France. In the English army there were divisions from Australia and New Zealand, and there were a number of Indian troops and territorials. The whole force was put under the command of General Sir Ian Hamilton. The commander-in-chief on the Turkish side was the German General Liman von Sanders, the former chief of the military mission at Constantinople. The bulk of the expeditionary force, which numbered altogether about 120,000 men, were, therefore, men whose presence in the east did not weaken the Allied strength in the west. The great difficulty of the new plan was that it was impossible to surprise the enemy. The whole Gallipoli peninsula was so small that a landing at any point would be promptly observed, and the nature of the ground was of such a character that progress from any point must necessarily be slow. The problem was therefore a simple one. The expeditionary force gathered in Egypt during the first half of April and about the middle of the month was being sent to Lemnos. Germany was well aware of the English plans and was doing all that it could to provide a defense. On April 23rd the movement began, and about 5 o'clock in the afternoon the first of the transports slowly made its way through the maze of shipping toward the entrance of Madras Bay. Immediately the patent apathy, which had gradually overwhelmed everyone, changed to the utmost enthusiasm, and as the liners steamed through the fleet, their decks yellow with khaki, the crews of the warships cheered them on to victory while the bands played them out with an unending variety of popular airs. The soldiers in the transports answered this last salutation from the Navy with deafening cheers, and no more inspiring spectacle has ever been seen than this great expedition. The whole of the fleet from the transports had been divided up into 5 divisions, and there were 3 main landings. The 29th Division disembarked off the point of the Gallipoli Peninsula near Sed el Bahr, where its operations were covered both from the Gulf of Saros and from the Dardanelles by the fire of the covering warships. The Australian and New Zealand contingent disembarked north of Gaba Tepe. Further north, a naval division made a demonstration. Awaiting the Australians was a party of Turks who had been entrenched almost on the shore and had opened up a terrific fusillade. The Australian volunteers rose as a man to the occasion. They waited neither for orders nor for the boats to reach the beach, but springing out into the sea they went into the shore and forming some sort of a rough line, rushed straight on the flashes of the enemy's rifles. In less than a quarter of an hour the Turks were in full flight. While the Australians and the New Zealanders, or Anzacs as they are now generally known, from the initials of the words Australian New Zealand Army Corps, were fighting so gallantly at Gaba Tepe, the British troops were landing at the southern end of the Gallipoli Peninsula. The advance was slow and difficult. The Turk was pushed back little by little, and the ground gained organized. The details of this progress, though full of incidents of the greatest courage and daring, need not be recounted. On June 4th a general attack was made, preceded by heavy bombardments by all guns, but after terrific fighting, in which many prisoners were captured and great losses suffered, the net result was an advance of about 500 yards. As time went on the general impression throughout the Allied countries was that the expedition had failed. On June 30th the losses of the Turks were estimated at not less than 70,000, and the British naval and military losses up to June 1st aggregated 38,635 officers and men. At that time the British and French allies held but a small corner of the area to be conquered. In all of these attacks the part played by the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps was especially notable. Reinforcements were repeatedly sent to the Allies, who worked more and more feverishly as time went on with the hope of aiding Russia, which was then desperately struggling against the great German advance. On August 17th it was reported that a landing had been made at Suvla Bay, the extreme western point of the peninsula. From this point it was hoped to threaten the Turkish communications with their troops at the lower end of the peninsula. This new enterprise, however, failed to make any impression, and in the first part of September vigorous Turkish counter-offensives gained territory from the Franco-British troops. According to the English reports, the Turks paid a terrible price for their success. It had now become evident that the expedition was a failure. The Germans were already gloating over what they called the failure of British sea power, and English publicists were attempting to show that, though the enterprise had failed, the very presence of a strong Allied force at Saloniki had been an enormous gain. The first official announcement of failure was made on December 20th, 1916, when it was announced that the British forces at Anzac and Suvla Bay had been withdrawn, and that only the minor positions near Sed el Bahr were occupied. Great Britain's loss of officers and men at the Dardanelles up to December 11th was 112,921, according to an announcement made in the House of Commons by the Parliamentary Under Secretary for War. Besides these casualties, the number of sick admitted to hospitals was 96,683. The decision to evacuate Gallipoli was made in the course of November by the British government as a result of the early expressed opinion of General Monro, who had succeeded General Hamilton on October 28, 1915. General Monro found himself confronted with a serious problem in the attempt to withdraw an army of such a size from positions not more than 300 yards from the enemy's trenches, and to embark on open beaches every part of which was within effective range of Turkish guns. Moreover, the evacuation must be done gradually, as it was impossible to move the whole army at once with such means of transportation as existed. The plan was to remove the munitions, supplies, and heavy guns by installments, working only at night, carrying off at the same time a large portion of the troops, but leaving certain picked battalions to guard the trenches. Every endeavor had to be made for concealment. The plan was splendidly successful, and the Turks apparently completely deceived. On December 20th, the embarkation of the last troops at Suvla was accomplished. The operations at Anzac were conducted in the same way. Only picked battalions were left to the end, and these were carried safely off. The success of the Suvla and Anzac evacuation made the position at Cape Helles more dangerous. The Turks were on the lookout, and it seemed almost impossible that they could again be deceived. On January 7th, an attack was made by the Turks upon the trenches, which was beaten back. That night, more than half the troops had left the peninsula. The next day there was a heavy storm, which made embarkation difficult, but it was nevertheless accomplished. The whole evacuation was a clever and successful bit of work. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 21. The Greatest Naval Battle in History. Germany's ambition for conquest at sea had been nursed and carefully fostered for 20 years. During the decade immediately preceding the declaration of war, it had embarked upon a policy of naval upbuilding that brought it into direct conflict with England's sea policy. Thereafter it became a race in naval construction, England piling up a huge debt in its determination to construct 2 tons of naval shipping to every 1 ton built by Germany. Notwithstanding Great Britain's efforts in this direction, Germany's naval experts, with the ruthless von Tirpitz at their head, maintained that, given a fair seaway with ideal weather conditions favoring the low visibility tactics of the German Sea Command, a victory for the Teutonic ships would follow. It was this belief that drew the ships of the German cruiser squadron and high seas fleet off the coast of Jutland and Horn Reef into the great battle that decided the supremacy of the sea. The 31st of May, 1916, will go down in history as the date of this titanic conflict. The British light cruiser Galatea, on patrol duty near Horn Reef, reported at 2:20 o'clock in the afternoon of that day that it had sighted smoke plumes denoting the advance of enemy vessels from the direction of Helgoland Bight. 15 minutes later the smoke plumes were in such number and volume that the advance of a considerable force to the northward and eastward was indicated. It was reasoned by Vice Admiral Beatty, to whom the Galatea had sent the news by radio, that the enemy in rounding Horn Reef would invariably be brought into action. The first ships of the enemy were sighted at 3:31 o'clock. These were the battle screen of fast light cruisers. Back of these were 5 modern battle cruisers of the highest power and armament. The report of the battle by an eyewitness that was issued upon semi-official authority of the British government follows. First phase, 3:30 p.m. May 31st. Beatty's battle cruisers, consisting of the Lion, Princess Royal, Queen Mary, Tiger, Inflexible, Indomitable, Invincible, Indefatigable, and New Zealand, were on a southeasterly course, followed at about 2 miles distance by the 4 battleships of the class known as Queen Elizabeths. Enemy light cruisers were sighted, and shortly afterwards the head of the German battlecruiser squadron, consisting of the new cruiser Hindenburg, the Seydlitz, Derfflinger, Lutzow, Moltke, and possibly the Salamis. Beatty at once began firing at a range of about 20,000 yards, 12 miles, which shortened to 16,000 yards, 9 miles, as the fleets closed. The Germans could see the British distinctly outlined against the light yellow sky. The Germans, covered by a haze, could be very indistinctly made out by the British gunners. The Queen Elizabeth opened fire on one after another as they came within range. The German battle cruisers turned to port and drew away to about 20,000 yards. Second phase, 4:40 p.m. A destroyer screen then appeared beyond the German battle cruisers. The whole German high seas fleet could be seen approaching on the northeastern horizon in 3 divisions, coming to the support of their battle cruisers. The German battle cruisers now turned right around 16 points and took station in front of the battleships of the High Fleet. Beatty, with his battle cruisers and supporting battleships, therefore, had before him the whole of the German battle fleet, and Jellicoe was still some distance away. The opposing fleets were now moving parallel to one another in opposite directions, and, but for a master maneuver on the part of Beatty, the British advanced ships would have been cut off from Jellicoe's grand fleet. In order to avoid this, and at the same time prepare the way so that Jellicoe might envelop his adversary, Beatty immediately also turned right about 16 points, so as to bring his ships parallel to the German battle cruisers and facing the same direction. As soon as he was around, he increased to full speed to get ahead of the Germans and to take up a tactical position in advance of their line. He was able to do this owing to the superior speed of the British battle cruisers. Just before the turning point was reached, the Indefatigable sank, and the Queen Mary and the Invincible also were lost at the turning point, where, of course, the High Seas Fleet concentrated their fire. A little earlier, as the German battle cruisers were turning, the Queen Elizabeth had in similar manner concentrated their fire on the turning point and destroyed a new German battle cruiser, believed to be the Hindenburg. Beatty had now got around and headed away with the loss of 3 ships, racing parallel to the German battle cruisers. The Queen Elizabeth followed behind, engaging the main high seas fleet. Third phase, 5 p.m. The Queen Elizabeth now turned short to port 16 points in order to follow Beatty. The Warspite jammed her steering gear, failed to get round, and drew the fire of 6 of the enemy, who closed in upon her. The Germans claimed her as a loss, since on paper she ought to have been lost, but as a matter of fact, though repeatedly straddled by shell fire, with the water boiling up all around her, she was not seriously hit, and was able to sink one of her opponents. Her captain recovered control of the vessel, brought her around, and followed her consorts. In the meantime, the Barham, Valiant, and Malaya turned short so as to avoid the danger spot where the Queen Mary and the Invincible had been lost, and for an hour, until Jellicoe arrived, fought a delaying action against the High Seas Fleet. The Warspite joined them at about 5:15 o'clock, and all 4 ships were so successfully maneuvered in order to upset the spotting corrections of their opponents that no hits of seriously disabling character were suffered. They had the speed over their opponents by fully 4 knots, and were able to draw away from part of the long line of German battleships, which almost filled up the horizon. At this time the Queen Elizabeths were steadily firing on at the flashes of German guns at a range which varied between 12,000 and 15,000 yards, especially against those ships which were nearest them. The Germans were enveloped in a mist, and only smoke and flashes were visible. By 5:45 half of the High Seas Fleet had been left out of range, and the Queen Elizabeths were steaming fast to join hands with Jellicoe. To return to Beatty's battle cruisers, they had succeeded in outflanking the German battle cruisers, which were, therefore, obliged to turn a full right angle to starboard to avoid being headed. Heavy fighting was renewed between the opposing battle cruiser squadrons, during which the Derfflinger was sunk, but towards 6 o'clock the German fire slackened very considerably, showing that Beatty's battle cruisers and the Queen Elizabeth had inflicted serious damage on their immediate opponents. Fourth phase, 6 p.m. The Grand Fleet was now in sight, and, coming up fast in 3 directions, the Queen Elizabeths altered their course 4 points to the starboard and drew in toward the enemy to allow Jellicoe room to deploy into line. The Grand Fleet was perfectly maneuvered, and the very difficult operation of deploying between the battle cruisers and the Queen Elizabeths was perfectly timed. Jellicoe came up, fell in behind Beatty's cruisers, and followed by the damaged but still serviceable Queen Elizabeths, steamed right across the head of the German fleet. The first of the ships to come into action were the Revenue and the Royal Oak with their 15-inch guns, and the Agincourt, which fired from her 7 turrets with the speed almost of a Maxim gun. The whole British fleet had now become concentrated. They had been perfectly maneuvered so as to cross the T of the High Seas Fleet, and, indeed, only decent light was necessary to complete their work of destroying the Germans in detail. The light did improve for a few minutes, and the conditions were favorable to the British fleet, which was now in line approximately north and south across the head of the Germans. During the few minutes of good light, Jellicoe smashed up the first 3 German ships, but the mist came down, visibility suddenly failed, and the defeated High Seas Fleet was able to draw off in ragged divisions. Fifth phase, night. The Germans were followed by the British, who still had them enveloped between Jellicoe on the west, Beatty on the north, and Evan Thomas with his 3 Queen Elizabeths on the south. The Warspite had been sent back to her base. During the night the torpedo boat destroyers heavily attacked the German ships, and, although they lost seriously themselves, succeeded in sinking 2 of the enemy. Coordination of the units of the fleet was practically impossible to keep up, and the Germans discovered by the rays of their searchlights the 3 Queen Elizabeths not more than 4,000 yards away. Unfortunately, they were then able to escape between the battleships and Jellicoe, since the British gunners were not able to fire, as the destroyers were in the way. So ended the Jutland battle, which was fought as had been planned and very nearly a great success. It was spoiled by the unfavorable weather conditions, especially at the critical moment, when the whole British fleet was concentrated and engaged in crushing the head of the German line. Commenting on the engagement, Admiral Jellicoe said, "The battle cruiser fleet, gallantly led by Vice Admiral Beatty, and admirably supported by the ships of the 5th Battle Squadron under Rear Admiral Evan Thomas, fought the action under, at times, disadvantageous conditions, especially in regard to light, in a manner that was in keeping with the best traditions of the service." His estimate of the German losses was 2 battleships of the Dreadnought type, 1 of the Deutschland type, which was seen to sink, the battle cruiser Lutzow, admitted by the Germans, 1 battle cruiser of the Dreadnought type, 1 battle cruiser seen to be so severely damaged that its return was extremely doubtful, 5 light cruisers, seen to sink, 1 of them possibly a battleship, 6 destroyers seen to sink, 3 destroyers so damaged that it was doubtful if they would be able to reach port, and a submarine sunk. The official German report admitted only 11 ships sunk. The first British report placed the total at 18, but Admiral Jellicoe enumerated 21 German vessels as probably lost. The admiral paid a fine tribute to the German naval men. The enemy, he said, fought with the gallantry that was expected of him. "We particularly admire the conduct of those on board a disabled German light cruiser, which passed down the British line shortly after the deployment, under a heavy fire, which was returned by the only gun left in action. The conduct of the officers and men was entirely beyond praise. On all sides it is reported that the glorious traditions of the past were most worthily upheld. Whether in the heavy ships, cruisers, light cruisers, or destroyers, the same admirable spirit prevailed. The officers and men were cool and determined, with a cheeriness that would have carried them through anything. The heroism of the wounded was the admiration of all. I cannot adequately express the pride with which the spirit of the fleet filled me." At daylight on the 1st of June the British battle fleet, being southward of Horn Reef, turned northward in search of the enemy vessels. The visibility early on the 1st of June was 3 to 4 miles less than on May 31st, and the torpedo boat destroyers, being out of visual touch, did not rejoin the fleet until 9 a.m. The British fleet remained in the proximity of the battlefield and near the line of approach to the German ports until 11 a.m., in spite of the disadvantage of long distances from fleet bases and the danger incurred in waters adjacent to the enemy's coasts from submarines and torpedo craft. The enemy, however, made no sign, and the admiral was reluctantly compelled to the conclusion that the High Sea Fleet had returned into port. Subsequent events proved this assumption to have been correct. The British position must have been known to the enemy, as at 4 a.m. the fleet engaged a Zeppelin about 5 minutes, during which time she had ample opportunity to note and subsequently report the position and course of the British fleet. The Germans at first claimed a victory for their fleet. The test, of course, was the outcome of the battle. The fact that the German fleet retreated and never more ventured forth from beneath the protecting guns and minefields around Helgoland demonstrates beyond dispute that the British were entitled to the triumph. The German official report makes the best presentation of the German case. It follows in full. The High Sea Fleet, consisting of 3 battleship squadrons, 5 battlecruisers, and a large number of small cruisers, with several destroyer flotillas, was cruising in the Skagerrak on May 31st for the purpose, as on earlier occasions, of offering battle to the British fleet. The vanguard of the small cruisers at 4:30 o'clock in the afternoon, German time, suddenly encountered 90 miles west of Hanstholm, a cape on the northwest coast of Jutland, a group of 8 of the newest cruisers of the Calliope class and 15 or 20 of the most modern destroyers. While the German light forces and the first cruiser squadron under Vice Admiral Hipper were following the British, who were retiring northwest, the German battle cruisers sighted to the westward Vice Admiral Beatty's battle squadron of 6 ships, including 4 of the Lion type and 2 of the Indefatigable type. Beatty's squadron developed a battle line on a southeasterly course, and Vice Admiral Hipper formed his line ahead on the same general course and approached for a running fight. He opened fire at 5:49 o'clock in the afternoon with heavy artillery at a range of 13,000 meters against the superior enemy. The weather was clear and light, and the sea was light with a northwest wind. After about a quarter of an hour, a violent explosion occurred in the last cruiser of the Indefatigable type. It was caused by a heavy shell and destroyed the vessel. About 6:20 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 warships of the Queen Elizabeth type came from the west and joined the British battle cruiser line, powerfully reinforcing with their 15-inch guns the 5 British battle cruisers remaining after 6:20 o'clock. To equalize this superiority, Vice Admiral Hipper ordered the destroyers to attack the enemy. The British destroyers and small cruisers interposed, and a bitter engagement at close range ensued, in the course of which a light cruiser participated. The Germans lost 2 torpedo boats, the crews of which were rescued by sister ships under a heavy fire. 2 British destroyers were sunk by artillery, and 2 others, the Nestor and the Nomad, remained on the scene in a crippled condition. These latter were destroyed by the main fleet after German torpedo boats had rescued all the survivors. While this engagement was in process, a mighty explosion, caused by a big shell, broke the Queen Mary, the 3rd ship in line, asunder at 6:30 o'clock. Soon thereafter the German main battleship fleet was sighted to the southward, steering north. The hostile fast squadrons thereupon turned northward, closing the first part of the fight, which lasted about an hour. The British retired at high speed before the German fleet, which followed closely. The German battle cruisers continued the artillery combat with increasing intensity, particularly with the division of the vessels of the Queen Elizabeth type, and in this the leading German battleship division participated intermittently. The hostile ships showed a desire to run in a flat curve ahead of the point of our line and to cross it. At 7:45 o'clock in the evening, British small cruisers and destroyers launched an attack against our battle cruisers, who avoided the torpedoes by maneuvering, while the British battle cruisers retired from the engagement, in which they did not participate further as far as can be established. Shortly thereafter a German reconnoitering group, which was parrying the destroyer attack, received an attack from the northeast. The cruiser Wiesbaden was soon put out of action in this attack. The German torpedo flotillas immediately attacked the heavy ships. Appearing shadow-like from the haze bank to the northeast was made out a long line of at least 25 battleships, which at first sought a junction with the British battle cruisers and those of the Queen Elizabeth type in a northwesterly to westerly course, and then turned on an easterly to southeasterly course. With the advent of the British main fleet, whose center consisted of 3 squadrons of 8 battleships each, with a fast division of 3 battle cruisers of the Invincible type on the northern end, and 3 of the newest vessels of the Royal Sovereign class, armed with 15-inch guns, at the southern end, there began about 8 o'clock in the evening the 3rd section of the engagement, embracing the combat between the main fleets. Vice Admiral Scheer determined to attack the British main fleet, which he now recognized was completely assembled and about doubly superior. The German battleship squadron, headed by battle cruisers, steered first toward the extensive haze bank to the northeast, where the crippled cruiser Wiesbaden was still receiving a heavy fire. Around the Wiesbaden stubborn individual fights under quickly changing conditions now occurred. The light enemy forces, supported by an armored cruiser squadron of 5 ships of the Minotaur, Achilles, and Duke of Edinburgh classes coming from the northeast, were encountered and apparently surprised on account of the decreasing visibility of our battle cruisers and leading battleship division. The squadron came under a violent and heavy fire, by which the small cruisers Defense and Black Prince were sunk. The cruiser Warrior regained its own line a wreck and later sank. Another small cruiser was damaged severely. 2 destroyers already had fallen victims to the attack of German torpedo boats against the leading British battleships, and a small cruiser and 2 destroyers were damaged. The German battle cruisers and leading battleship division had in these engagements come under increased fire of the enemy's battleship squadron, which, shortly after 8 o'clock, could be made out in the haze turning to the northeastward and finally to the east. Germans observed, amid the artillery combat and shelling of great intensity, signs of the effect of good shooting between 8:20 and 8:30 o'clock particularly. Several officers on German ships observed that a battleship of the Queen Elizabeth class blew up under conditions similar to that of the Queen Mary. The Invincible sank after being hit severely. A ship of the Iron Duke class had earlier received a torpedo hit, and one of the Queen Elizabeth class was running around in a circle, its steering apparatus apparently having been hit. The Lutzow was hit by at least 15 heavy shells and was unable to maintain its place in line. Vice Admiral Hipper, therefore, transshipped to the Moltke on a torpedo boat and under a heavy fire. The Derfflinger meantime took the lead temporarily. Parts of the German torpedo flotilla attacked the enemy's main fleet and heard detonations. In the action the Germans lost a torpedo boat. An enemy destroyer was seen in a sinking condition, having been hit by a torpedo. After the first violent onslaught into the mass of the superior enemy, the opponents lost sight of each other in the smoke by powder clouds. After a short cessation in the artillery combat, Vice Admiral Scheer ordered a new attack by all the available forces. German battle cruisers, which with several light cruisers and torpedo boats again headed the line, encountered the enemy soon again after 9 o'clock and renewed the heavy fire, which was answered by them from the mist and then by the leading division of the main fleet. Armored cruisers now flung themselves in a reckless onslaught at extreme speed against the enemy line in order to cover the attack of the torpedo boats. They approached the enemy line, although covered with shot from 6,000 meters distances. Several German torpedo flotillas dashed forward to attack, delivered torpedoes, and returned, despite the most severe counterfire, with the loss of only 1 boat. The bitter artillery fight was again interrupted, after this second violent onslaught, by the smoke from guns and funnels. Several torpedo flotillas, which were ordered to attack somewhat later, found, after penetrating the smoke cloud, that the enemy fleet was no longer before them, nor, when the fleet commander again brought the German squadrons upon the southerly and southwesterly course where the enemy was last seen, could our opponents be found. Only once more, shortly before 10:30 o'clock, did the battle flare up. For a short time in the late twilight, German battle cruisers sighted 4 enemy capital ships to seaward and opened fire immediately. As the 2 German battleship squadrons attacked, the enemy turned and vanished into the darkness. Older German light cruisers of the 4th Reconnaissance Group also were engaged with the older enemy armored cruisers in a short fight. This ended the day battle. The German divisions, which, after losing sight of the enemy, began a night cruise in a southerly direction, were attacked until dawn by enemy light force in rapid succession. The attacks were favored by the general strategic situation and the particularly dark night. The cruiser Frauenlob was injured severely during the engagement of the 4th Reconnaissance Group with a superior cruiser force and was lost from sight. One armored cruiser of the Cressy class suddenly appeared close to a German battleship and was shot into fire after 40 seconds and sank in 4 minutes. The Florent, destroyer 60. The names were hard to decipher in the darkness and therefore were uncertainly established. And 4 destroyers, 3, 78, 6, and 27, were destroyed by our fire. 1 destroyer was cut in 2 by the ram of a German battleship. 7 destroyers, including the G-30, were hit and severely damaged. These, including the Tipperary and Turbulent, which after saving survivors, were left behind in a sinking condition, drifted past our line, some of them burning at the bow or stern. The tracks of countless torpedoes were sighted by the German ships, but only the Pommern, a battleship, fell an immediate victim to a torpedo. The cruiser Rostock was hit, but remained afloat. The cruiser Elbing was damaged by a German battleship during an unavoidable maneuver. After vain endeavors to keep the ship afloat, the Elberg was blown up, but only after her crew had embarked on torpedo boats. A post torpedo boat was struck by a mine laid by the enemy. Following are the statistics of the fight. Admitted losses, British. Queen Mary, battlecruiser, tonnage 27,000, personnel 1,000. Indefatigable, battlecruiser, tonnage 18,750, personnel 800. Invincible, battlecruiser, tonnage 17,250, personnel 750. Defense, armored cruiser, tonnage 14,600, personnel 755. Warrior, armored cruiser, tonnage 13,550, personnel 704. Black Prince, armored cruiser, tonnage 13,550, personnel 704. Tipperary, destroyer, tonnage 1,850, personnel 150. Turbulent, destroyer, tonnage 1,850, personnel 150. Shark, destroyer, tonnage 950, personnel 150. Sparrowhawk, destroyer, tonnage 950, personnel 100. Ardent, destroyer, tonnage 950, personnel 100. Fortune, destroyer, tonnage 950, personnel 100. Nomad, destroyer, tonnage 950, personnel 100. Nestor, destroyer, tonnage 950, personnel 100. British totals: battle cruisers, tonnage 63,000, personnel 2,550. Armored cruisers, tonnage 41,700, personnel 2,163. Destroyers, tonnage 9,400, personnel 900. 14 ships, tonnage 114,100, personnel 5,613. Admitted losses, German. Footnote. These figures are given for what they are worth, but no one outside of Germany doubted but that their losses were very much greater than admitted in the official report. End footnote. Lutzow, battle cruiser, tonnage 26,600, personnel 1,200. Pommern, battleship, tonnage 13,200, personnel 729. Wiesbaden, cruiser, tonnage 5,600, personnel 450. Frauenlob, cruiser, tonnage 2,715, personnel 264. Elbing, cruiser, tonnage 5,000, personnel 450. Rostock, cruiser, tonnage 4,900, personnel 373. 5 destroyers, tonnage 5,000, personnel 500. German totals: battle cruisers, tonnage 39,800, personnel 1,929. Cruisers, tonnage 18,215, personnel 1,537. Destroyers, tonnage 5,000, personnel 500. 11 ships, tonnage 63,015, personnel 3,966. Total losses of men, British, dead or missing 6,104, wounded 513, total 6,617. German, dead or missing 2,414, wounded 449, total 2,863. Loss in money value, rough estimate, British 115 million, German 63 million, total 178 million. While the world was still puzzling over the conflicting reports of the Battle of Jutland, came the shocking news that Field Marshal Lord Horatio Herbert Kitchener, the British Secretary of State for War, had perished off the West Orkney Islands on June 5th through the sinking of the British cruiser Hampshire. The entire crew was also lost, except 12 men, a warrant officer and 11 seamen, who escaped on a raft. Earl Kitchener was on his way to Russia, at the request of the Russian government, for consultation regarding munitions to be furnished to the Russian army. He was intending to go to Archangel and visit Petrograd, and expected to be back in London by June 20th. He was accompanied by Hugh James O'Byrne, former counselor of the British Embassy at Petrograd, O.A. Fitzgerald, his military secretary, Brigadier General Ellershaw, and Sir Frederick Donaldson, all of whom were lost. The cause of the sinking of the Hampshire is not known. It is supposed that it struck a mine, but the tragedy very naturally brought into existence many stories which ascribe his death to more direct German action. Seaman Rogerson, one of the survivors, describes Lord Kitchener's last moments as follows: "Of those who left the ship and have survived, I was the one who saw Lord Kitchener last. He went down with the ship, he did not leave her. I saw Captain Saville help his boat's crew to clear away his galley. At the same time the captain was calling to Lord Kitchener to come to the boat, but owing to the noise made by the wind and sea, Lord Kitchener could not hear him, I think. When the explosion occurred, Kitchener walked calmly from the captain's cabin, went up the ladder and on to the quarterdeck. There I saw him walking quite collectedly, talking to two of the officers. All three were wearing khaki and had no overcoats on. Kitchener calmly watched the preparations for abandoning the ship, which were going on in a steady and orderly way. The crew just went to their stations, obeyed orders, and did their best to get out the boats. But it was impossible. Owing to the rough weather, no boats could be lowered. Those that were got out were smashed up at once. No boats left the ship. What people on the shore thought to be boats leaving were rafts. Men did get into the boats as they lay in their cradles, thinking that as the ship went under the boats would float, but the ship sank by the head, and when she went she turned a somersault forward, carrying down with her all the boats and those in them. I do not think Kitchener got into a boat. When I sprang to a raft he was still on the starboard side of the quarterdeck, talking with the officers. From the little time that elapsed between my leaving the ship and her sinking, I feel certain Kitchener went down with her, and was on deck at the time she sank." The British Admiralty, after investigation, gave out a statement declaring that the vessel struck a mine and sank about 15 minutes after. The news of Lord Kitchener's death shocked the whole Allied world. He was the most important personality in the British Empire. He had built up the British army, and his name was one to conjure by. His efficiency was a proverb, and he had an air of mystery about him that made him a sort of popular hero. He was great before the World War began. He was the conqueror of the Sudan, and the winner of the South African campaign, the organizer of Egypt. In his work as Secretary of War he had met with some criticism, but he possessed, more than any other man, the public confidence. At the beginning of the war he was appointed Secretary of War at the demand of an overwhelming public opinion. He realized more than anyone else what such a war would mean. When others thought of it as an adventure to be soon concluded, he recognized that there would be years of bitter conflict. He asked England to give up its cherished tradition of a volunteer army, to go through arduous military training. He saw the danger to the empire, and he alone, perhaps, had the authority to inspire his countrymen with the will to sacrifice. But his work was done. The great British army was in the field. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 22. The Russian Campaign. In the very beginning Russia had marked out one point for attack. This was the city of Cracow. No doubt the Grand Duke Nicholas had not hoped to be able to invest that city early. The slowness of the mobilization of the Russian army made a certain prudence advisable at the beginning of the campaign. But the great success of his armies in Lemberg encouraged more daring aims. He had invested Przemysl, and Galicia lay before him. Accordingly, he set his face toward Cracow. Cracow, from a military point of view, is the gate both of Vienna and Berlin. 100 miles west of it is the famous gap of Moravia, between the Carpathian and the Bohemian mountains, which leads down into Austria. Through this gap runs the great railway connecting Silesia with Vienna, and the Grand Duke knew that if he could capture Cracow, he would have an easy road before him to the Austrian capital. Cracow also was the key of Germany. 70 miles from the city lies the Oder River, An army might enter Germany by this gate and turn the line of Germany's frontier fortresses. The Oder had been well fortified, but an invader coming from Cracow might move upon the western bank. The Russian plan no doubt was to threaten both enemy capitals. Moreover, an advance of Russia from Cracow would take its armies into Silesia, full of coal and iron mines, and one of the greatest manufacturing districts of the German Empire. This would be a real success, and all Germany would feel the blow. Another reason for the Russian advance in Galicia was her desire to control the Galician oil wells. To Germany petrol had become one of the foremost munitions of war. Since she could not obtain it from either America or Russia, she must get it from Austria, and the Austrian oil fields were all in Galicia. This, in itself, would explain the Galician campaign. Moreover, through the Carpathian Mountains it was possible to make frequent raids into Hungary, and Russia understood well the feeling of Hungary toward her German allies. She hoped that when Hungary perceived her regiments sacrificed and her plains overrun by Russian troops, she would regret that she had allowed herself to be sacrificed to Prussian ambition. The Russians, therefore, suddenly moved toward Cracow. Then von Hindenburg came to the rescue. The supreme command of the Austrian forces was given to him. The defenses of Cracow were strengthened under the direction of the Germans, and a German army advanced from the Posen frontier toward the northern bank of the Vistula. The advance threatened the German right, and, accordingly, within 10 days' march of Cracow, the Russians stopped. The German offensive in Poland had begun. The news of the German advance came about the 5th of October. Von Hindenburg, who had been fighting in East Prussia, had at last perceived that nothing could be gained there. The vulnerable part of Russia was the city of Warsaw. This was the capital of Poland, with a population of about 750,000. If he could take Warsaw, he would not only have pleasant quarters for the winter, but Russia would be so badly injured that no further offensive from her need be anticipated for a long period. Von Hindenburg had with him a large army. In his center he probably had 750,000 men, and on his right the Austrian army in Cracow, which must have reached 1,000,000. Counting the troops operating in East Prussia along the Carpathians and the garrison of Przemysl, the Teuton army must have had 2.5 million soldiers. Russia, on the other hand, though her mobilization was still continuing, at this time could not have had as many as 2 million men in the whole 900 miles of her battlefront. The fight for Warsaw began Friday, October 16th, and continued for 3 days, von Hindenburg being personally in command. On Monday the Germans found themselves in trouble. A Russian attack on their left wing had come with crushing force. Von Hindenburg found his left wing thrown back and the whole German movement thrown into disorder. Meanwhile, an attempt to cross the Vistula at Josefov had also been a failure. The Russians allowed the Germans to pass with slight resistance, waited until they arrived at the village Kazimieriev, a district of low hills and swampy flats, and then suddenly overwhelmed them. Next day the Russians crossed the river themselves and advanced along the whole line, driving the enemy before them through great woods of spruce out into the plains on the west. This forest region was well known to the Russian guides, and the Germans suffered much as the Russians had suffered in East Prussia. Ruzsky, the Russian commander, pursued persistently, the Germans retreating first to Kielce, whence they were driven on the 3rd of November with great losses, and then being broken into pieces, with the north retiring westward and the south wing southward toward Cracow. Rennenkampf's attack on the German left wing was equally successful, and von Hindenburg was driven into full retreat. The only success won during this campaign was that in the far south, where Austrian troops were sweeping eastward toward the San. This army drove back the Russians under Ivanov, reoccupied Yaroslav, and relieved Przemysl. This was a welcome relief to Przemysl, for the garrison was nearly starved, and it was well for the garrison that the relief came, for in a few days the Russians returned, recaptured Yaroslav, and reinvested Przemysl. As von Hindenburg retreated he left complete destruction in his wake. Roads, bridges, railroad tracks, water towers, railway stations, all were destroyed, even telegraph posts broken or sawn through, and insulators broken to bits. It was now the turn of Russia to make a premature advance, and to pay for it. Doubtless the Grand Duke Nicholas, whose strategy up to this point had been so admirable, knew very well the danger of a new advance in Galicia, but he realized the immense political as well as military advantages which were to be obtained by the capture of Cracow. He therefore attempted to move an army through Poland as well as through Galicia, hoping that the army in Poland would keep von Hindenburg busy while the Galician army would deal with Cracow. The advance was slow on account of the damaged Polish roads. It was preceded by a cavalry screen, which moved with more speed. On November 10th the vanguard crossed the Posen frontier and cut the railway on the Cracow-Posen line. This reconnaissance convinced the Russian general that the German army did not propose to make a general stand, and it seemed to him that if he struck strongly with his center along the Warta, he might destroy the left flank of the German southern army, while his own left flank was assaulting Cracow. He believed that even if his attack upon the Warta failed, the Russian center could at any rate prevent the enemy from interfering with the attack further south upon Cracow. The movement therefore began, and by November 12th the Russian cavalry had taken Michow on the German frontier, about 20 miles north of Cracow. Its main forces were still 80 miles to the east. About this time Grand Duke Nicholas perceived that von Hindenburg was preparing a counterstroke. He had retreated north, and then, by means of his railways, was gathering a large army at Thorn. Large reinforcements were sent him, some from the Western Front, giving him a total of about 800,000 men. In his retreat from Warsaw, he had destroyed all roads and railways in the south and west. He had carefully preserved those of the north, already planning to use them in another movement. He now was beginning an advance, once again, against Warsaw. On account of the roads he perceived that it would be difficult for the Russians to obtain reinforcements. Von Hindenburg had with him as chief of staff General von Ludendorff, one of the cleverest staff officers in the German army, and General von Mackensen, a commander of almost equal repute. The Russian army in the north had been pretty well scattered. The Russian forces were now holding a front of nearly 1,000 miles with about 2 million men. The Russian right center, which now protected Warsaw from the new attack, could hardly number more than 200,000 men. Von Hindenburg's aim was Warsaw only, and did not affect directly the Russian advance to Cracow, which was still going on. Indeed, by the end of the first week in December, General Dmitrieff had cavalry in the suburbs of Cracow, and his main force was on the line of the river Rava about 12 miles away. Cracow had been strongly fortified, and much entrenching had been done in a wide circle around the city. The German plan was to use its field army in Cracow's defense rather than a garrison. Two separate forces were used. One moving southwest of Cracow along the Carpathian Hills, struck directly at Ivanov's left. The other operating from Hungary threatened the Russian rear. These two divisions struck at the same time, and the Russians found it necessary to fight rear actions as they moved forward. They were doing this with reasonable success and working their way toward Cracow when, on the 12th of December, the Austrian forces working from Hungary carried the Dolka Pass. This meant that the Austrians would be able to pour troops down into the rear of the Russian advance, and the Russian army would be cut off. Dmitrieff, therefore, fell rapidly back until the opening of the Dolka Pass was in front of his line, and the Russian army was once more safe. Meanwhile the renewed siege of Przemysl was going on with great vigor, and attracting the general attention of the Allied world. The Austrians attempted to follow up their successes at the Dolka Pass by attempting to seize the Lupkow Pass and the Uzak Pass, still further to the east, but the Russians were tired of retreating. New troops had arrived, and about the 20th of December a new advance was begun. With the right of the army swinging up along the river Nida, northeast of Cracow, the Russian left attacked the Dolka Pass in great force, driving Austrians back and capturing over 10,000 men. On Christmas Day all three great western passes were in Russian hands. The Austrian fighting, during this period, was the best they had so far shown, the brunt of it being upon the Hungarian troops, who, at this time, were saving Germany. Meantime, von Hindenburg was pursuing his movement in the direction of Warsaw. The Russian generals found it difficult to obtain information. Each day came the chronicle of contests, some victories, some defeats, and it soon appeared that a strong force was crushing in the Russian outposts from the direction of Thorn and moving toward Warsaw. Ruzsky found himself faced by a superior German force and was compelled to retreat. The Russian aim was to fall back behind the river Burza, which lies between the Thorn and Warsaw. Burza is a strong line of defense, with many fords but no bridges. The Russian right wing passed by the city of Lowitz, moved southwest to Strykov, and then on past Lodz. West of Lovitz is a great belt of marshes impossible for the movement of armies. The first German objective was the city of Lodz. Von Hindenburg knew that he must move quickly before the Russians should get up reserves. His campaign of destruction had made it impossible for aid to be sent to the Russian armies from Ivanov, far in the south, but every moment counted. His right pushed forward and won the western crossings of the marshes. His extreme left moved toward Plock, but the main effort was against Piontek, where there is a famous causeway engineered for heavy transport through the marshes. At first the Russians repelled the attack on the causeway, but on November 19th the Russians broke and were compelled to fall back. Over the causeway, then, the German troops were rushed in great numbers, splitting the Russian army into two parts, one on the south surrounding Lodz, the other running east of Brezin onto the Vistula. The Russian army around Lodz was assailed in the front, flank, and rear. It looked like an overwhelming defeat for the Russian army. At the very last moment possible, Russian reinforcements appeared, a body of Siberians from the direction of Warsaw. They were thrown at once into the battle and succeeded in reestablishing the Russian line. This left about 90,000 Germans almost entirely surrounded, as if they were in a huge sack. Ruzsky tried his best to close the mouth of the sack, but he was unsuccessful. The fighting was terrific, but by the 26th the Germans in the sack had escaped. The Germans were continually receiving reinforcements and still largely outnumbered the Russians. Von Hindenburg therefore determined on a new assault. The German left wing was now far in front of the Russian city of Lodz, one of the most important of the Polish cities. The population was about 500,000. Such a place was a constant danger, for it was the foundation of the Russian salient. When the German movement began, the Russian general, perceiving how difficult it would have been to hold the city, deliberately withdrew, and on December 6th the Germans entered Lodz without opposition. The retreat relieved the Russians of a great embarrassment. Its capture was considered in Germany as a great German victory, and at this time von Hindenburg seems to have felt that he had control of the situation. His movement, to be sure, had not interfered with the Russian advance on Cracow, but Warsaw must have seemed to him almost in his power. He therefore concentrated his forces for a blow at Warsaw. His first new movement was directed at the Russian right wing, which was then north of the Bzura River and east of Lovitz. He also directed the German forces in East Prussia to advance and attempted to cut the main railway line between Warsaw and Petrograd. If this attempt had been successful, it would have been a highly serious matter for the Russians. The Russians, however, defeated it and drove the enemy back to the East Prussian border. The movement against the Russian right wing was more successful, and the Russians fell back slowly. This was not because they were defeated in battle, but because the difficult weather interfered with communications. There had been a thaw, and the whole country was waterlogged. The Grand Duke was willing that the Germans should fight in the mud. This slow retreat continued from the 7th of December to Christmas Eve, and involved the surrender of a number of Polish towns, but it left the Russians in a strong position. They were able to entrench themselves so that every attack of the enemy was broken. The Germans tried hard. Von Hindenburg would have liked to enter Warsaw on Christmas. The citizens heard day and night the sound of the cannon, but they were entirely safe. The German attack was a failure. On the whole, the Grand Duke Nicholas had shown better strategy than the best of the German generals. Outnumbered from the very start, his tactics had been admirable. Twice he had saved Warsaw, and he was still threatening Cracow. The Russian armies were fighting with courage and efficiency and were continually growing in numbers as the days went by. During the first weeks of 1915, while there were a number of attacks and counterattacks, both armies had come to trench warfare, so familiar in France. The Germans in particular had constructed a most elaborate trench system, with underground rooms containing many of the ordinary comforts of life. Toward the end of the month the Russians began to move in East Prussia in the north, and also far south in the Bukovina. The object of these movements was probably to prevent von Hindenburg from releasing forces on the west. Russia was still terribly weak in equipment and was not ready for a serious advance. An attack on sacred East Prussia would stir up the Germans, while Hungary would be likewise disturbed by the advance on Bukovina. Von Hindenburg, however, was still full of the idea of capturing Warsaw. He had failed twice, but the old field marshal was stubborn, and moreover he knew well what the capture of Warsaw would mean to Russia, and so he tried again. The Russian front now followed the west bank of the Bzura for a few miles, changed to the eastern bank following the river until it met with the Ravka. From there a line of trenches passed south and east of Balinov, and from there to Skiernievice. Von Mackensen concentrated a considerable army at Balinov and had on the 1st of February about 140,000 men there. That night, with the usual artillery preparation, he moved from Balinov against the Russian position at the Bezormov crest. The Germans lost heavily but drove forward into the enemy's line, and by the 3rd of February had almost made a breach in it. This point, however, could be readily reinforced, and troops were hurried there from Warsaw in such force that on February 4th the German advance was checked. Von Mackensen had lost heavily, and by the time it was checked he had become so weak that his forces yielded quickly to the counterattack and were flung back. This was the last frontal attack on Warsaw. Von Hindenburg then determined to attack Warsaw by indirection. Austria was instructed to move forward along the whole Carpathian front, while he himself, with strong forces, undertook to move from East Prussia behind the Polish capital and cut the communications between Warsaw and Petrograd. If Austria could succeed, Przemysl might be relieved, Lemberg recaptured, and Russia forced back so far on the south that Warsaw would have to be abandoned. On the other hand, if the East Prussia effort were successful, the Polish capital would certainly fall. These plans, if they had developed successfully, would have crippled the power of Russia for at least 6 months. Meantime, troops could be sent to the West Front and perhaps enable Germany to overwhelm France. By this time almost all of Poland west of the Vistula was in the power of the Germans, while 3/4 of Galicia was controlled by Russia. Von Hindenburg now returned to his old battleground near the Masuian Lakes. The Russian forces, which at the end of January had made a forward movement in East Prussia, had been quite successful. Their right was close upon Tilsit, and their left rested upon the town of Johannesburg. Further south was the Russian army of the Neuve. Von Hindenburg determined to surprise the invaders, and he gathered an army of about 300,000 men to face the Russian forces, which did not number more than 120,000, and which were under the command of General Baron Sievers. The Russian army soon found itself in a desperate position. A series of bitter fights ensued, at some of which the Kaiser himself was present. The Russians were driven steadily back for a week, but the German stories of their tremendous losses are obviously unfounded. They retreated steadily until February 20th, fighting courageously, and by that date the Germans began to find themselves exhausted. Russian reinforcements came up and a counterattack was begun. The German aim had evidently been to reach Grodno and cut the main line from Warsaw to Petrograd, which passes through that city. They had now reached Suwalki, a little north of Grodno, but were unable to advance further, though the Warsaw-Petrograd railway was barely 10 miles away. The southern portion of von Hindenburg's army was moving against the railway further west, in the direction of Osowitz. But Osowitz put up a determined resistance, and the attack was unsuccessful. By the beginning of March, von Hindenburg ordered a gradual retreat to the East Prussian frontier. While this movement to drive the Russians from East Prussia was underway, von Hindenburg had also launched an attack against the Russian army on the Narev. If he could force the lower Narev from that point, too, he could cut the railroad running east from the Polish capital. He had hoped that the attacks just described further east would distract the Russian attention so that he would find the Narev ill-guarded. The advance began on February 22nd, and after numerous battles captured Przasnysz, and found itself with only one division to oppose its progress to the railroad. On the 23rd, this force was attacked by the German right, but resisted with the utmost courage. It held out for more than 36 hours until, on the evening of the 24th, Russian reinforcements began to come up and drove the invaders north through Przasnysz in return. It was an extraordinary fight. The Russians were unable to supply all their troops with munitions and arms. At Przasnysz, men fought without rifles, armed only with a bayonet. All they could do was to charge with cold steel, and they did it so desperately that, though they were outnumbered, they drove the Germans before them. By all the laws of war the Russians should have been defeated with ease. As it was, the German attempt to capture Warsaw by a flank movement was defeated. While the struggle was going on in the north, the Austrian armies in Galicia were also moving. Russia was still holding the 3 great passes in the Carpathian Mountains, but had not been able to begin an offensive in Hungary. The Austrians had been largely reinforced by German troops, and were moving forward to the relief of Przemysl, and so to drive Brussilov from the Galician mountains. Brussilov's movements had been partly military and partly political. From the passes in those mountains Hungary could be attacked, and unless he could be driven away there was no security for the Hungarian cornfields, to which Germany looked for food supplies. Moreover, from the beginning of the Russian movement in Galicia, northern Bukovina had been in Russian hands. Bukovina was not only a great supply ground for petrol and grain, but she adjoined Roumania, which, while still neutral, had a strong sympathy with the Allies, especially Italy. The presence of a Russian army on her border might encourage her to join the Allies. Austria naturally desired to free Roumania from this pressure. The leading Austrian statesmen at this time were specially interested in Hungary. The Austrian Minister of Foreign Affairs was Baron Stephen Burian, the Hungarian diplomatist, belonging to the party of the Hungarian Premier, Count Tisza. It was his own country that was threatened. The prizes of the victorious campaign were therefore great. The campaign began in January amid the deepest snow and continued during February in the midst of blizzards. The Austrians were divided into three separate armies. The first was charged with the relief of Przemysl, the second advanced in the direction of Lemberg, and the third moved upon Bukovina. The first made very little progress, after a number of lively battles. It was held pretty safely by Brussilov. The second army was checked by Dmitrieff. Further east, however, the army of the Bukovina crossed the Carpathian Range and made considerable advances. This campaign was fought out in a great number of battles, the most serious of which, perhaps, was the Battle of Koziowa. At that point Brussilov's center withstood for several days the Austrian Second Army, which was commanded by the German General von Lissingen. The Russian success here saved Lemberg, prevented the relief of Przemysl, and gave time to send reinforcements to Bukovina. The Austrian Third Army, moving on Bukovina, had the greatest Austrian success. They captured in succession Czernowitz, Kolomea, Stanislau. They did not succeed, however, in driving the Russians from the province. The Russians retired slowly, waiting for reinforcements. These reinforcements came, whereupon the Austrians were pushed steadily back. The passes in the Carpathians still remained in Austrian hands, but Przemysl was not relieved or Lemberg recaptured. On March 22nd, Przemysl fell. The capture of Przemysl was the greatest success that Russia had so far attained. It had been besieged for about 4 months, and the taking of the fortress was hailed as the first spectacular success of the war. Its capture altered the whole situation. It released a large Russian army, which was sent to reinforce the armies of Ivanov, where the Austrians were vigorously attacked. By the end of March the Russians had captured the last Austrian position on the Lupkov Pass, and were attacking vigorously the pass of Uzok, which maintained a stubborn defense. Brusilov tried to push his way to the rear of the Uzok position, and though the Austrians delivered a vigorous counterattack, they were ultimately defeated. In 5 weeks of fighting, Ivanov captured over 70,000 prisoners. During this period, there was considerable activity in East Prussia, and the Courland coast was bombarded by the German Baltic Squadron. There was every indication that Austria was near collapse, but all the time the Germans were preparing for a mighty effort, and the secret was kept with extraordinary success. The little conflicts in the Carpathians and in East Prussia were meant to deceive, while a great army, with an enormous number of guns of every caliber and masses of ammunition, were being gathered. The Russian commanders were completely deceived. There had been no change in the generals in command except that General Ruzsky, on account of illness, was succeeded by General Alexiev. The new German army was put under the charge of von Hindenburg's former lieutenant, General von Mackensen. This was probably the strongest army that Germany ever gathered, and could not have numbered less than 2 millions of men, with nearly 2,000 pieces in its heavy batteries. On April 28th the action began. The Austro-German army lay along the left of the Donets River to its junction with the Biela, and along the Biela to the Carpathian Mountains. Von Mackensen's right moved in the direction of Gorlice. General Dmitrieff was compelled to weaken his front to protect Gorlice, and then, on Saturday the 1st of May, the great attack began. Under cover of artillery fire, such as had never been seen before, bridges were pushed across the Biela, and Zikavice was taken. The Russian positions were blown out of existence. The Russian armies did what they could, but their defense collapsed, and they were soon in full retreat. The German armies advanced steadily, and though the Russians made a brave stand at many places, they could do nothing. On the Wisloka they hung on for 5 days, but they were attempting an impossibility. From that time on each day marked a new German victory, and in spite of the most desperate fighting the Russians were forced back until, on the 11th, the bulk of their line lay just west of the lower San as far as Przemysl, and then south to the upper Dniester. The armies were in retreat, but were not routed. In a fortnight the army of Dmitrieff had fallen back 85 miles. The Grand Duke Nicholas by this time understood the situation. He perceived that it was impossible to make a stand. The only thing to do was to retreat steadily until Germany's mass of war material should be used up, even though miles of territory should be sacrificed. It should be a retreat in close contact with the enemy, so that the Austro-German troops would have to fight for every mile. This meant a retreat not for days, but perhaps for weeks. It meant that Przemysl must be given up, and Lemberg, and even Warsaw, but the safety of the Russian army was of more importance than a province or a city. On May 18th the German War Office announced their successes in the following terms. The army under General von Mackensen in the course of its pursuit of the Russians reached yesterday the neighborhood of Subiecko on the lower Wisloka and Kolbutzowa northeast of Debicka. Under the pressure of this advance, the Russians also retreated from their positions north of the Vistula. In this section, the troops under General von Worak, closely following the enemy, penetrated as far as the region northwest of Kielce. In the Carpathians, Austro-Hungarian and German troops under General von Linsingen conquered the hills east of the upper Stryji and took some 3,660 men prisoners, as well as capturing machine guns. At the present moment, while the armies under General von Mackensen are approaching the Przemysl fortress and the lower San, it is possible to form an approximate idea of the booty taken. In the battles of Tarnow and Gorlica, and in the battles during the pursuit of these armies, we have so far taken 103,500 Russian prisoners, 69 cannon, and 255 machine guns. In these figures the booty taken by the Allied troops fighting in the Carpathians and north of Vistula is not included. This amounts to a further 40,000 prisoners. Przemysl surrendered to the Germans on June 3, 1915, only 10 weeks after the Russian capture of the fortress, which had caused such exultation. General von Mackensen continued toward Lemberg, the capital of Galicia. On June 18th, when the victorious German armies were approaching the gates of Lemberg, the Russian losses were estimated at 400,000 dead and wounded and 300,000 prisoners, besides 100,000 lost before Marshal von Hindenburg's forces in Poland and Courland. On June 23rd, Lemberg fell. The weakness of Russia in this campaign arose from the exhaustion of her ammunition supplies, but great shipments of such supplies were being constantly forwarded from Vladivostok. When the German army crossed the San, Wilhelm II, then German Emperor, was present. It is interesting to look back on the scene. Here is a paragraph from the account of the Wolf Telegraph Bureau. The Emperor had hurried forward to his troops by automobile. On the way he was greeted with loud hurrahs by the wounded riding back in wagons. On the heights of the Yaroslav the Emperor met Prince Eitel Friedrich, and then, from several points of observation, for hours followed with keen attention the progress of the battle for the crossing. While the great offensive in Galicia was well under way, the Germans were pushing forward in East Prussia. Finding little resistance, they ultimately invaded Courland, capturing Libau, and established themselves firmly in that province. The sweep of the victorious German armies through Galicia was continued into Poland. On July 19th, William the Warlord bombastically telegraphed his sister, the Queen of Greece, to the effect that he had paralyzed Russia for at least 6 months to come, and was on the eve of delivering a coup on the Western Front that will make all Europe tremble. It would be futile to recount the details of the various German victories which followed the advance into Poland. On July 24th, the German line ran from Novgorod in the north, south of Przasnysz, thence to Novogeorgievsk, then swinging to the southeast below Warsaw, it passed close to the west of Ivangorod, Lublin, Chelm, and then south to a point just east of Lemberg. Warsaw at that time was in the jaws of the German nutcracker. On July 21st the bells in all the churches throughout Russia clanged a call to prayer for 24 hours continual service of intercession for victory. In spite of the heat the churches were packed. Hour after hour the people stood wedged together, while the priests and choirs chanted their litanies. Outside the Kamień Cathedral an open-air mass was celebrated in the presence of an enormous crowd. But the German victories continued. On August 5th Warsaw was abandoned. Up to July 29th hope was entertained in military quarters in London and Paris that the Germans would stand a siege in their fortresses along the Warsaw salient. But on that date advances came from Petrograd that in order to save the Russian armies a retreat must be made, and the Warsaw fortresses abandoned. For some time before this the Russian resistance had perceptibly stiffened, and many vigorous counterattacks had been made against the German advance, but it was the same old story, a lack of ammunition. The armies were compelled to retire and await the munitions necessary for a new offensive. The last days of Russian rule in Warsaw were days of extraordinary interest. The inhabitants, to the number of nearly 500,000, sought refuge in Russia. All goods that could be useful to the Germans were either removed or burned. Crops were destroyed in the surrounding fields. When the Germans entered they found an empty and deserted city, with only a few Poles and the lowest classes of Jews still left. Warsaw is a famous city, full of ancient palaces, tastefully adorned shops, finely built streets, and 80 church towers where the bells are accustomed to ring melodiously for matins and vespers. In Ujazdowski Avenue one comes to the most charming building in all Warsaw, the Łazienki Palace, with its delicious gardens mirrored in a lovely lake. It is a beautiful city. The fall of Warsaw meant the fall of Russian Poland, but Russia was not yet defeated. Von Hindenburg was to be treated as Napoleon was in 1812. The strategy of the Grand Duke was sound. So long as he could save the army the victories of Germany would be futile. It is true that the German armies were not compelled, like those of Napoleon, to live on the land. They could bring their supplies from Berlin day by day. But every mile they advanced into hostile territory made their task harder. The German line of communication, as it grew longer, became weaker, and the troops needed for garrison duty in the captured towns seriously diminished the strength of the fighting army. The Russian retreat was good strategy, and it was carried on with extraordinary cleverness. It is unnecessary to describe the events which succeeded the fall of Warsaw in great detail. There was a constant succession of German victories and Russian defeats, but never one of the Russian armies enveloped or destroyed. Back they went, day after day, always fighting. Each great Russian fortress resisted until it saw itself in danger, and then safely withdrew its troops. Kovno fell, and Novogeorgievsk, and Ivangorod, and then Auschwitz was abandoned, and Brest-Litovsk, and Grodno. On September 5th the Emperor of Russia signed the following order: Today I have taken supreme command of all the forces of the sea and land armies operating in the theater of war. With firm faith in the clemency of God, with unshakable assurance in final victory, we shall fulfill our sacred duty to defend our country to the last. We will not dishonor the Russian land. The Grand Duke Nicholas was made Viceroy of the Caucasus, a post which took him out of the main theater of fighting but gave him a great field for fresh military activity. He had been bearing a heavy burden, and had shown himself to be a great commander. He had outmaneuvered von Hindenburg again and again, and though finally the Russian armies under his command had been driven back, the retreat itself was a proof of his military ability, not only in its conception but in the way in which it was done. The Emperor chose General Alexiev as his Chief of General Staff. He was the ablest of the great generals who had been leading the Russian army. With this change in command a new spirit seemed to come over Russia. The German advance, however, was not yet completely checked. It was approaching Vilna. The fighting around Vilna was the bitterest in the whole long retreat. On the 18th of September it fell, but the Russian troops were safely removed and the Russian resistance had become strong. Munitions were pouring into the new Russian army. The news from the battle front began to show improvement. On September 8th General Burislav, further in the south, had attacked the Germans in front of Tarnopol and defeated them with heavy loss. More than 17,000 men were captured with much artillery. Soon the news came of other advances. Drobno was retaken, and Lutsk. The end of September saw the German advance definitely checked. The Russian forces were now extended in a line from Riga on the north along the Dwina down to Dvinsk. Then turning to the east along the river it again turned south and so down east of the Pripet marshes. It followed an almost straight line to the southern frontier. Its two strongest points were Riga, on the Gulf of Riga, which lay under the protection of the guns of the fleet, and Dvinsk, through which ran the great Petrograd railway line. Against these 2 points von Hindenburg directed his attack. And now, for the first time in many months, he met with complete failure. The German fleet attempted to assist him on the Gulf of Riga, but was defeated by the Russian Baltic fleet with heavy losses. A bombardment turned out a failure, and the German armies were compelled to retire. A more serious effort was made against Dvinsk, but was equally unsuccessful, and the German losses were immense. Again and again the attempt was made to cross the Dwina River, but without success. The German invasion was definitely stopped. By the end of October there was complete stagnation in the northern section of the battle line, and though in November there were a number of battles, nothing happened of great importance. During the year 1916 the Russian armies seemed to have had a new birth. At last they were supplied with guns and munitions. They waited until they were ready. In March a series of battles was fought in the neighborhood of Lake Narach, and 8 successive attacks were made against the German army, entrenched between Lake Narach and Lake Vichnevsky. The Germans at first were driven back and badly defeated. Later on, however, the Russian artillery was sent to another section, and the Germans were able to recover their position. During June the Russians attacked all along the southern part of their line. In 3 weeks they had regained a whole province. Lutsk and Dubno had been retaken. 200,000 men and hundreds of guns had been captured, and the Austrian line had been pierced and shattered. Further south the German army had been compelled to retreat and the Russian armies were in Bukovina and Galicia. On the 10th of August, Stanislaus fell. By this time 2 Austrian armies had been shattered, over 350,000 prisoners taken, and nearly 1,000,000 men put out of action. Germany, however, was sending reinforcements as fast as possible and putting up a desperate defense. Nevertheless, everything was encouraging for Russia, and she entered upon the winter in a very different condition from her condition in the previous year. Then she had just ended her great retreat. Now she had behind her a series of successes. But a new difficulty had arisen in the loss of the political harmony at home which had marked the first years of the war. Dark days were ahead. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 23. How the Balkans Decided. For more than half a century, the Balkans have presented a problem which disturbed the minds of the statesmen of Europe. Again and again, during that period, it seemed that in the Balkan mountains might be kindled a blaze which might set the world afire. Balkan politics is a labyrinth in which one might easily be lost. The inhabitants of the Balkans represent many races, each with its own ambition, and, for the most part, military. There were Serbs, and Bulgarians, and Turks, and Romanians, and Greeks, and their territorial divisions did not correspond to their nationalities. The land was largely mountainous, with great gaps that make it, in a sense, the highway of the world. From 1466 to 1878 the Balkans was in the dominion of the Turks. In the early days, while the Turks were warring against Hungary, their armies marched through the Balkan hills. The natives kept apart and preserved their language, religion, and customs. In the 19th century, as the Turks grew weaker, their subject people began to seek independence. Greece came first, and in 1829, aided by France, Russia, and Great Britain, she became an independent kingdom. Serbia revolted in 1804, and by 1820 was an autonomous state, though still tributary to Turkey. In 1859, Romania became autonomous. The rising of Bulgaria in 1876, however, was really the beginning of the succession of events which ultimately led to the World War of 1914 18. The Bulgarian insurrection was crushed by the Turks in such a way as to stir the indignation of the whole world. What are known as the Bulgarian atrocities seem mild today, but they led to the Russo-Turkish War in 1877. The Treaty of Berlin, by which that war was settled in 1878, was one of those treaties which could only lead to trouble. It deprived Russia of much of the benefit of her victory, and left nearly every racial question unsettled. Rumania lost Bessarabia, which was mainly inhabited by Rumanians. Bosnia and Herzegovina were handed over to the administration of Austria. Turkey was allowed to retain Macedonia, Albania, and Thrace. Serbia was given Nish, but had no outlet to the sea. Greece obtained Thessaly, and a new province was made of the country south of the Balkans called Eastern Rumelia. From that time on, quarrel after quarrel made up the history of the Balkan peoples, each of whom sought the assistance and support of some one of the great powers. Russia and Austria were constantly intriguing with the new states in the hope of extending their own dominions in the direction of Constantinople. The history of Bulgaria shows that nation has been continually the center of these intrigues. In 1879 they elected as their sovereign Prince Alexander of Battenberg, whose career might almost be called romantic. A splendid soldier and an accomplished gentleman, he stands out as an interesting figure in the sordid politics of the Balkans. He identified himself with his new country. In 1885 he brought about a union with Eastern Rumelia, which led to a disagreement with Russia. Serbia, doubtless at Russian instigation, suddenly declared war, but was overwhelmed by Prince Alexander in short order. Russia then abducted Prince Alexander, but later was forced to restore him. However, Russian intrigues and his failure to obtain support from one of the great powers forced his abdication in 1886. In 1887, Prince Ferdinand of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha became the Prince of Bulgaria. He also was a remarkable man, but not the romantic of his predecessor. He seems to have been a sort of parody of a king. He was fond of ostentation and full of ambition. He was a personal coward, but extremely cunning. During his long reign he built up Bulgaria into a powerful independent kingdom and even assumed the title of Czar of Bulgaria. During the first days of his reign he was kept safely on the throne by his mother, the Princess Clementine, a daughter of Louis Philippe, who, according to Gladstone, was the cleverest woman in Europe, and for a few years Bulgaria was at peace. In 1908 he declared Bulgaria independent, and its independence was recognized by Turkey on the payment of an indemnity. During this period Russia was the protector of Bulgaria, but the Bulgarian fox was looking also for the aid of Austria. Serbia more and more relied upon Russia. The Austrian treatment of the Slavs was a source of constant irritation to Serbia. Rumania had a divided feeling. Her loss of Bessarabia to Russia had caused ill feeling, but in Austria's province of Transylvania there were millions of Rumanians who Rumania desired to bring under her rule. Greece was fearful of Russia because of Russia's desire for the control of Constantinople. All of these nations, too, were deeply conscious of the Austro-German ambitions for extension of their power through to the east. Each of these principalities was also jealous of the other. Bulgaria and Serbia had been at war. Many Bulgarians were in the Romanian territory, many Serbians, Bulgarians, and Greeks in Macedonia. There was only one tie in common, that was their hatred of Turkey. In 1912 a league was formed under the direction of the Greek statesman Venizelos, having for its object an attack on Turkey. By secret treaties, arrangements were made for the division of the land which they hoped to obtain from Turkey. War was declared, and Turkey was decisively defeated, and then the trouble began. Serbia and Bulgaria had been particularly anxious for an outlet to the sea, and in the treaty between them it had been arranged that Serbia should have an outlet on the Adriatic, while Bulgaria was to obtain an outlet on the Aegean. The Triple Alliance positively refused Serbia its share of the Adriatic coast. Serbia insisted, therefore, on a revision of the treaty which would enable her to have a seaport on the Aegean. An attempt was made to settle the question by arbitration, but King Ferdinand refused, whereupon, in July 1913, the Second Balkan War began. Bulgaria was attacked by Greece and Serbia, and Turkey took a chance and regained Adrianople, and even Rumania, which had been neutral in the First Baltic War, mobilized her armies and marched toward Sofia. Bulgaria surrendered, and on the 10th of August the Treaty of Bucharest was signed by the Balkan states. As a result of this, Bulgaria was left in a thoroughly dissatisfied state of mind. She had been the leader in the war against Turkey. She had suffered heavy losses, and she had gained almost nothing. Moreover, she had lost to Rumania, a territory containing 250,000 Bulgarians, and a splendid harbor on the Black Sea. Serbia and Greece were the big winners. Such a treaty could not be a final settlement. The Balkans were left seething with unrest. Serbia, though she had gained much, was still dissatisfied. Her ambitions, however, now turned in the direction of the Jugoslavs under the rule of Austria, and it was her agitation in this matter which directly brought on the Great War. But Bulgaria was sullen and ready for revenge. When the Great War began, therefore, Roumania, Serbia, Montenegro, and Greece were strongly in sympathy with Russia, who had been their backer and friend. Bulgaria, in spite of all she owed to Russia in the early days, was now ready to find protection from an alliance with the Central Powers. Her feeling was well known to the Allies, and every effort was made to obtain her friendship and, if possible, her aid. Viviani, then Premier of France, in an address before the French Chamber of Deputies said: "The Balkan question was raised at the outset of the war, even before it came to the attention of the world. The Bucharest Treaty had left in Bulgaria profound heartburnings. Neither king nor people were resigned to the loss of the fruits of their efforts and sacrifices, and to the consequences of the unjustifiable war they had waged upon their former allies. From the first day the Allied governments took into account the dangers of such a situation, and sought a means to remedy it. Their policy has proceeded in a spirit of justice and generosity which has characterized the attitude of Great Britain, Russia, and Italy, as well as France. We have attempted to reestablish the union of the Baltic peoples, and in accord with them seek the realization of their principal national aspirations. The equilibrium thus obtained by mutual sacrifices really made by each would have been the best guarantee of future peace. Despite constant efforts in which Roumania, Greece, and Serbia lent their assistance, we have been unable to obtain the sincere collaboration of the Bulgarian government. The difficulties respecting the negotiations were always at Sofia." At the beginning of the war it appears, therefore, that Bulgaria was entering into negotiations with the Allies, hoping to regain in this way some of the territory she had lost in the Second Baltic War. Many of her leading statesmen and most distinguished generals favored the cause of Russia, but in May came the great German advance on Galicia, and the Allies' stalemate at the Dardanelles, and the King and his supporters found the way clear for a movement in favor of Germany. Still protesting neutrality, they signed a secret treaty with Berlin, Vienna, and Constantinople on July 17th. The Central Powers had promised them not only what they had been asking in Macedonia, but also the Greek territory of Ypres. This treaty was concealed from those Bulgarian leaders who still held to Russia, and on the 5th of October Bulgaria formally entered into the war on the side of Germany and began an attack on Serbia. The full account of the intrigue which led to this action has never been told. It is not improbable that King Ferdinand himself never had any other idea than to act as he did, but he dissembled for a long time. He set forth his claims in detail to the Allies, who used every effort to induce Roumania, Greece, and Serbia to make the concessions that would be necessary. Such concessions were made, but not until it was too late. In a telegram from Milan, dated September 24th, an account is given of an interview between Czar Ferdinand and a committee from those Bulgarians who were opposed to the king's policy. "Mind your own head, I shall mind mine," are the words which the king spoke to M. Stambulivski when he received the 5 opposition members who had come to warn him of the danger to which he was exposing himself and the nation. The 5 members were received by the king in the Red Room at the royal palace, and chairs had been placed for them around a big table. The king entered the room, accompanied by Prince Boris, the heir apparent, and his secretary, M. Bukovich. "Be seated, gentlemen," said the king, as he sat down himself, as if for a very quiet talk. His secretary took a seat at the table, a little apart to take notes, but the conversation immediately became so heated and rapid that he was unable to write it down. The first to speak was M. Malinoff, the leader of the Democratic Party, who said: "The policy adopted by the government is one of adventure, tending to throw Bulgaria into the arms of Germany and driving her to attack Serbia. This policy is contrary to the aspirations, feeling, and interest of the country, and if the government obstinately continues in this way it will provoke disturbances of the greatest gravity." It was the first allusion to the possibility of a revolution, but the king listened without flinching. M. Malinoff concluded: "For these reasons we beg your Majesty, after having vainly asked the government, to convoke the Chamber immediately, and we ask this convocation for the precise object of saving the country from dangerous adventures by the formation of a coalition ministry." The king remained silent and, with a nod, invited Mr. Stambulivski to speak. M. Stambulivski was a leader of the Agrarian Party, a man of sturdy, rustic appearance, accustomed to speak out his mind boldly, and exceedingly popular among the peasant population. He grew up himself as a peasant, and wore the laborer's blouse up till very recently. He stood up, and looking the King straight in the face, said with resolute tones, "In the name of every farmer in Bulgaria I add, to what Mr. Malinoff has just said, that the Bulgarian people hold you personally responsible, more than your government, for the disastrous adventure of 1913. If a similar adventure were to be repeated now its gravity this time would be irreparable. The responsibility would once more fall on your policy, which is contrary to the welfare of our country, and the nation would not hesitate to call you personally to account. That there may be no mistake as to the real wishes of the country, I present to your Majesty my country's demand in writing." He handed the King a letter containing the resolution voted by the agrarians. The King read it, and then turned to Mr. Zanoff, leader of the Radical Democrats, and asked him to speak. Mr. Zanoff did so, speaking very slowly and impressively, and also looking the King straight in the face. "Sire, I have sworn never again to set foot inside your palace, and if I come today it is because the interests of my country are above personal questions, and have compelled me. Your Majesty may read what I have to say in this letter, which I submit to you in behalf of our party." He handed the letter, and the King read it, and still remained silent. Then said he, turning to his former Prime Minister and ablest politician, "Gueshoff, it is now your turn to speak." Monsieur Gueshoff got up and said, "I am so fully in accord with what Monsieur Stambulivski has just said. No matter how severe his words may have been in their simple unpolished frankness, which ignores the ordinary formalities of etiquette, they entirely express our unanimous opinion. We all, as representing the opposition, consider the present policy of the government contrary to the sentiments and interests of the country, because by driving it to make common cause with Germany, it makes us the enemies of Russia, which was our deliverer, and the adventure into which we are thus thrown compromises our future. We disapprove most absolutely of such a policy, and we also ask that the Chamber be convoked and a ministry formed with the cooperation of all parties." After Monsieur Gueshoff, the former Premier, Monsieur de Neuve also spoke, and associated himself with what had already been said. The King remained still silent for a while, then he, also, stood up and said, "Gentlemen, I have listened to your threats, and I will refer them to the President of the Council of Ministers, that he may know and decide what to do." All present bowed, and a chilly silence followed. The King had evidently taken the frank warning given him as a threat to him personally, and he walked up and down nervously for a while. Prince Boris turned aside to talk with the secretary, who had resumed taking notes. The King continued pacing to and fro, evidently very nettled. Then, approaching Monsieur Zanoff, and as if to change the conversation, he asked him for news about this season's harvest. Mr. Zanoff abruptly replied, "Your Majesty knows that we have not come here to talk about the harvest, but of something far more important at present, namely, the policy of your government, which is on the point of ruining our country. We can on no account approve the policy that is anti-Russian. If the Crown and Monsieur Radoslavov persist in their policy, we shall not answer for the consequences. We have not desired to seek out those responsible for the disaster of 1913 because other grave events had been precipitated. But it was a disaster due to criminal folly. It must not be repeated by an attack on Serbia by Bulgaria, as seems contemplated by Monsieur Radoslavov, and which according to all appearances has the approval of your Majesty. It would be a premeditated crime, and deserve to be punished." The King hesitated a moment, and then held out his hand to Monsieur Zanoff, saying, "All right. At all events I thank you for your frankness." Then, approaching Monsieur Stambulivski, he repeated his question to him about the harvest. Mr. Stambulivski, as a simple peasant, at first allowed himself to be led into a discussion of this secondary matter, and had expressed the hope that the prohibition on the export of cereals would be removed, when he suddenly remembered and said, "But this is not the moment to speak of these things. I again repeat to your Majesty that the country does not want a policy of adventure which cost it so dear in 1913. It was your own policy, too. Before 1913 we thought you were a great diplomatist, but since then we have seen what fruits your diplomacy bears. You took advantage of all the loopholes in the Constitution to direct the country according to your own views. Your ministers are nothing. You alone are the author of this policy, and you will have to bear the responsibility." The King replied frigidly, "The policy which I have decided to follow is that which I consider the best for the welfare of the country." "It is a policy which will only bring misfortune," replied the sturdy agrarian. "It will lead to fresh catastrophes and compromise not only the future of our country but that of your dynasty, and may cost you your head." It was as bold a saying as was ever uttered before a king, and Ferdinand looked astonished at the peasant who had thus spoken to him. He said, "Do not mind my head, it is already old. Rather mind your own," he added with a disdainful smile, and turned away. Monsieur Stambulivski retorted, "My head matters little, sire. What matters more is the good of our country." The king paid no more attention to him, and took Monsieur Gueshoff and Monsieur Danoff apart, who again insisted on convoking the Chamber, and assured him that Monsieur Radislavov's government would be in a minority. They also referred to the Premier's oracular utterances. "Ah," said the king, "has Radislavov spoken to you? And what has he said?" "He has said," replied the leaders, "that Bulgaria would march with Germany and attack Serbia." The king made a vague gesture, and then said, "Oh, I don't know." This incident throws a strong light upon the conflict which was going on in the Balkan states between those kings who were of German origin and who believed in the German power, and their people who loved Russia. King Ferdinand got his warning. He did not listen, and he lost his throne. All this, however, took place before the Bulgarian declaration of war. Yet much had already been shown what King Ferdinand was about to do. The Allies, to be sure, were incredulous, and were doing their best to cultivate the good will of the treacherous king. On September 23rd the official order was given for Bulgaria's mobilization. She, however, officially declared that her position was that of armed neutrality, and that she had no aggressive intentions. As it has developed, she was acting under the direction of the German High Command. It was at this period that Germany had failed to crush Russia in the struggle on the Vilna, and, in accordance with her usual strategy when one plan failed, another was undertaken. It seemed to her, therefore, that the punishment of Serbia would make up for other failures, and, moreover, would enable her to assist Turkey, which needed munitions, besides releasing for Germany supplies of food and other material which might come from Turkey. They therefore entrusted an exhibition against Serbia to Field Marshal von Mackensen, and had begun to gather an army for that purpose north of the Danube. This army, of course, was mainly composed of Austrian troops, but it was stiffened throughout by some of the best regiments from the German army. To assist this new army they counted upon Bulgaria, with whom they had already a secret treaty, and in spite of the falsehoods issued from Sofia, the Bulgarian mobilization was meant for an attack on Serbia. The condition of affairs was well understood in Russia. On October 2, 1915, M. Sazonov, Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs, issued the following statement: "The situation in the Balkans is very grave. The whole Russian nation is aroused by the unthinkable treachery of Ferdinand and his government to the Slavic cause. Bulgaria owes her independence to Russia and yet seems willing now to become a vassal of Russia's enemies. In her attitude toward Serbia, when Serbia is fighting for her very existence, Bulgaria puts herself in the class with Turkey. We do not believe that the Bulgarian people sympathize with the action of their ruler, therefore, the armies are disposed to give them time for reflection. If they persist in their present treacherous course, they must answer to Russia." The next day the following ultimatum from Russia was handed to the Bulgarian Prime Minister: "Events which are taking place in Bulgaria at this moment give evidence of the definite decision of King Ferdinand's government to place the fate of its country into the hands of Germany. The presence of German and Austrian officers at the Ministry of War and on the staffs of the army, the concentration of troops in the zone bordering Serbia, the extensive financial support accepted from her enemies by the Sofia cabinet, no longer leave any doubt as to the object of the present military preparations of Bulgaria. The powers of the Entente, who have at heart the realization of the aspirations of the Bulgarian people, have on many occasions warned Mr. Radislavov that any hostile action against Serbia would be considered as directed against themselves. The assurances given by the head of the Bulgarian cabinet in reply to these warnings are contradicted by facts. The representative of Russia, bound to Bulgaria by the imperishable memory of her liberation from the Turkish yoke, cannot sanction by his presence preparations for fratricidal aggression against a Slav and allied people. The Russian minister has, therefore, received orders to leave Bulgaria with all the staffs of the legation and the consulates if the Bulgarian government does not within 24 hours openly break with the enemies of the Slav cause and of Russia and does not at once proceed to send away the officers belonging to the armies of states who are at war with the powers of the Entente. Similar ultimatums were presented by representatives of France and Great Britain. Bulgaria's reply to these ultimatums was described as bold to the verge of insolence. In substance, she denied that German officers were on the staffs of Bulgarian armies, but she said that if they were present, that fact concerned only Bulgaria, which reserved the right to invite whomsoever she liked. The Bulgarian government then issued a manifesto to the nation announcing its decision to enter the war on the side of the Central Powers. The manifesto reads as follows: The Central Powers have promised us parts of Serbia, creating an Austro-Hungarian borderline, which is absolutely necessary for Bulgaria's independence of the Serbians. We do not believe in the promises of the Quadruple Entente. Italy, one of the Allies, treacherously broke her treaty of 33 years. We believe in Germany, who is fighting the whole world to fulfill her treaty with Austria. Bulgaria must fight at the victor's side. The Germans and Austro-Hungarians are victorious on all fronts. Russia soon will have collapsed entirely. Then will come the turn of France, Italy, and Serbia. Bulgaria would commit suicide if she did not fight on the side of the Central Powers, which offer the only possibility of realizing her desire for a union of all Bulgarian peoples. The manifesto also stated that Russia was fighting for Constantinople and the Dardanelles, Great Britain to destroy Germany's competition, France for Alsace and Lorraine, and the other allies to rob foreign countries. The Central Powers were declared to be fighting to defend property and assure peaceful progress. The manifesto filled 7 columns in the newspapers and discussed at some length Bulgaria's trade interests. It attacked Serbia most bitterly, declaring that Serbia had oppressed the Bulgarian population of Macedonia in a most barbarous manner, that she had attacked Bulgarian territory, and that the Bulgarian troops had been forced to fight for the defense of their own soil. In fact, it was written in quite the usual German manner. Long before this, M. Venizelos, the Greek Prime Minister, had perceived what was coming. Greece was bound by treaty to assist Serbia if she were attacked by Bulgaria. On September 21st, Venizelos asked France and Britain for 150,000 troops. On the 24th, the Allies agreed to this, and Greece at once began to mobilize. Her policy was received with great enthusiasm in the Greek Chamber, and former Premier Gruneris, amid applause, expressed his support of the government. On October 6th, an announcement from Athens stated that President Venizelos had resigned, the king having informed him that he was unable to support the policy of his minister. King Constantine was a brother-in-law of the German emperor, and although professing neutrality, he had steadily opposed M. Venizelos' policy. He had once before forced M. Venizelos' resignation, but at the general elections which followed, the Greek statesman was returned to power by a decisive majority. Intense indignation was caused by the king's action, though the king was able to procure the support of a considerable party. Venizelos' resignation was precipitated by the landing of the Allied troops at Saloniki. They had come at the invitation of Venizelos, but the opposition protested against the occupation of Greek territory by foreign troops. After a disorderly session in which Venizelos explained to the Chamber of Deputies the circumstances connected with the landing, the Chamber passed a vote of confidence in the government by 142 to 102. The substance of his argument may be found in his conclusion. We have a treaty with Serbia. If we are honest, we will leave nothing undone to ensure its fulfillment in letter and spirit. Only if we are rogues may we find excuses to avoid our obligations. Upon his first resignation, M. Zemes was appointed premier and declared for a policy of armed neutrality. This position was sharply criticized by Venizelos, but for a time became the policy of the Greek government. Meanwhile, the Allied troops were arriving at Saloniki. On October 3rd, 70,000 French troops arrived. A formal protest was made by the Greek commandant, who then directed the harbor officials to assist in arranging the landing. In a short time the Allied forces amounted to 150,000 men, but the German campaign was moving rapidly. The German Balkan army captured Belgrade on the 9th of October, and by that date 2 Bulgarian armies were on the Serbian frontier. Serbia found herself opposed by 200,000 Austro-Germans and 250,000 Bulgarians. Greece and Romania fully mobilized and were watching the conflict, and the small Allied contingent at Salonika was preparing to march inland to the aid of Serbia. The conduct of Greece on this occasion has led to universal criticism. The king himself, no doubt, was mainly moved by his German wife and the influence of his imperial brother-in-law. Those that were associated with him were probably moved by fear. They had been much impressed by the strength of the German armies. They had seen the success of the great German offensive in Russia while the French and British were being held in the west. They knew, too, the strength of Bulgaria. The national characteristic of the Greeks is prudence, and it cannot be denied that there was great reason to suppose that the armies of Greece would not be able to resist the new attack. With these views, Venizelos, the greatest statesman that Greece has produced for many years, did not agree, and the election seemed to show that he was supported by a majority of the Greek people. This was another case where the Allies, faced by a dangerous situation, were acting with too great caution. In Gallipoli they had failed, because at the very beginning they had not used their full strength. Now again, knowing as they did all that depended upon it, bound as they were to the most loyal support of Serbia, the aid they sent was too small to be more than a drop in the bucket. It must be remembered, however, that the greatest leaders among the Allies were at all times opposed to in any way scattering their strength. They believed that the war was to be won in France. Military leaders in particular yielded under protest to the political leaders when expeditions of this character were undertaken. Certainly this is true, that the world believed that Serbia had a right to Allied assistance. The gallant little nation was fighting for her life, and public honor demanded that she should be aided. It was this strong feeling that led to the action that was taken, in spite of the military opinions. It was, however, too late. In the second week of October, Serbia found herself faced by an enemy which was attacking her on three sides. She herself had been greatly weakened. Her losses in 1914, when she had driven Austria from her border, must have been at least 200,000 men. She had suffered from pestilence and famine. Her strength now could not have been more than 200,000, and though she was fairly well supplied with munitions, she was so much outnumbered that she could hardly hope for success. On her west she was facing the Austro-German armies. On her east, Bulgaria; on the south, Albania. Her source of supplies was Salonika, and this was really her only hope. If the Allies at Salonika could stop the Bulgarian movement, the Serbians might face again the Austro-Germans. They expected this help from the Allies. At Niš, the town was decorated and the school children waited outside the station with bouquets to present to the coming reinforcements. But the Allies did not come. Von Mackensen's plan was simple enough. His object was to win a way to Constantinople. This could be done either by the control of the Danube or the Ottoman Railroad. To control the Danube he had to seize northeastern Serbia for the length of the river. This was comparatively easy and would give him a clear waterway to the Bulgarian railways connected with Constantinople. The Ottoman Railway was a harder route to win. It meant an advance to the southeast, which would clear the Moravo Valley up to Niš, and then the Nishava Valley up to Bulgaria. The movements involved were somewhat complex, but easily carried out on account of the very great numerical superiority of von Mackensen's forces. On September 19th, Belgrade was bombarded. The Serbian positions were gradually destroyed. On the 7th of October, the German armies crossed the Danube, and on the 8th the Serbians began to retreat. There was great destruction in Belgrade, and the Bulgarian general, Misic, was forced slowly back to the foothills of the Sur range. For a time, von Mackensen moved slowly. He did not wish to drive the Serbians too far south. On the 12th of October, the Bulgarian army began to attack. At first it was held, but by October 17th was pushing forward all along the line. On the 20th they entered Uskub, a central point of all the routes of southern Serbia. This practically separated the Allied forces at Salonika from the Serbian armies further north. Disaster followed disaster. On Tuesday, October 26th, a junction of Bulgarian and Austro-German patrols was completed in the Dobrovodo Mountains. General von Gallwitz announced that a moment of world significance had come, that the Orient and the Occident had been united, and on the basis of this firm and indissoluble union a new and mighty Verbund comes into being, created by the victory of our arms. The road from Germany, through Austria-Hungary and Bulgaria to Turkey lay open. On October 31st, Milanovac was lost, and on November 2nd, Kragujevac surrendered, the decisive battle of the war. On November 7th, Niš was captured. General Yakov announced, "After fierce and sanguinary fighting, the fortress of Niš has been conquered by our brave, victorious troops, and the Bulgarian flag has been hoisted to remain forever." The Serbian army continued steadily to retreat until November 8th, advancing Franco-British troops almost joined with them, presenting a line from Prilep to Dorolovo on the Bulgarian frontier. At this time the Bulgarian army suffered a defeat at Izvor and also at Strumitsa. The Allied armies were now reported to number 300,000 men. The Austro-Germans by this time had reached the mountainous region of Serbia and were meeting with strong resistance. On November 13th, German dispatches from the front claimed the capture of 54,000 Serbian prisoners. The aged King Peter of Serbia was in full flight, followed by the Crown Prince. The Serbians, however, were still fighting and on November 15th made a stand on the western bank of the Morava River and recaptured the town of Tatova. At this time the Allied world was watching the Serbian struggle with interest and sympathy. In the House of Lords, Lord Lansdowne, in a discussion of the English effort to give them aid, said, "It is impossible to think or speak of Serbia without a tribute to the wondrous gallantry with which that little country withstood two separate invasions and has lately been struggling against a third. She repelled the first two invasions by an effort which I venture to think formed one of the most glorious chapters in the history of this great war." Serbia, however, was compelled once more to retreat, and their retreat soon became a rout. Their guns were abandoned, and the roads were strewn with fainting, starving men. The sufferings of the Serbian people during this time are indescribable. Men, women, and children struggled along in the wake of the armies without food or shelter. King Peter himself was able to escape, with the greatest difficulty. By traveling on horseback and mule in disguise he finally reached Scutari and crossed to Brindisi and finally arrived at Saloniki on New Year's Day, crippled and almost blind, but still full of fight. "I believe," he said, "in the liberty of Serbia, as I believe in God. It was the dream of my youth. It was for that I fought throughout manhood. It has become the faith in the twilight of my life. I live only to see Serbia free. I pray that God may let me live until the day of redemption of my people. On that day I am ready to die, if the Lord wills. I have struggled a great deal in my life, and am tired, bruised, and broken from it, but I shall see this triumph. I shall not die before the victory of my country." The Serbian army had been driven out of Serbia, but the Allies who had come up from Saloniki were still unbeaten. On October 12th the French General Serrel arrived and moved with the French forces, as has already been said, to the Serbian aid. They met with a number of successes. On October 19th they seized the Bulgarian town of Struminica and occupied strong positions on the left bank of the Vardar. On October 27th they occupied Krivolak with the British 10th Division, which had joined them on their right. Then they occupied the summit of Karahodjali, which commanded the whole section of the valley. This the Bulgarians attacked in force on the 5th of November, but were badly repulsed. They then attempted to move towards Babuna Pass, 25 miles west of Krivolak, where they hoped to join hands with the Serbian column at that point. They were being faced by a Bulgarian army numbering 125,000 men and found themselves in serious danger. They were compelled to fall back into what is called the entrenched camp of Kavadar, without bringing the aid to the Serbian army that they had hoped. The Allied expedition to aid Serbia had failed. It was hopeless from the start and, if anything, had injured Serbia by raising false expectations which had interfered with their plans. During the whole of this disastrous campaign a desperate political struggle was going on in Greece. On November 3rd, the Zaimis cabinet tendered its resignation to King Constantine. The trouble was over a bill for extra pay for army officers, but it led to an elaborate discussion of the Greek war policy. M. Venizelos made 2 long speeches defending his party and condemning the policy of his opponents in regard to the Balkan situation. He said that he deplored the fact that Serbia was being left to be crushed by Bulgaria, Greece's hereditary enemy, who would not scruple later to fall on Greece herself. He spoke of the king in a friendly way, criticizing, however, his position. He had been twice removed from the premiership, although he had a majority behind him in the Greek chamber. "Our state," he said, "is a democracy presided over by the king, and the whole responsibility rests with the cabinet. I admit that the Crown has a right to disagree with the responsible government if he thinks the latter is not in agreement with the national will. But after the recent election, non-agreement is out of the question, and now the Crown has not the right to disagree again on the same question. It is not a question of patriotism, but of constitutional liberty. When the vote was taken the government was defeated by 147 to 114. Instead of appointing Venizelos premier, King Constantine gave the position to M. Skouloudis, and then dissolved the Greek Chamber by royal decree. Premier Skouloudis declared his policy to be neutrality with a character of sincerest benevolence toward the Entente powers. The general conditions at Athens during this whole time were causing great anxiety in the Allied capitals, and the Allied expedition were in continual fear of an attack in the rear in case of reverse. They endeavored to obtain satisfactory assurances on this point, and while assurances were given, during the whole period of King Constantine's reign aggressive action was prevented because of the doubt as to what course King Constantine would take. It was not until August 27, 1916, that Romania cast aside her role of neutral and entered the war with a declaration of hostilities on Austria-Hungary. Great expectations were founded upon the supposedly well-trained Romanian army and upon the nation which, because of its alertness and discipline, was known as the policeman of Europe. The belief was general in Paris and London that the weight of men and material thrown into the scale by Romania would bring them to a speedy, victorious end. Germany, however, was confident. A spy system excelling in its detailed reports anything that had heretofore been attempted made smooth the path of the German army. Scarcely had the Romanian army launched a drive in force into Transylvania on August 30th, when the message spread from Bucharest, "Von Mackensen is coming. Recall the army. Draft all males of military age. Prepare for the worst." And the worst fell upon hapless Romania. A vast force of military engineers moved like a human screen in front of Von Mackensen's army, followed routes carefully mapped out by German spies during the period of Romania's neutrality. Military bridges, measured to the inch, had been prepared to carry cannon, material, and men over streams and ravines. Every Romanian oil well, mine, and storehouse had been located and mapped. German scientists had studied Romanian weather conditions, and von Mackensen attacked while the roads were at their best and the weather most favorable. As the Germans swept forward, spies met them, giving them military information of the utmost value. A swarm of airplanes spied out the movements of the Romanians, and no Romanian airplanes rose to meet them. General von Falkenhayn, cooperating with von Mackensen, smashed his way through Vulcan Pass and cut the main line running to Bucharest at Craiovna. The Dobrudja region was overrun and the central Romanian plain was swept clear of all Romanian opposition to the German advance. The seat of government transferred from Bucharest to Iași on November 28, 1916, and on December 6th Bucharest was entered by von Mackensen, definitely putting an end to Romania as a factor in the war. The result of the fall of Romania was to release immense stores of petroleum for German use. British and Romanian engineers had done their utmost to make useless the great Romanian oil wells, but German engineers soon had the precious fluid in full flow. This furnished the fuel which Germany had long and ardently desired. The oil-burning submarine now came into its own. It was possible to plan a great fleet of submersibles to attempt execution of von Tirpitz's plan for unrestricted submarine warfare. This was decided upon by the German High Command the day Bucharest fell. It was realized that such a policy would bring the United States into the war, but the Kaiser and his advisers hoped the submarine on sea and a great Western Front offensive on land would force a decision in favor of Germany before America could get ready. How that hope failed was revealed at Chateau Thierry and in the humiliation of Germany. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 24. The Campaign in Mesopotamia. In our previous discussion of the British campaign in Mesopotamia, we left the British forces entrenched at Kurna and also occupying Basra, the port of Baghdad. The object of the Mesopotamia expedition was primarily to keep the enemy from the shores of the Gulf of Persia. If the English had been satisfied with that, the misfortune which was to come to them might never have occurred, but the whole expedition was essentially political rather than military in its nature. The British were defending India. The Germans, unable to attack the British Empire by sea, were hoping to attack her by land. They had already attempted to stir up a holy war with the full expectation that it would lead to an Indian revolution. In this they had failed, for the millions of Mohammedans in India cared little for the Turkish Sultan or his proclamations. Through Baghdad, however, they hoped to strike a blow at the English influence on the Persian Gulf. The English, therefore, felt strongly that it was not enough to sit safely astride the Tigris, but that a blow at Baghdad would produce a tremendous political effect. It would practically prevent German communication with Persia and the Indian frontier. As a matter of fact, the Persian Gulf and the oil fields were safe so long as the English held Kurna and Basra, and the Arabs were of no special consequence. The real reason for the expedition was probably that about this time matters were moving badly for the Allies. Serbia was in trouble in the Balkans. Gallipoli was a failure. Something it seemed ought to be done to restore the British prestige. Up to this time the Mesopotamia expedition had been a great success, but it had made no great impression on the world. The little villages in the hands of the British had unknown names. But if Baghdad should be captured, Great Britain would have something to boast of. Something would keep up its prestige among its Mohammedan subjects. But before the expedition to Baghdad was determined on, there had been several lively fights between the English forces and the Turks. On March 3rd, a Turkish force numbering about 12,000 appeared at Ahwaz, where the British had placed a small garrison to protect the pipeline of the Anglo-Persian Oil Company. The British retirement led to heavy fighting, with severe losses. A number of lively skirmishes followed, and then the serious attack against Shaiba. The Turkish army numbered about 18,000 men, of whom 11,000 were regulars. The fighting lasted for several days, the Turks being reinforced. On the 14th of April, however, the English attacked in turn and put the whole enemy force to flight. The British lost about 700 officers and men, reported a Turkish loss of about 6,000. In their retreat the Turks were attacked by their Arab allies and suffered additional losses. From that time till the summer there were no serious contests, although there were occasional skirmishes which turned out favorably to the British. By this time the Turks had collected a considerable army north of Kurna, and on May 31st an expedition was made to disperse it. On June 3rd the British captured Amara, 75 miles above Kurna, scattering the Turkish army. Early in July a similar expedition was sent against Nisiriya, which led to serious fighting, the Turks being badly defeated with a loss of over 2,500 men. Kut el Amara still remained, and early in August an expedition was directed against that point. The Turks were found in great force, well entrenched, and directed by German officers. The battle lasted for 4 days. The English suffered great hardship on account of the scarcity of water and the blinding heat, but on September 29th they drove the enemy from the city and took possession. More than 2,000 prisoners were taken. The town was found thoroughly fortified, with an elaborate system of trenches extending for miles, built in the true German fashion. Its capture was the end of the summer campaign. Britain now had at last made up their minds to push on to Baghdad. General Townshend, whose work so far had been admirable, protested, but Sir John Nixon and the Indian military authorities were strongly in favor of the expedition. By October, Turkey was able to gather a large army. She was fighting in Transcaucasia, Egypt, Gallipoli, and Mesopotamia. Little was going on in the first of these fronts, and she was able therefore to send to Mesopotamia almost 250,000 men. To meet these, General Townshend had barely 15,000 men, of whom only 1/3 were white soldiers. He was backed by a flotilla of boats of almost every kind: river boats, motor launches, paddle steamers, native punts. The British army was almost worn out by the fighting during the intense heat of the previous summer, but their success had given them confidence. In the early days of October the advance began. For some days it proceeded with no serious fighting. On the 23rd of October it reached Azizi, and was halted by a Turkish force numbering about 4,000. These were soon routed, and the advance continued until General Townshend arrived at Laj, about 7 miles from Ctesiphon, where the Turks were found heavily entrenched and in great numbers. Ctesiphon was a famous old city which had been the battleground of Romans and Parthians, but was now mainly ruins. In these ruins, however, the Turks found admirable shelter for nests of machine guns. On the 21st of November General Townshend made his attack. The Turks occupied 2 lines of entrenchments and had about 20,000 men, the English about 12,000. General Townshend's plan was to divide his army into 3 columns. The first was to attack the center of the first Turkish position. A second was directed at the left of that position, and a third was to swing widely round and come in on the rear of the Turkish force. This plan was entirely successful, but the Turkish army was not routed, and retreated fighting desperately to its second line. There it was reinforced and counterattacked with such vigor that it drove the British back to its old first trenches. The next day the Turks were further reinforced and attacked again. The British drove them back over and over, but found themselves unable to advance. The Turks had lost enormously, but the British had lost about 1/3 of their strength and were compelled to fall back. They therefore returned on the 26th to Lodz, and ultimately, after continual rearguard attacks, to Kut. There they found themselves surrounded, and there was nothing to do but wait for help. By this time the eyes of the world were upon the beleaguered British army. Help was being hurried to them from India, but Germany was also awake, and Marshal von der Goltz, who had been military instructor in the Turkish army, was sent down to take command of the Turkish forces. The town of Kut lies in the loop of the Tigris, making it almost an island. There was an entrenched line across the neck of land on the north, and the place could resist any ordinary assault. The great difficulty was one of supplies. However, as the relieving force was on the way, no great anxiety was felt. For some days there was a constant bombardment, which did no great damage. On the 23rd an attempt was made to carry the place by assault, but this too failed. The relieving force, however, was having its troubles. These were the days of floods, and progress was slow and at times almost impossible. Moreover, the Turks were constantly resisting. The relief expedition was composed of 30,000 Indian troops, 2 Anglo-Indian divisions, and the remnants of Townshend's expedition, a total of about 90,000 men. General Sir Percy Lake was in command of the entire force. The march began on January 6th. By January 8th the British had reached Sheikh Saad, where the Turks were defeated in 2 pitched battles. On January 22nd he arrived at el Henna, where the Turks had entrenched themselves. After artillery bombardment the Turkish positions were attacked, but heavy rains had converted the ground into a sea of mud, rendering rapid movement impossible. The enemy's fire was heavy and effective, inflicting severe losses, and though every effort was made, the assault failed. For weeks the British troops bivouacked in driving rain on soaked and sodden ground. 3 times they were called upon to advance over a perfectly flat country, deep in mud and absolutely devoid of cover against well-constructed and well-planned trenches, manned by a brave and stubborn enemy, approximately their equal in numbers. They showed a spirit of endurance and self-sacrifice of which their country may be proud. But the repulse at Henna did not discourage the British army. It was decided to move up the left bank of the Tigris and attack the Turkish position at the Dujailah redoubt. This meant a night march across the desert with great danger that there would be no water supply and that, unless the enemy was routed, the army would be in great danger. General Lake says, on the afternoon of May 7th, General Almer assembled his subordinate commanders and gave his final instructions, laying particular stress on the fact that the operation was designed to effect a surprise, and that to prevent the enemy forestalling us, it was essential that the first phase of the operation should be pushed through with the utmost vigor. His dispositions were, briefly, as follows. The greater part of a division, under General Younghusband, assisted by naval gunboats, controlled the enemy on the left bank. The remaining troops were formed into 2 columns, under General Kemble and General Keary, respectively, a reserve of infantry and the cavalry brigade being held at the corps commander's own disposal. Kemble's column, covered on the outer flank by the cavalry brigade, was to make a turning movement to attack the Dujailah redoubt from the south, supported by the remainder of the force, operating from a position to the east of the redoubt. The night march by this large force, which led across the enemy's front to a position on his right flank, was a difficult operation, entailing movement over unknown ground and requiring most careful arrangement to attain success. Thanks to excellent staff work and a good march discipline, the troops reached their allotted positions apparently undiscovered by the enemy. But while Keary's column was in position at daybreak, ready to support Kemble's attack, the latter's column did not reach the point selected for its deployment in the Dujailah depression until more than an hour later. This delay was highly prejudicial to the success of the operation. When, nearly 3 hours later, Kemble's troops advanced to the attack, They were strongly opposed by the enemy from trenches cleverly concealed in the brushwood, and were unable to make further ground for some time, though assisted by Keary's attack upon the redoubt from the east. The southern attack was now reinforced and by 1 P.M. had pushed forward to within 500 yards of the redoubt, but concealed trenches again stopped further progress, and the Turks made several counterattacks with reinforcements which had by now arrived from the direction of Magassis. It was about this time that the corps commanders received from his engineer officers the unwelcome news that the water supply contained in rainwater pools and in Dujailah depression, upon which he had reckoned, was insufficient and could not be increased by digging. It was clear, therefore, that unless the Dujailah redoubt could be carried that day the scarcity of water would, of itself, compel the troops to fall back. Preparations were accordingly made for a further assault on the redoubt, and attacks were launched from the south and east under cover of a heavy bombardment. The attacking forces succeeded in gaining a foothold in the redoubt, but they were heavily counterattacked by large enemy reinforcements, and being subjected to an extremely rapid and accurate shrapnel fire from concealed guns in the vicinity of Sinn after, they were forced to fall back to the positions from which they started. The troops who had been under arms for some 30 hours, including a long night march, were now much exhausted, and General Almer considered that a renewal of the assault during the night could not be made with any prospect of success. Next morning the enemy's position was found to be unchanged, and General Almer, finding himself faced with the deficiency of order already referred to, decided upon the immediate withdrawal of his troops to Wadi, which was reached the same night. For the next month the English were held in their positions by the Tigris floods. On April 4th the floods had sufficiently receded to permit another attack upon el Hana, which this time was successful. On April 8th the Turkish position at Sana-i-Yat was attacked, but the British were repulsed. Then they determined to make another attempt to capture the Sinn after redoubt. On April 17th the fort at Beit Aissa, 4 miles from Es Sinn on the left bank, was captured after heavy bombardment and held against serious counterattacks. On the 20th and 21st the Suna-i-Yat position was bombarded and vigorous assault was made, which met with some success. The Turks, however, delivered a strong counterattack and succeeded in forcing the British troops back. General Lake says, persistent and repeated attempts on both banks have thus failed, and it was known that at the outside not more than 6 days' supplies remained to the Kut garrison. The British troops were nearly worn out. The same troops had advanced time and again to assault positions strong by art and held by a determined enemy. For 18 consecutive days they had done all that men could do to overcome not only the enemy, but also exceptional climatic and physical obstacles, and this on a scale of rations which was far from being sufficient in view of the exertions they had undergone, but which the shortage of river transports had made it impossible to augment. The need for rest was imperative. On April 28th the British garrison at Kut el Amara surrendered unconditionally after a heroic resistance of 143 days. According to British figures, the surrendered army was composed of 2,970 English and 6,000 Indian troops. The Turkish figures are 13,300. The Turks also captured a large amount of booty, although General Townsend destroyed most of his guns and munitions. During the period in which Kut el Amara was besieged by the Turks, the British troops had suffered much. The enemy bombarded the town almost every day, but did little damage. The real foe was starvation. At first the British were confident that a relief expedition would soon reach them, and they amused themselves by cricket and hockey and fishing in the river. By early February, however, it was found necessary to reduce the rations, and a month later they were suffering from hunger. Some little help was given them by airplanes, which brought tobacco and some small quantities of supplies. Soon the horses and mules were slaughtered and eaten. As time went on the situation grew desperate. Till almost the end, however, they did not lose hope. Through the wireless they were informed about the progress of the relief expeditions and had even heard their guns in the distance. They gradually grew, however, weaker and weaker, so that on the surrender the troops in the first lines were too weak to march back with their kits. The Turks treated the prisoners in a chivalric manner. Food and tobacco was at once distributed, and all were interned at Anatolia, except General Townsend and his staff, who were taken to Constantinople. Later on it was General Townsend who was to have the honor of carrying the Turkish plea for an armistice in the closing days of the war. The surrender of Kut created a worldwide sensation. The loss of 8,000 troops was, of course, not a serious matter, and the road to India was still barred, but the moral effect was most unfortunate. That the great British nation, whose power had been so respected in the Orient, should now be forced to yield, was a great blow to its prestige. In England, of course, there was a flood of criticism. It was very plain that a mistake had been made. A commission was appointed to inquire into the whole business. The committee reported to Parliament on June 26, 1917, and the report created a great sensation. The substance of the report was, that while the expedition was justifiable from a political point of view, it was undertaken with insufficient forces and inadequate preparation, and it sharply criticized those that were responsible. It seems plain that the military authorities in India underestimated their opponent. The report especially criticized General Sir John Eccles Nixon, the former commander of the British forces in Mesopotamia, who had urged the expedition, in spite of the objection of General Townshend. Others sharing in the blame were the Viceroy of India, Baron Hardinge, General Sir Beauchamp Duff, Commander-in-Chief of British forces in India, and in England, Major General Sir Edmund Barrow, Military Secretary of the Indian Office, J. Austen Chamberlain, Secretary for India, and the War Committee of the Cabinet. According to the report, besides the losses incurred by the surrender, more than 23,000 men were lost in the relieving expedition. The general armament and equipment were declared to be not only insufficient, but not up to the standard. In consequence of this report, Mr. Chamberlain resigned as Secretary for India. In the House of Commons, Mr. Balfour, Secretary of Foreign Affairs, supported Lord Hardinge, who, at the time of the report, was Under Secretary of Foreign Affairs. He declared the criticism of Baron Hardinge to be grossly unjust. After some discussion, the House of Commons supported Mr. Balfour's refusal to accept Baron Hardinge's resignation by a vote of 176 to 81. It seems to be agreed that the civil administration of India were not responsible for the blunders of the expedition. 10 years before, Lord Kitchener, after a bitter controversy with Lord Curzon, had made the military side of the Indian government free of all civilian criticism and control. The blunders here were military blunders. The English, of course, were not satisfied to leave the situation in such a condition, and at once began their plans for a new attempt to capture Baghdad. The summer campaign, however, was uneventful, though on May 18th a band of Cossacks from the Russian army in Persia joined the British camp. A few days afterwards, the British army went up the Tigris and captured the Dujailah redoubt, where they had been so badly defeated on the 8th of March. They then approached close to Kut, but the weather was unsuitable, and there was now no object in capturing the city. In August, Sir Percy Lake was succeeded by Lieutenant General Sir Frederick Stanley Maude, who carefully and thoroughly proceeded to prepare for an expedition which should capture Baghdad. A description from General Maude, dated July 10, 1917, gives a full account of this expedition. It was thoroughly successful. This time, with a sufficient army and a thorough equipment, the British found no difficulties, and on February 26th they captured Kut el Amara, not after a hard-fought battle, but as the result of a successful series of small engagements. The Turks kept up a steady resistance, but the British blood was up. They were remembering General Townshend's surrender, and the Turks were driven before them in great confusion. The capture of Kut, however, was not an object in itself, and the British pushed steadily upon the Tigris. The Turks occasionally made a stand, but without effect. On the 28th of February, the English had arrived at Azai, halfway to Baghdad, where a halt was made. On the 5th of March the advance was renewed. The Ctesiphon position, which had defied General Townshend, was found to be strongly entrenched, but empty. On March 7th the enemy made a stand on the river Diyala, which enters the Tigris 8 miles below Baghdad. Some lively fighting followed, the enemy resisting 4 attempts to cross the Diyala. However, on March 10th the British forces crossed, and were now close to Baghdad. The enemy suddenly retired, and the British troops found that their main opponent was a dust storm. The enemy retired beyond Baghdad, and on March 11th the city was occupied by the British. The fall of Baghdad was an important event. It cheered the Allies, and proved, especially to the Oriental world, the power of the British army. Those who originally planned its capture had been right, but those who were to carry out the plan had not done their duty. Under General Maude it was a comparatively simple operation, though full of admirable details, and it produced all the good effects expected. The British, of course, did not stop at Baghdad. The city itself is not of strategic importance. The surrounding towns were occupied, and an endeavor was made to conciliate the inhabitants. The real object of the expedition was attained. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 25 Canada's Part in the Great War by Colonel George G. Nasmyth, C.M.G., Toronto. When, in August 1914, war burst suddenly upon a peaceful world like distant thunder in a cloudless summer sky, Canada, like the rest of the British Empire, was profoundly startled. She had been a peace-loving, non-military nation, satisfied to develop her great natural resources and live in harmony with her neighbors, taking little interest in European affairs. Canadians, in fact, were a typical colonial people, with little knowledge even of the strength of the ties that linked them to the British Empire. Upon declaration of war by Great Britain, Canada immediately sprang to arms. The love of country and empire, which had been no obvious thing, burst forth in a patriotic fervor as deep as it was spontaneous and genuine. The call to action was answered with an enthusiasm the like of which had rarely, if ever, been seen in any British colony. The Canadian government called for 20,000 volunteers, enough for a single division, as Canada's contribution to the British Army. In less than a month 40,000 men had volunteered, and the Minister of Militia was compelled to stop the further enrollment of recruits. From the gold fields of the Yukon, from the slopes of the Rockies on the west to the surf-beaten shores of the Atlantic on the east, from workshop and mine, from farm, office, and forest, Canada's sons trooped to the colors. It will be the everlasting glory of the men of the 1st Canadian Contingent that they needed no spur, either of victory or defeat. They volunteered because they were quick to perceive that the existence of their empire was threatened by the action of the most formidable nation in arms that the world had ever seen. They had been stirred by the deepest emotion of a race, the love of country. A site for a concentration camp was chosen at Valcartier, nestling among the blue Laurentian hills, 16 miles from Quebec, and convenient to that point of embarkation. Within 4 days 60,000 men had arrived at Valcartier. In another week there were 25,000 men. From centers all over Canada, troop trains, each carrying hundreds of embryo soldiers, sped towards Valcartier and deposited their burdens on the miles of sidings that had sprung up as though by magic. The rapid evolution of that wild and wooded river valley into a model military camp was a great tribute to the engineering skill and energy of civilians who had never done the like before. One day an army of woodmen were seen felling trees. The next day the stumps were torn out and the hollows filled. On the third day long rows of tents in regular camp formation covered the ground, and on the fourth day they were occupied by civilian soldiers concentrated upon learning the rudiments of the art and science of war. Streets were laid out, miles of water pipes, sunk in machine-made ditches, were connected to the hundreds of taps and shower baths. Electric light was installed. 3 miles of rifle butts completed, and in 2 weeks the camp was practically finished, the finest camp that the 1st Canadians were destined to see. The building of Valcartier Camp was characteristic of the driving power, vision, and genius of the Minister of Militia, General Sir Sam Hughes. Of the 33,000 men assembled at Valcartier, the great majority were civilians without any previous training in warfare. About 7,000 Canadians had taken part in the South African War 15 years before, and some of these, together with a few ex-regulars who had seen active service, were formed into the Princess Patricia's Light Infantry. Otherwise, with the exception of the 3,000 regulars that formed the standing army of Canada, the men and most of the officers were amateurs. It was therefore a feat that the Canadian people could well afford to be proud of, that in the great crisis they were able, through their aggressive Minister of Militia, not only to gather up these forces so quickly, but that they willingly and without delay converted their industries to the manufacture of all necessary army equipment. Factories all over the country immediately began turning out vast quantities of khaki cloth, uniforms, boots, ammunition, harness, wagons, and the 1,001 articles necessary for an army. Before the end of September 1914, the Canadian Expeditionary Force had been roughly hewn into shape. Battalions had been regrouped and remodeled, officers transferred and retransferred, intensive training carried on, and all the necessary equipment assembled. On October 3, 1914, 33 Atlantic liners carrying the contingent of 33,000 men, comprising infantry, artillery, cavalry, engineers, signalers, medical corps, army service supply and ammunition columns, together with horses, guns, ammunition, wagons, motor lorries and other essentials, sailed from Gaspe Basin on the Quebec seaboard to the battlefront of Europe. It was probably the largest convoy that had ever been gathered together. The modern armada in 3 long lines, each line 1½ miles apart, led by cruisers and with battleships on the front, rear, and either flank, presented a thrilling spectacle. The voyage proved uneventful, and on October 14th the convoy steamed into Plymouth, receiving an extraordinary ovation by the sober English people, who seemed temporarily to have gone wild with enthusiasm. Back of that demonstration was the conviction that blood had proved thicker than water, and that the apparently flimsy ties that bound the colonies to the empire were bonds that were unbreakable. The German conviction that the British colonies would fall away and the British Empire disintegrate upon the outbreak of a great war had proved fallacious. It was, moreover, a great demonstration of how the much vaunted German navy had already been swept from the seas and rendered impotent by the might of Britain's fleet. A few days later the Canadians had settled down on Salisbury Plain in southern England for the further course of training necessary before proceeding to France. There, for nearly 4 months in the cold and the wet, in the fog and mud, in crowded, dripping tents, and under constantly dripping skies, they carried on and early gave evidence of their powers of endurance and unquenchable spirit. Lord Roberts made his last public appearance before this division, and addressing the men said in part, "3 months ago we found ourselves involved in this war, a war not of our own seeking, but one which those who have studied Germany's literature and Germany's aspirations knew was a war which we should inevitably have to deal with sooner or later. The prompt resolve of Canada to give us such valuable assistance has touched us deeply. We are fighting a nation which looks upon the British Empire as a barrier to her development, and has in consequence long contemplated our overthrow and humiliation. To attain that end she has manufactured a magnificent fighting machine and is straining every nerve to gain victory. It is only by the most determined efforts that we can defeat her." And this superb German military organization, created by years of tireless effort, was that which Canadian civilians had volunteered to fight. Was it any wonder that some of the most able leaders doubted whether men and officers, no matter how brave and intelligent, could ever equal the inspired barbarians who, even at that very moment, were battling with the finest British and French regulars and pressing them steadily towards Paris? In a short chapter of this kind, attempting to deal with Canada's effort in the Great War, it is obviously impossible to go into detail or give more than the briefest of historical pictures. Consequently, much that is fascinating can be given but a passing glance. For greater detail larger works must be consulted. Nevertheless, it is well to try and view in perspective events as they occurred, in order to obtain some idea of their relative importance. In February 1915, the 1st Canadian Division crossed the Channel to France and began to obtain front line experiences in a section of the line just north of Neuve Chapelle. While the 1st Division had been going through its course of training in England, a 2nd Division had been raised in Canada and arrived in England shortly after the 1st left it. During that period the conflict in Europe had passed through certain preliminary phases, most of them fortunate for the Allies. The unexpected holding up of the German armies by the Belgians had prevented the enemy from gaining the Channel ports of Calais and Boulogne in the first rush. Later on the Battle of the Marne had resulted in the rolling back of the German waves until they had subsided on a line roughly drawn through Dixmude, Ypres, Armentières, La Basse, Lens, and southward to the French border, and the trench phase of warfare had begun. The British held the section of front between Ypres and La Basse, about 30 miles in length, the Germans unfortunately occupying all the higher grounds. Shortly after the arrival of the Canadian Division, the British, concentrating the largest number of guns that had hitherto been gathered together on the French front, made an attack on the Germans at Neuve Chapelle. This attack, only partially successful in gains of terrain, served to teach both belligerents several lessons. It showed the British the need for huge quantities of high explosives with which to blast away wire and trenches, and that in an attack Rifle fire, no matter how accurate, was no match for unlimited numbers of machine guns. It showed the enemy what could be done with concentrated artillery fire, a lesson that he availed himself of with deadly effect a few weeks later. Though Canadian artillery took part in that bombardment, the infantry was not engaged in the Battle of Neuve Chapelle. It received its baptism of fire, however, under excellent conditions, and after a month's experience in trench warfare was taken out of the line for rest. The division was at the time under the command of a British general, and the staff included several highly trained British staff officers. Nevertheless, the commands were practically all in the hands of Canadians, lawyers, businessmen, real estate agents, newspapermen, and other amateur soldiers, who, in civilian life as militiamen, had spent more or less time in the study of the theory of warfare. This should always be kept in mind in view of subsequent events, as well as the fact that these amateur soldiers were faced by armies whose officers and men, professionals in the art and science of warfare, regarded themselves as invincible. In mid-April the Canadians took over a sector some 5,000 yards long in the Ypres salient. On the left they joined up with French colonial troops, and on the right with the British. Thus there were Canadian and French colonial troops side by side. Toward the end of April the Germans reverted to supreme barbarism and used poison gas. Undismayed, though suffering terrible losses, the heroic Canadians fought the Second Battle of Ypres and held the line in the face of the most terrific assaults. When the news of the Second Battle of Ypres reached Canada, her people were profoundly stirred. The blight of war had at last fallen heavily, destroying her firstborn, but sorrow was mixed with pride and exultation that Canadian men had proved a match for the most scientifically trained troops in Europe. As fighters, Canadians had at once leaped into front rank. British, Scotch, and Irish blood, with British traditions, had proved greater forces than the scientific training and philosophic principles of the Huns. It was a glorious illustration of the axiom, right is greater than might, which the German had in his pride reversed to read, might is right. It was prophetic of what the final issue of a contest based on such divergent principles was to be. So in those days Canadian men and women held their heads high and carried on their war work with increased determination, stimulated by the knowledge that they were contending with an enemy more remorseless and implacable than those terrible creatures which used to come to them in their childish dreams. It was felt that a nation which could scientifically and in cold blood resort to poison gases, contrary to all accepted agreements of civilized countries, to gain its object, must be fought with all the determination, resources, and skill which it was possible to employ. Canada's heart had been steeled. She was now in the war with her last dollar and her last man if need be. She had begun to realize that failure in Europe would simply transfer the struggle with German fighting hordes to our Atlantic provinces and Eastern American states. The famous Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry was originally composed of soldiers who had actually seen service and were therefore veterans. Incidentally, they were older men, and most of them were married, but the call of the Empire was insistent. In the winter of 1914 to 1915, the British line in Flanders was very thin, and the PPCLIs, being a trained regiment, was sent over to France several weeks before the 1st Canadian Division. It soon earned the name of a regiment of extraordinarily hard-fighting qualities and was all but wiped out before spring arrived. The immortal story of this gallant unit must be read in detail if one wishes to obtain any clear conception of their deeds of valor, of what it is possible for men to go through and live. However, it was but one regiment whose exploits were later equaled by other Canadian regiments, and it would therefore be invidious to select anyone for special praise. After operating as a separate regiment for nearly 2 years and having been recruited from the regular Canadian depots in England, it became a composition like other Canadian regiments and was finally incorporated into the 3rd Canadian Division. In the spring of 1915, a Canadian cavalry brigade was formed in France made up of Strathcona's Horse, King Edward's Horse, the Royal Canadian Dragoons, and Canadian Mounted Rifles. After the Second Battle of Ypres, the Canadians, after resting and reorganizing, were moved to a section of the line near La Basse. Here they fought the Battle of Festubert, a series of infantry attacks and artillery bombardments, which gained little ground. Shortly afterwards they fought the battle of Givenchy, equally futile, as far as material results were concerned. Both of these battles had the double object of feeling out the strength of the German line and of obtaining the Aubers Ridge, should the attacks prove successful. In both battles the Canadians showed great aptitude for attack and tenacity in their hold of captured trenches. They also learned the difficult lesson that if an objective is passed by the infantry, the latter enter the zone of their own artillery fire and suffer accordingly. In September, 1915, the 2nd Canadian Division arrived in Flanders and took its place at the side of the 1st Canadian Division, then occupying the Ploegsteert section in front of the Messines-Wytschaete Ridge. The rest of the winter was spent more or less quietly by both divisions in the usual trench warfare and battling with mud, water, and weather. It was here that the Canadians evolved the trench raid, a method of cutting off a section of enemy trench, killing or taking prisoners all the enemy inhabitants, destroying it, and returning with little or no loss to the attacking party. This method was quickly copied from one end of the Franco-British line to the other. It proved a most valuable method of gaining information and served to keep the troops, during the long cold winter months, stimulated and keen when otherwise life would have proved most dull and uninteresting. The 3rd Canadian Division was formed in January and February 1916. One infantry brigade was composed of regiments which had been acting as Canadian Corps troops, including the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry and the Royal Canadian Regiment. The 2nd Infantry Brigade was made up of 6 Canadian Mounted Rifle regiments, which had comprised a part of the Cavalry Brigade. These 2 brigades of the 3rd Division, under the command of General Mercer of Toronto, almost immediately began front-line work. During this period, the Germans, making desperate efforts extending over weeks of time, did their utmost to break through the French line at Verdun and exhaust the French reserves. To offset these objects, a 4th British Army was assembled, which took over still more of the French line, while a series of British attacks, intended to pin down the German reserves all along the line, was inaugurated. One of these developed into a fight for the craters, a terrible struggle at St. Eloi, where, blasted from their muddy ditches, with rifles and machine guns choked with mud and water, with communications lost and lack of artillery support, the men of the 2nd Canadian Division fought gamely from April 6th to April 20th, but were forced to yield the craters and part of their front line system to the enemy. Notwithstanding this, the men of the 2nd Canadian Division at St. Eloi fought quite as nobly as had their brothers of the 1st Division just a year before at the glorious Battle of Ypres, a few miles farther north. But it was a bitter experience. The lesson of failure is as necessary in the education of a nation as that of success. On June 2nd and 3rd, the 3rd Canadian Division, which then occupied part of the line in the Ypres salient, including Hooge and Sanctuary Wood, was smothered by an artillery bombardment unprecedented in length and intensity. Trenches melted into irregular heaps of splintered wood, broken sandbags, and mangled bodies. Fighting gallantly, the men of this division fell in large numbers where they stood. The best infantry in the world is powerless against avalanches of shells projected from greatly superior numbers of guns. The Canadian trenches were obliterated, not captured. By this time Britain had thoroughly learned her lesson, and now countless shells and guns were pouring into France from Great Britain, where thousands of factories, new and old, toiled night and day under the inspiring energy of Mr. Lloyd George. On June 13th, in a terrific counterattack, the Canadians in turn blasted the Huns from the trenches taken from them a few days before. The 1st Canadian Division recaptured and consolidated all the ground and trench systems that had been lost. Thus ended the second year of Canadian military operations in the Ypres salient. Each of the 3 Canadian divisions had been tried by fire in that terrible region, from which, it was said, no man ever returned the same as he entered it. Beneath its torn and rifted surface, thousands of Canadians lie, mute testimony to the fact that love of liberty is still one of the most powerful, yet most intangible, things that man is swayed by. A very distinguished French general, speaking of the part that Canada was playing in the war, said, "Nothing in the history of the world has ever been known quite like it. My countrymen are fighting within 50 miles of Paris to push back and chastise a vile and leprous race, which has violated the chastity of beautiful France, but the Australians at the Dardanelles, and the Canadians at Ypres fought with supreme and absolute devotion for what to many must have seemed simple abstractions, and that nation which will support for an abstraction the horror of this war of all wars will ever hold the highest place in the records of human valor. The 4th Canadian Division reached the Ypres region in August 1916, just as the other 3 Canadian divisions were leaving for the Somme battlefield further south. For a while it occupied part of the line near Kemmel, but soon followed the other divisions to the Somme, there to complete the Canadian Corps. It may be stated here that though a 5th Canadian Division was formed and thoroughly trained in England, it never reached France. Canada, until the passing of the Military Service Act on July 6, 1917, depended solely on voluntary enlistment. Up to that time Canada, with a population of less than 9,000,000, had recruited 525,000 men by voluntary methods. Of this number, 356,986 had actually gone overseas. Voluntary methods at last, however, failed to supply drafts in sufficient numbers to keep up the strength of the depleted reserves in England, and in consequence conscription was decided upon. By this means 56,000 men were drafted in Canada before the war ended. In the meantime, through heavy fighting the demand for drafts became so insistent that the 5th Canadian Division in England had to be broken up to reinforce the exhausted fighting divisions in France. It would be an incomplete summary of Canada's part in the war that did not mention some of the men who have been responsible for the success of Canadian arms. It is obviously impossible to mention all those responsible. It is even harder to select a few. But looking backward, one sees 2 figures that stand forth from all the rest: General Sir Sam Hughes in Canada and General Sir Arthur Currie, commander of the Canadian Corps. To General Sir Sam Hughes must be given the credit of having foreseen war with Germany and making such preparations as were possible in a democracy like Canada. He it was of all others who galvanized Canada into action. He it was whose enthusiasm and driving power were so contagious that they affected not only his subordinates but the country at large. Sir Sam Hughes will be remembered for the building of Valcartier Camp and the dispatch of the 1st Canadian Contingent. But he did things of just as great importance. It was he who sought and obtained for Canada huge orders of munitions from Great Britain, and thereby made it possible for Canada to weather the financial depression, pay her own war expenditures, and emerge from the war in better financial shape than she was when the war broke out. It was easy to build up a business once established, but the chief credit must go to the man who established it. Sir Sam Hughes was also responsible for the selection of the officers who went overseas with the 1st Canadian Contingent. Among those officers who subsequently became divisional commanders were General Sir Arthur Currie, General Sir Richard Turner, General Sir David Watson, Generals Lipsett, Mercer, and Hughes. Of these generals, Sir Arthur Currie, through sheer ability, ultimately became commander of the Canadian Corps. This big, quiet man, whose consideration, prudence, and brilliancy had won the absolute confidence of Canadian officers and men alike, welded the Canadian Corps into a fighting force of incomparable effectiveness, a force which was set the most difficult tasks and, as events proved, not in vain. When Canada entered the war she had a permanent force of 3,000 men. When hostilities ceased on November 11, 1918, Canada had sent overseas 418,980 soldiers. In addition to this, about 15,000 men had joined the British Royal Air Service. Several hundred physicians and veterinarians, as well as 200 nurses, had been supplied to the British Army, while many hundreds of university men had received commissions in the Imperial Army and Navy. In September, October, and November 1916, the Canadian Corps of 4 divisions, which had been welded by General Byng and General Currie into an exceedingly efficient fighting machine, took its part in the Battle of the Somme, a battle in which the British Army assumed the heaviest share of the fighting and casualties, and shifted the greatest burden of the struggle from the shoulders of the French to their own. The British Army had grown vastly in power and efficiency, and in growing had taken over more and more of the line from the French. The Battle of the Somme was long and involved. The Franco-British forces were everywhere victorious, and by hard and continuous fighting forced the Hun back to the famous Hindenburg line. It was in this battle that the tanks, evolved by the British, were used for the first time, and played a most important part in breaking down wire entanglements and rounding up the machine gun nests. The part played in this battle by the Canadian Corps was conspicuous, and it especially distinguished itself by the capture of Courcelette. Although the battles which the Canadian Corps took part in subsequently were almost invariably both successful and important, they can be merely mentioned here. The Canadian Corps, now known everywhere to consist of shock troops second to none on the Western Front, was frequently used as the spearhead with which to pierce particularly tough parts of the enemy defenses. On April 19th to 13th, 1917, the Canadian Corps, with some British support, captured Vimy Ridge, a point which had hitherto proved invulnerable. When a year later the Germans, north and south, swept the British line to one side in gigantic thrusts, they were unable to disturb this key point, Vimy Ridge, which served as an anchor to the sagging line. The Canadian Corps was engaged at Arleux and Fresnoy in April and May, and was effective in the operations around Lens in June. Again, on August 15th, it was engaged at Hill 70 and fought with conspicuous success in that toughest, most difficult, and most heartbreaking of all battles, Passchendaele. In 1918, the Canadian Cavalry Brigade won distinction in the German offensive of March and April. On August 12, 1918, the Canadian Corps was engaged in the brilliantly successful Battle of Amiens, which completely upset the German offensive plan. On August 26 to 28 the Canadians captured Monchy-le-Preux, and in one of the hammer blows, which Foch rained on the German front, were given the most difficult piece of the whole line to pierce, the Queant de Shore line. This section of the famous Hindenburg line was considered by the enemy to be absolutely impregnable, but was captured by the Canadians on September 3rd and 4th. With this line outflanked, a vast German retreat began, which ended on November 11th with the signing of the armistice. To the Canadians fell the honors of breaking through the first Hindenburg line by the capture of Cambrai on October 1st to 9th. They also took Douai on October 19th and Dena on October 20th. On October 26th to November 2nd, they had the signal honor of capturing Valenciennes, thereby being the first troops to break through the fourth and last Hindenburg line. It was surely a curious coincidence that Mons, from which the original British army, the best trained, it is said, that has taken the field since the time of Caesar, began its retreat in 1914, should have been the town which Canadian civilians were destined to recapture. The war began for the professional British army, the Contemptibles, when it began its retreat from Mons in 1914. The war ended for the British army at the very same town 4 years and 3 months later, when on the day the armistice was signed, the men from Canada re-entered it. Was it coincidence, or was it fate? During the war, the Canadian troops had sustained 211,000 casualties. 152,000 had been wounded, and more than 50,000 had made the supreme sacrifice. Put into different language, this means that the total number of Canadians killed was just a little greater than the total number of infantrymen in their corps of 4 divisions. The extent of the work involved in the care of the wounded and sick of the Canadians overseas may be gathered from the fact that Canada equipped and sent across the Atlantic 7 general hospitals, 10 stationary hospitals, 16 field ambulances, 3 sanitary sections, 4 casualty clearing stations, and advanced and base depots of medical stores. The personnel of these medical units consisted of 1,612 officers, 1,994 nursing sisters, and 12,382 of other ranks, or a total of about 16,000. This will give some conception of the importance of the task involved in the caring for the sick and wounded of about 90,000 fighting troops, some 60,000 auxiliary troops behind the lines, and the reserve depots in England. The work of the Canadian Red Cross Society included the building and equipping of auxiliary hospitals to those of the Canadian Army Medical Corps, providing of extra and emergency stores of all kinds, recreation huts, ambulances and lorries, drugs, serums, and surgical equipment calculated to make hospitals more efficient. The looking after the comfort of patients in hospitals, providing recreation and entertainment to the wounded, and dispatching regularly to every Canadian prisoner parcels of food, as well as clothes, books, and other necessities. The Canadian Red Cross expended on goods for prisoners in 1917 nearly $600,000. In all, the Canadian Red Cross distributed since the beginning of the war to November 23, 1918, $7,631,100. The approximate total of voluntary contributions from Canada for war purposes was over $90 million. The following figures quoted from tables issued by the Department of Public Information at Ottawa show the exports in certain Canadian commodities having a direct bearing on the war for the last 3 fiscal years before the war, 1912, 13, and 14, and for the last fiscal year, 1918, and illustrates the increase during this period in the value of these articles exported. Values. Foodstuffs. Average for 1912, 13, and 14, $143,133,374. 1918, $617,515,690. Clothing, metals, leather, etc. Average value for 1912, 1913, and 1914, $45,822,717. 1918, $215,873,357. Total. Average for 1912, 13, and 14, $188,956,091. For 1918, $833,389,047. As practically all of the increase of food and other materials went to Great Britain, France, and Italy, the extent of Canada's effort in upholding the Allied cause is clearly evident and was by no means a small one. The trade of Canada for 1914 was $1 billion. For the fiscal year of 1917 to 18, it was $2.5 billion. Approximately 60 million shells were made in Canada during the war. Shortly after the outbreak of hostilities, a shell committee was formed in Canada to really act as an agent for the British War Office in placing contracts. The first shells were shipped in December 1914, and by the end of May 1915, approximately 400 establishments were manufacturing shells in Canada. By November 1915, orders had been placed by the Imperial Government to the value of $300 million, and an Imperial Munitions Board, replacing the Shell Committee, was formed, directly responsible to the Imperial Ministry of Munitions. During the war period, Canada purchased from her bank savings $1,669,381,000 of Canadian war loans. Estimates of expenditures for the fiscal year ending March 31, 1919, demonstrated the thoroughness with which Canada went to war. They follow. Pay of 110,000 troops in Canada and 290,000 in England and France. Expenditure in Canada, $50,187,500. Expenditure overseas, $70,312,500. Total expenditures, $120,500,000. Assigned pay overseas troops. Expenditure in Canada, $54 million. Total expenditures, $54 million. Separation allowances. Expenditure in Canada, $21,750,000. Expenditure overseas, $6 million. Total expenditures, $27,750,000. Rations. Canada, 50 cents per day. England, 38.5 cents per day. Expenditure in Canada, $20,075,000. Expenditure overseas, $21 million. Total expenditures, $41,075,000. Clothing and necessaries. Expenditure in Canada, $19,080,000. Total expenditures, $19,080,000. Outfit allowances, officers and nurses. Expenditure in Canada, $1 million. Expenditure overseas, $700,000. Total expenditures, $1,700,000. Equipment including harness, vehicles, tanks, blankets, but not rifles, machine guns, etc. Expenditure in Canada, $20 million. Total expenditures, $20 million. Ordnance service. Expenditure overseas, $1,800,000. Total expenditures, $1,800,000. Medical services. Expenditure in Canada, $5 million. Total expenditures, $5 million. Ammunition. Expenditure in Canada, $5 million. Total expenditure, $5 million. Machine guns. Expenditure in Canada, $2 million. Total expenditure, $2 million. Ocean transport. Expenditure in Canada, $4,612,500. Total expenditure, $4,612,500. Railway transport. Expenditure in Canada, $11,062,500. Expenditure overseas, $450,000. Total expenditures, $11,512,500. Forage, expenditure in Canada, $450,000. Total expenditures, $450,000. Veterinary service, remounts. Expenditure overseas, $3 million. Total expenditure, $3 million. Engineer works, housing. Expenditure in Canada, $2,750,000. Expenditure overseas, $1,250,000. Total expenditures, $4 million. Civilian employees. Expenditure in Canada, $2,920,000. Expenditure overseas, $750,000. Total expenditures, $8,670,000. Sundries, including recruiting, censors, custom duties, etc. Expenditure in Canada, $3 million. Total expenditures, $3 million. Overseas printing and stationery. Expenditure overseas, $300,000. Total expenditures, $300,000. General expenses overseas. Expenditures overseas, $1,800,000. Total expenditures, $1,800,000. Maintenance of troops in France at 9 shilling 4 pence each day. Expenditures overseas, $115 million. Total expenditures, $115 million. Total. Expenditure in Canada, $217,887,500. Expenditure overseas, $225,162,500. Total expenditures, $443,050,000. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 26. Immortal Verdun. France was revealed to herself, to Germany, and to the world as the heroic defender of civilization, as a defender defying death in the victory of Verdun. There, with the gateways to Paris lying open at its back, the French army, in the longest pitched battle in all history, held like a cold blue rock against the uttermost manpower and resources of the German army. General von Falkenhayn, chief of the German General Staff and military dictator of the Teutonic Allies, there met disaster and disgrace. There the mettle of the Crown Prince was tested, and he was found to be merely a thing of straw, a weak creature whose mind was under the domination of von Falkenhayn. For the tremendous offensive which was planned to end the war by one terrific thrust, von Falkenhayn had robbed all the other fronts of effective men and munitions. Field Marshal von Hindenburg and his crafty Chief of Staff, General Ludendorff, had planned a campaign against Russia designed to put that tottering military colossus out of the war. The plans were upon a scale that might well have proved successful. The Kaiser, influenced by the Crown Prince and by von Falkenhayn, decreed that the Russian campaign must be postponed and that von Hindenburg must send his crack troops to join the army of the Crown Prince fronting Verdun. Ludendorff promptly resigned as Chief of Staff to von Hindenburg and suggested that the Field Marshal also resign. That grim old warrior declined to take this action, preferring to remain idle in East Prussia and watch what he predicted would be a useless effort on the Western Front. His warning to the General Staff was explicit, but von Falkenhayn coolly ignored the message. Why did Germany select this particular point for its grand offensive? The answer is to be found in a demand made by the great Junker associations of Germany in May 1915, 9 months before the attack was undertaken. That demand was to the effect that Verdun should be attacked and captured. They declared that the Verdun fortifications made a menacing salient thrust into the rich iron fields of the Brie Basin. From this metalliferous field of Lorraine came the ore that supplied 80% of the steel required for German and Austrian guns and munitions. These fields of Brie were only 20 miles from the great guns of Verdun. They were French territory at the beginning of the war and had been seized by the army of the Crown Prince, cooperating with the army of Metz because of their immense value to the Germans in war making. As a preliminary to the battle, von Falkenhayn placed a semicircle of huge howitzers and rifles around the field of Briey. Then assembling the vast forces drained from all the fronts and having erected ammunition dumps covering many acres, the great battle commenced with a surprise attack upon the village of Haumont on February 21, 1916. The first victory of the Germans at that point was an easy one. The great fort of Douaumont was the next objective. This was taken on February 25th after a concentrated bombardment that for intensity surpassed anything that hitherto had been shown in the war. Von Falkenhayn, personally superintending the disposition of guns and men, had now penetrated the outer defenses of Verdun. The tide was running against the French, and shells, more shells for the guns of all caliber, more men for the earthworks surrounding the devoted city were needed. The narrow-gauge railway connecting Verdun with the great French depots of supplies was totally inadequate for the transportation burdens suddenly cast upon it. In this desperate emergency a transport system was born of necessity, a system that saved Verdun. It was fleet upon fleet of motor trucks, all sizes, all styles. Anything that could pack a few shells or a handful of men was utilized. The backbone of the system was a great fleet of trucks driven by men whose average daily rest was 4 hours, and upon whose horizon blue uniforms the stains of snow and sleet, of dust and mud were indelibly fixed through the winter, spring, summer, and fall of 1916, for the glorious engagement continued from February 21st until November 2nd, when the Germans were forced into a full retreat from the field of honor, the evacuation of Fort Vaux putting a period to Germany's disastrous plan and to von Falkenhayn's military career. Lord Northcliffe, describing the early days of the immortal battle, wrote, "Verdun is, in many ways, the most extraordinary of battles. The mass of metal used on both sides is far beyond all parallel. The transformation of the Douaumont ridge was more suddenly dramatic than even the battle of the Marne, and, above all, the duration of conflict already looks as if it would surpass anything in history. More than a month has elapsed since, by the kindness of General Joffre and General Bretagne, I was able to watch the struggle from various vital viewpoints. The battle had then been raging with great intensity for a fortnight, and as I write, 4,000 to 5,000 guns are still thundering round Verdun. Impossible, therefore, any man to describe the entire battle. The most one can do is to set down one's impressions of the first phases of a terrible conflict, the end of which cannot be foreseen. My chief impression is one of admiration for the subtle powers of mind of the French High Command. General Joffre and General Castelnau are men with especially fine intellects tempered by terrible keenness. Always they have had to contend against superior numbers. In 1870, when they were subalterns, their country lost the advantage of its numerous population by abandoning general military service at a time when Prussia was completely realizing the idea of a nation in arms. In 1914, when they were commanders, France was inferior to a still greater degree in a point of numbers to Prussianized Germany. In armament, France was inferior at first to her enemy. The French High Command had thus been trained by adversity to do all that human intellect can against overwhelming hostile material forces. General Joffre, General Castelnau, and later General Bretagne, who at a moment's notice displaced General Herr, had to display genius where the Germans were exhibiting talent, and the result is to be seen at Verdun. They there caught the enemy in a series of traps of a kind hitherto unknown in modern warfare, something elemental and yet subtle, neo-primitive and befitting the atavistic character of the Teuton. They caught him in a web of his own unfulfilled boasts. The enemy began by massing a surprising force on the Western Front. Tremendous energy and organizing power were the marks of his supreme efforts to obtain a decision. It was usually reckoned that the Germans maintain on all fronts a field army of about 74.5 army corps, which at full strength number 3 million men. Yet, while holding the Russians from Riga to the south of the Pripet marshes, and maintaining a show of force in the Balkans, Germany seemed to have succeeded in bringing up nearly 2.5 millions of men for her grand spring offensive in the West. At one time her forces in France and Flanders were only 90 divisions, but troops and guns were withdrawn in increasing numbers from Russia and Serbia in December 1915 until there were, it is estimated, 118 divisions on the Franco-British-Belgian front. A number of 6-inch and 12-inch Austrian howitzers were added to the enormous Krupp batteries. Then a large portion of new recruits from the 1916 class were moved into Rhineland depots to serve as drafts for the 59 Army Corps, and it is thought that nearly all the huge shell output that had accumulated during the winter was transported westward. The French staff reckoned that Verdun would be attacked when the ground had dried somewhat in the March winds. It was thought that the enemy movement would take place against the British front, in some of the sectors of which there were chalk undulations, through which the rains of winter quickly drained. The Germans skillfully encouraged this idea by making an apparent preliminary attack at Lyon, on a 5-mile front with rolling gas clouds and successive waves of infantry. During this feint, the veritable offensive movement softly began on Saturday, February 19, 1916, when the enormous masses of hostile artillery west, east, and north of the Verdun salient started registering on the French positions. Only in small numbers did the German guns fire, in order not to alarm their opponents. But even this trial bombardment by shifts was a terrible display of power, calling forth all the energies of the outnumbered French gunners to maintain the artillery duels that continued day and night until Monday morning, February 21st. The enemy seems to have maintained a bombardment all round General Herr's lines on February 21, 1916, but this general battering was done with 1,000 pieces of field artillery. The grand masses of heavy howitzers were used in a different way. At 7:15 in the morning they concentrated on the small sector of advanced entrenchments near Brabant and the Meuse. 12-inch shells fell with terrible precision every few yards, according to the statements made by the French troops. I afterwards saw a big German shell, from at least 6 miles distant from my place of observation, hit quite a small target. So I can well believe that, in the first bombardment of French positions, which had been photographed from the air and minutely measured and registered by the enemy gunners in the trial firing, the great destructive shots went home with extraordinary effect. The trenches were not bombarded, they were obliterated. In each small sector of the 6-mile northward bulge of the Verdun salient, the work of destruction was done with surprising quickness. After the line from Brabant to Haumont was smashed, the main firepower was directed against the other end of the bow at Herbebois, Orne, and Maucourt. Then when both ends of the bow were severely hammered, the central point of the Verdun salient, Carres Woods, was smothered in shells of all sizes, poured in from east, north, and west. In this manner almost the whole enormous force of heavy artillery was centered upon mile after mile of the French front. When the great guns lifted over the line of craters, the lighter field artillery placed row after row in front of the wreckage, maintained an unending fire curtain over the communicating saps and support entrenchments. Then came the second surprising feature in the new German system of attack. No waves of storming infantry swept into the battered works. Only strong patrols at first came cautiously forward to discover if it were safe for the main body of troops to advance and reorganize the French line so as to allow the artillery to move onward. There was thus a large element of truth in the marvelous tales afterwards told by German prisoners. Their commanders thought it would be possible to do all the fighting with long-range artillery, leaving the infantry to act as squatters to the great guns and occupy and rebuild line after line of the French defenses without any serious hand-to-hand struggles. All they had to do was to protect the gunners from surprise attack, while the guns made an easy path for them. But, ingenious as was this scheme for saving the manpower of Germany by an unparalleled expenditure of shell, it required for success the cooperation of the French troops. But the French did not cooperate. Their high command had continually improved their system of trench defense in accordance with the experiences of their own hurricane bombardments in Champagne and the Carency sector. General Castelnau, acting as commander-in-chief on the French front, was indeed the inventor of hurricane fire tactics, which he had used for the first time in February 1915 in Champagne. When General Joffre took over the conduct of all French operations, leaving to General Castelnau the immediate control of the front line in France, the victor of the Battle of Nancy weakened his advance lines and then his support lines until his troops actually engaged in fighting were very little more than a thin covering body, such as is thrown out towards the frontier while the main forces connect well behind. We shall see the strategical effect of this extraordinary measure in the second phase of the Verdun battle, but its tactical effect was to leave remarkably few French troops exposed to the appalling tempest of German and Austrian shells. The fire trench was almost empty, and in many cases the real defenders of the French line were men with machine guns, hidden in dugouts at some distance from the photographed positions at which the German gunners aimed. The batteries of light guns, which the French handled with the flexibility and continuity of fire of Maxims, were also concealed in widely scattered positions. The main damage caused by the first intense bombardment was the destruction of all the telephone wires along the French front. In 1 hour the German guns plowed up every yard of ground behind the observing posts and behind the fire trench. Communications could only be slowly reestablished by messengers, so that many parties of men had to fight on their own initiative, with little or no combination of effort with their comrades. Yet, desperate as were their circumstances, they broke down the German plan for capturing trenches without an infantry attack. They caught the patrols and annihilated them, and then swept back the disillusioned and reluctant main bodies of German troops. First, the bombing parties were felled, then the sappers as they came forward to repair the line for their infantry, and at last the infantry itself in wave after wave of field gray. The small French garrison of every center of resistance fought with cool, deadly courage, and often to the death. Artillery fire was practically useless against them, for though their tunnel shelters were sometimes blown in by the 12-inch shells, which they regarded as their special terror by reason of their penetrative power and wide blast, even the Germans had not sufficient shells to search out all their underground chambers, every one of which had 2 or 3 exits. The new organization of the French machine gun corps was a fine factor in the eventual success. One gun fired 10,000 rounds daily for a week, most of the positions selected being spots from which each German infantry advance would be enfiladed and shattered. Then the French 75's, which had been masked during the overwhelming fire of the enemy howitzers, came unexpectedly into action when the German infantry attacks increased in strength. Near Haumont, for example, 8 successive furious assaults were repulsed by 3 batteries of 75's. One battery was then spotted by the Austrian 12-inch guns, but it remained in action until all its ammunition was exhausted. The gunners then blew up their guns and retired, with the loss of only 1 man. Von Falkenhayn had increased the Crown Prince's army from the 14 divisions that battled at Douaumont Fort to 25 divisions. In April he added 5 more divisions to the forces around Verdun by weakening the effectiveness in other sectors and drawing more troops from the Russian front. It was rumored that von Hindenburg was growing restive and complaining that the wastage at Verdun would tell against the success of the campaign on the Riga-Dvinsk front, which was to open when the Baltic ice melted. Great as was the wastage of life, it was in no way immediately decisive. But when the expenditure of shells almost outran the high speed of production of the German munitions factories, and the wear on the guns was more than Krupp and Skoda could make, there was danger to the enemy in beginning another great offensive likely to overtax his shell makers and gun makers. Immortal and indomitable France had won over her foe more power than she had possessed even after the Battle of the Marne. Through the entire summer, Verdun, with the whole population of France roused to the supreme heights of heroism behind it, held like a rock. Wave after wave of Germans in gray-green lines were sent against the 25 miles of earthworks, while the French guns took their toll on the crack German regiments. German dead lay upon the field until exposed flesh became the same ghastly hue of their uniforms. No man's land around Verdun was a waste and a stench. General Joffre's plan was very simple. It was to hold out. As was afterwards revealed, much to the satisfaction of the French people, Sir Douglas Haig had placed himself completely at the service of the French commander-in-chief, and had suggested that he should use the British army to weaken the thrust at Verdun. But General Joffre had refused the proffered help. No man knew better than he what his country, with its exceedingly low birth rate, was suffering on the Meuse. He had but to send a telegram to British headquarters, and 1,000,000 Britons, with thousands of heavy guns, would fling themselves upon the German lines and compel Falkenhayn to divide his shell output, his heavy artillery, and his millions of men between Verdun and Somme. But General Joffre, instead of sending the telegram in question, merely dispatched officers to British headquarters to assure and calm the chafing Scotsmen commanding the military forces of the British Empire. Throughout that long summer the battle cry of Verdun, "Ne passeront pas," they shall not pass, was an inspiration to the French army and to the world. Then as autumn drifted its red foliage over the heights surrounding the bloody field, the French struck back. General Neuve, who had taken command at Verdun under Joffre, commenced a series of attacks and a persistent pressure against the German forces on both sides of the Meuse. These thrusts culminated in a sudden sweeping attack which on October 24th resulted in the recapture by Nivelle's forces of Fort Douaumont, and on November 2nd in the recapture of Fort Vaux. Thus ended in glory the most inspiring battle in the long and honorable history of France. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 27 Murders and Martyrs. Many examples might be cited to show that the Central Empires were dead to the humanities. There were apparently no limits to the brutality of the German war makers. Among the outstanding deeds of the Teutons that sickened the world was the killing of Miss Edith Cavell, an English nurse working in Belgian hospitals. A shudder of horror circled the world when announcement was formally made that this splendid woman was sentenced to death and murdered by a German firing squad at 2 o'clock on the morning of October 12, 1915. The killing of this gentle-natured, brave woman typified to the world Germany's essentially brutal militarism. It placed the German military command in a niche of dishonor unique in all history. The specific charge against Miss Cavell was that she helped English and French soldiers and Belgian young male civilians to cross the border into Holland. The direct evidence against her was in the form of letters intercepted by the Germans in which some of these soldiers and civilians writing from England thanked her for the aid she had given to them. Upon the farcical trial that resulted in the predetermined sentence of death, Miss Cavell courageously and freely admitted her assistance in the specific cases of escape. When she was asked why she did it, she declared her fear that if she had not done so the men would have been shot by the Germans. Her testimony was given in a clear conversational tone that betrayed no nervousness, and her entire bearing was such as to win the sympathy of everyone except her stony-hearted judges. The German officers in command at Brussels made it impossible for Miss Cavell to see counsel before the trial, and a number of able lawyers who were solicited to undertake her defense declined to do so because of their fear of the Germans. Sentence was imposed upon her at 5 o'clock on the afternoon of October 11th. In accordance with its terms, she was taken from her cell and placed against a blank wall at 2 o'clock the following morning, the darkness of the hour vying with the blackness of the deed. Mr. Gahan, the English clergyman connected with the prison, was permitted to see her a short time before her murder. He gave her Holy Communion at 10 o'clock on the night of October 11th. To him she declared she was happy in her contemplation of death, that she had no regret for what she had done, and that she was glad to die for her country. Brand Whitlock, American Minister to Belgium, and Hugh Gibson, Secretary of the Legation, did all that was humanly possible to avert the crime, but without avail. They were told that the Emperor himself could not intervene. Defending the murder, Dr. Alfred Zimmermann, German Under Secretary for Foreign Affairs, callously disposed of the matter thus: I see from the English and American press that the shooting of an Englishwoman and the condemnation of several other women in Brussels for treason has caused a sensation, and capital against us is being made out of the fact. Men and women are equal before the law, and only the degree of guilt makes the difference in the sentence for the crime and its consequences. Monuments to Edith Cavell were reared in widely scattered communities. A mountain was named in her honor. Her murder multiplied enlistments and fed the fires of patriotism throughout the Allied countries. In the end, Germany lost heavily. The Teutons aimed to strike terror into the hearts of men and women. They only succeeded in arousing a righteous anger that ultimately destroyed the imperial government. Another instance equally flagrant of the utter callousness of the men who at that time ruled Germany was the murder of Captain Fryatt, a gallant British seaman who had dared to attack the pirates of the underseas. Captain Charles Fryatt was the master of the steamship Brussels, a merchant vessel owned by the Great Eastern Railway. It was captured by the Germans on June 23, 1916. Captain Fryatt was taken to Zeebrugge. A court-martial went through the motions of a trial at Berg on July 27th. The charge against Captain Fryatt was that of attempting to ram the German submarine U-33. Mute testimony against Captain Fryatt was a gold watch found upon his person. This carried an inscription testifying that the watch had been presented by the mayor and people of Harwich in recognition of the captain's bravery in attempting to ram a submarine and his successful escape when the U-boat called upon him to surrender. The prisoners who were captured with Captain Fryatt were sent to the prison camp at Ruhlaben, but Captain Fryatt was condemned to death as a franc-tireur. The news of the murder was sent to the world through a German communiqué dated July 28th. It stated, "The accused was condemned to death because, although he was not a member of a combatant force, he made an attempt on the afternoon of March 20th, 1915, to ram the German submarine U-33 near the Maas lightship. The accused, as well as the first officer and the chief engineer of the steamer, received at the time from the British Admiralty a gold watch as a reward of his brave conduct on that occasion, and his action was mentioned with praise in the House of Commons. On the occasion in question, disregarding the U-boat's signal to stop and show his national flag, he turned at a critical moment at high speed on the submarine, which escaped the steamer by a few meters, only by immediately diving. He confessed that in so doing he had acted in accordance with the instructions of the Admiralty. One of the many nefarious franc-tireur proceedings of the British merchant marine against our war vessels had thus found a belated but merited expiation." The brutal action by Germany coming after the murder of Edith Cavell created intense indignation throughout the world. It ranked with the poison gas at Ypres, the Lusitania, the Belgian atrocities, the killing of Edith Cavell, and the unrestricted submarine sinkings as a factor in arousing the democratic peoples of the world to a fighting pitch. Germany sowed its seeds of destruction in the wind that bore the fumes of poison gas, and in the ruthless brutality that decreed the sinking of the Lusitania and the murders of Edith Cavell and Captain Fryatt. It reaped the whirlwind in the world-wide wrath that brought America into the war and that visited disgrace and defeat upon the German Empire. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 28. The Second Battle of Ypres. First to feel the effects of German terrorism through poison gas were the gallant Canadian troops on the afternoon of April 22, 1915, at Ypres, Belgium. Gas had been used by the Germans previously to this, but they were mere experimental clouds directed against Belgian troops. Before the battle, the English and Canadians held a line from Broodseinde to half a mile north of St. Julien on the crest of the Grafenstafel Ridge. The French prolonged the line to Steenstraate on the Yperlee Canal. The Germans originally planned the attack for Tuesday, April 20th, but with satanic ingenuity the offensive was postponed until between 4 and 5 o'clock on the afternoon of Thursday, the 22nd. During the morning the wind blew steadily from the north, and the scientists attached to the German field headquarters predicted that the strong wind would continue at least 12 hours longer. The Canadian division held a line extending about 5 miles from the Ypres-Roulers Railway to the Ypres-Poelcapelle Road. The division consisted of 3 infantry brigades, in addition to the artillery brigades. Upon this unsuspecting body of men the poisonous fumes were projected by means of pipes and force pumps. The immediate consequences were that the asphyxiating gas of great intensity rendered immediately helpless thousands of men. The same gas attack that was projected upon the Canadians also fell with murderous effect upon the French. The consequences were that the French division on the left of the Canadians gave way, and the 3rd Brigade of the Canadian Division, so far as the left was concerned, was "up in the air," to use the phrase of its commanding officer. It became necessary for Brigadier General Turner, commanding the 3rd Brigade, to throw back his left flank southward to protect his rear. This caused great confusion, and the enemy, advancing rapidly, took a number of guns and many prisoners, penetrating to the village of St. Julien, 2 miles in the rear of the original French trenches. The Canadians fought heroically, although greatly outnumbered and pounded by artillery that inflicted tremendous losses. The Germans, as they came through the gas clouds, were protected by masks moistened with a solution containing bicarbonate of soda. The tactics of General Turner offset the numerical superiority of the enemy and prevented a disastrous rout. General Currie, commanding the 2nd Brigade of Canadians, repeated this successful maneuver when he flung his left flank southward and, presenting two fronts to the enemy, held his line of trenches from Thursday at 5 o'clock until Sunday afternoon. The reason the trenches were held no longer than Sunday afternoon was that they had been obliterated by heavy artillery fire. The Germans finally succeeded in capturing a line, the forward point of which was the village of St. Julien. Reinforcements under General Alderson had come up by this time, and the enemy's advance was suddenly checked. Enemy attacks upon the line running from Ypres to Passchendaele completely broke down under the withering fire of the reinforced and reformed artillery and infantry brigades. The record officer of the Canadians makes this comment of the detailed fighting. The story of the Second Battle of Ypres is the story of how the Canadian Division, enormously outnumbered, for they had in front of them at least 4 divisions, supported by immensely heavy artillery, with a gap still existing, though reduced, in their lines, and with dispositions made hurriedly after the stimulus of critical danger, fought through the day and through the night, and then through another day and night, fought under their officers until, as happened to so many, those perished gloriously, and then fought from the impulsion of sheer valor because they came from fighting stock. The enemy, of course, was aware, whether fully or not may perhaps be doubted, of the advantage his breach in the line had given him, and immediately began to push a formidable series of attacks upon the whole of the newly formed Canadian salient. The attack was everywhere fierce, but developed with particular intensity at this moment upon the apex of the newly formed line, running in the direction of St. Julien. It has already been stated that some British guns were taken in a wood comparatively early in the evening of the 22nd. In the course of that night, and under the heaviest machine gun fire, this wood was assaulted by the Canadian Scottish 16th Battalion of the 3rd Brigade and the 10th Battalion of the 2nd Brigade, which was intercepted for this purpose on its way to a reserve trench. The battalions were respectively commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Leckie and Lieutenant Colonel Boyle, and after a most fierce struggle in the light of a misty moon they took the position at the point of a bayonet. At midnight the 2nd Battalion, under Colonel Watson, and the Toronto Regiment, Queen's Own 3rd Battalion, under Lieutenant Colonel Rennie, both of the 1st Brigade, brought up much needed reinforcement, and though not actually engaged in the assault, were in reserve. All through the following days and nights these battalions shared the fortunes and misfortunes of the 3rd Brigade. An officer who took part in the attack describes how the men about him fell under the fire of the machine guns, which, in his phrase, played upon them like a watering pot. He added quite simply, "I wrote my own life off." But the line never wavered. When one man fell another took his place, and with a final shout the survivors of the 2 battalions flung themselves into the wood. The German garrison was completely demoralized, and the impetuous advance of the Canadians did not cease until they reached the far side of the wood and entrenched themselves there in the position so dearly gained. They had, however, the disappointment of finding that the guns had been blown up by the enemy, and later on in the same night a most formidable concentration of artillery fire, sweeping the wood as a tropical storm sweeps the leaves from a forest, made it impossible for them to hold the position for which they had sacrificed so much. The fighting continued without intermission all through the night, and, to those who observed the indications that the attack was being pushed with ever-growing strength, it hardly seemed possible that the Canadians, fighting in positions so difficult to defend and so little the subject of deliberate choice, could maintain their resistance for any long period. At 6 a.m. on Friday it became apparent that the left was becoming more and more involved, and a powerful German attempt to outflank it developed rapidly. The consequences, if it had been broken or outflanked, need not be insisted upon. They were not merely local. It was there decided, formidable as the attempt undoubtedly was, to try and give relief by a counter-attack upon the first line of German trenches, now far, far advanced from those originally occupied by the French. This was carried out by the Ontario 1st and 4th Battalions of the 1st Brigade, under Brigadier General Mercer, acting in combination with a British brigade. It is safe to say that the youngest private in the rank, as he set his teeth for the advance, knew the task in front of him, and the youngest subaltern knew that all rested upon its success. It did not seem that any human being could live in the shower of shot and shell which began to play upon the advancing troops. They suffered terrible casualties. For a short time every other man seemed to fall, but the attack was pressed ever closer and closer. The 4th Canadian Battalion at one moment came under a particularly withering fire. For a moment, not more, it wavered. Its most gallant commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Burchell, carrying, after an old fashion, a light cane, coolly and cheerfully rallied his men and, at the very moment when his example had infected them, fell dead at the head of his battalion. With a hoarse cry of anger they sprang forward, for indeed they loved him, as if to avenge his death. The astonishing attack which followed, pushed home in the face of direct frontal fire made in broad daylight by battalions whose names should live forever in the memories of soldiers, was carried to the front line of the German trenches. After a hand-to-hand struggle the last German who resisted was bayoneted, and the trench was won. The measure of this success may be taken when it is pointed out that this trench represented in the German advance the apex in the breach which the enemy had made in the original line of the Allies, and that it was 2½ miles south of that line. This charge, made by men who looked death indifferently in the face, for no man who took part in it could think that he was likely to live, saved, and that was much, the Canadian left. But it did more. Up to the point where the assailants conquered or died, it secured and maintained during the most critical moment of all the integrity of the Allied line. For the trench was not only taken, it was held thereafter against all comers, and in the teeth of every conceivable projectile, until the night of Sunday the 25th, when all that remained of the war-broken but victorious battalion was relieved by fresh troops. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 29. Zeppelin Raids on France and England. The idea of warfare in the air has been a dream of romancers from a period long before Jules Verne. Indeed, balloons were used for observation purposes in the 18th century by the French armies. The crude balloon of that period, in a more developed form, was used in the Franco-Prussian War, and during the siege of Paris, by its assistance communication was kept up between Paris and the outside world. Realizing its possibilities, inventors had been trying to develop a balloon which could be propelled against the wind and so guided that explosives could be dropped upon a hostile army. Partially successful dirigible balloons have been occasionally exhibited for a number of years. The idea of such a balloon took a strong hold upon the imagination of the German army staff long before the Great War, and Count Ferdinand Zeppelin gave the best years of his life to its development. From the beginning he met with great difficulties. His first ships proved mechanical failures, and after these difficulties were overcome, he met with a series of accidents which almost put an end to his efforts. By popular subscription and by government support, he was able to continue, and when the war began Germany had 35 dirigible balloons of the Zeppelin and other types, many of them as much as 490 feet long. The Zeppelin balloon, called the Zeppelin from the name of its inventor, was practically a vast ship, capable of carrying a load of about 15,000 pounds. It would carry a crew of 20 men or more, fuel for the engines, provisions, a wireless installation, and armament with ammunition. For a journey of 20 hours such a vessel would need at least 7,000 pounds of fuel. It would probably be able to carry about 2 tons of explosives. These Zeppelins could travel great distances. Before the war one of them flew from Lake Constance to Berlin, a continuous flight of about 1,000 miles in 31 hours. These great aerial warships were given a thorough trial by the Germans. They disliked to admit that they had made a costly mistake in adding them to their armament. It soon turned out, however, that the Zeppelins were practically useless in battle. Whatever they could do, either for scouting purposes or in dropping explosives behind the enemy's lines, could be better done by the airplane. The French and the English, who before the war had decided that the airplane was the more important weapon, were right. But the Germans did not give up their costly toy so easily, and they determined to use it in the bombardment of cities and districts situated far away from the German line, in dropping bombs not upon fortifications or armed camps where they might meet with resistance, but upon peaceful non-belligerents in the streets of great unfortified cities. It was their policy of frightfulness once again, and once again they had made a mistake. The varied expeditions of the Zeppelin airships sent from Germany to bombard Paris, or to cross the Channel and, after dropping bombs on seaside resorts, to wander over the city of London in the hope of spreading destruction there, did little real damage, and their net effects, from a military point of view, were practically nil. The first Zeppelin raid upon England took place on January 19, 1915. The Zeppelins passed over the cities of Yarmouth, Cromer, Sheringham, and King's Lynn. On this expedition there were two Zeppelins. They reached the coast of Norfolk about 8:30 in the evening, and then steered northwest across the country toward the King's Lynn, dropping bombs as they went. In these towns there were no military stations, and the damage suffered was very slight. 9 persons were killed, all civilians. This raid was followed by many others, which at first usually wasted their ammunition, dropping their bombs on small country towns or in empty fields. On the 31st of May an expedition reached London and killed 6 persons in the East End. The result of this raid was to stir the English to intense indignation. Mobs gathered in the London streets, and persons suspected of being Germans or with German sympathies were attacked. Other raids followed, none of them doing serious military damage, but usually killing or wounding innocent non-combatants. The stupid policy of secrecy which they maintained during the first year of the war unfortunately permitted great exaggeration of the real damages which they had suffered. During the first year, according to Mr. Balfour, in 18 Zeppelin raids there were only 71 civilian adults and 18 children killed, 189 civilian adults and 31 children wounded. No soldier or sailor was killed and only 7 wounded. In France, similar attacks had been made on Paris and Calais. On the 20th of March 2 Zeppelins dropped bombs on Paris, but Paris, unlike London, was a fortified city, and the sky soldiers were driven off by the anti-aircraft guns. The French also devised an efficient method of defense. On the appearance of an airship, great searchlights flashed into the air, and the enemy was made at once a target, not only for the guns of all the forts, but also for airplane attack. In order to attack successfully a Zeppelin it was necessary that an airplane should attain a position above the enemy. For an airplane to rise to such a height time was required, as the airplane rises slowly. The French therefore devised a scheme by which 2 or more airplanes were kept constantly circling at a very great height above the city. Relays were formed which relieved each other at regular intervals. When an airship approached, it would therefore be compelled in the first place to pass through the fire of the guns on the great forts, and then would find in the air above airplanes in waiting. The Germans, therefore, practically gave up attacks on Paris. They were dangerous. London, practically unarmed, seemed to them an easy mark. But the British lion was now awake. The English had been taken by surprise. They attempted at first, in an unorganized way, to protect their city, and, though occasionally successful in destroying an airship through the gallantry of some individual hero, they soon found that their defense must be organized, and Sir Admiral Percy Scott was entrusted with the task. Lights were extinguished on the streets and screened on the waterfront. Illumination for advertising purposes was forbidden. Windows were covered, so that London became at night a mass of gloom. The Zeppelins, compelled to fly at a very great height because of anti-aircraft guns, were blinded. As in Paris, airplanes were constantly kept on the alert and searchlights and anti-airship guns placed at every convenient point. The suggestion was made that the English should undertake reprisals, but the suggestion was strongly opposed on the ground that the British should not be a party to a line of conduct condemned by every right-thinking man of every civilized nation. The effect of the English improved defenses was soon obvious, when the German expeditions began to lose airship after airship. Under the new regime, when such an attack was signaled, the whole city immediately received warning and the sky was swept by dozens of searchlights. Safe retreats were ready for those who cared to use them, but ordinarily the whole population rushed out to watch the spectacle. Airplanes would dash at the incoming foe. The searchlights would be switched off and the guns be silent to avoid hindering the aviators. Then would come the attack, and Zeppelin after Zeppelin would be seen falling, a great mass of flames, while their companions would hurry back across the Channel. Even there they would not be safe, for many an airship was brought down on English fields or on the waters of the sea. The Germans, however, did not confine their policy of frightfulness in the air to the performances of their Zeppelins. Before the Zeppelins had crossed the Channel their airplanes had visited England. On Christmas Day 1914 an airplane attacked Dover, doing, however, no damage. Other airplanes also visited the British Isles from time to time, dropping bombs, and as the Germans began to lose faith in the efficacy of their Zeppelin fleets, they began more and more to substitute airplanes for their airships. On some of these expeditions much more damage was done than had ever been done by the Zeppelins. The airplane expedition grew serious in the year 1917. Between May 23rd and June 6th of that year there were 5 such aerial attacks. The airplanes could not only move with greater speed, but with better direction. An attack on May 25th resulted in the killing of 76 persons and the injuring of 174, the principal victims being women and children. This was at the town of Folkestone, on the southeast coast. In this attack there were about 16 airplanes, and the time of the attack was not more than 3 minutes. Scarcely any part of Folkestone escaped injury. The attack was methodically organized. 4 separate squadrons passed over the city, following each other at short intervals. It was impossible to tell when the attack would end, and people in shelters or cellars were kept waiting for hours without being able to feel certain that the danger had passed. It was probable that one of the motives of these raids was to keep at home fleets of English airplanes which might be more useful on the front. Indeed, many Englishmen, alarmed by the damage, urged such a policy, but the good sense of the English leaders prevented such a mistake from being made. Pitiful as must have been the suffering in individual cases, the whole of the damage caused by the German frightfulness was but a trifle as compared with the usefulness of the English air fleets when directly sent against the German armies. Nevertheless, every squadron of German airplanes sent to England was attacked by British aviators, and in those attacks the Germans suffered many losses. The worst raid of all those made was one on June 13th, which was directed upon the city of London. On that occasion 97 persons were killed and 437 wounded. These airplane operations differed from the Zeppelin expeditions in being carried on in the daytime, and this raid took place while the schools were in session and large numbers of people were in the street. Only one of the attacking airplanes was brought down. The raiding machines were of a new type and about 3 times the size of the ordinary machine, and there were 22 such machines in the squadron. The battle in the air was a striking spectacle, and in spite of the danger was watched by millions of the population. The raiders were easily seen, and their flight seemed like a flight of swallows as they dived and swerved through the air. The raids on England were not the only raids conducted by the Germans during the war. Paris suffered, but as soon as the warning sounded, the sky over the city was alive with defense airplanes. An attack on the French capital took place on the 27th of July and began about midnight. The German airmen, however, never got further than a suburban section of the city, and their bombardment caused but little damage. In one of the suburbs, however, a German flyer dropped 4 bombs on a Red Cross hospital, killing 2 doctors, a chemist, and a male nurse, and injuring a number of patients. The raider was flying low, and the distinguishing marks of the hospital were plainly apparent. Almost every day during the bitter fighting of 1918, reports came in that Allied hospitals had been bombed by German raiders. Attacks on hospitals were, of course, strictly forbidden by the Hague Convention, and they caused bitter indignation. Such attacks were of a piece with those upon hospital ships which were made from time to time. From the very beginning of the war the Germans could not understand the psychology of the people of the Allied countries. They were not fighting with slaves ready to cower under the lash, but with free people ready to fight for liberty and roused to fury by lawlessness. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 30. Red Revolution in Russia. The Russian Revolution was not a sudden movement of the people. Long before the war it had raised its head. The Duma itself came into existence as one of its fruits, But when the war began all parties joined in patriotic support of the Russian armies and laid aside for the time their cherished grievances. The war was immensely popular. Slavonic nationalism turned against Austria-Hungary and Germany, who were bent upon crushing the Slavonic sister state, Serbia. The liberal elements saw in Germany the stronghold of reaction and of militarism and trusted that its downfall would be followed by that of the Russian autocracy. But so glaring was the incapacity of the old regime that a union was formed during the war by all the liberal parties. This group united on the single aim of pushing on the war and silently preparing for the moment when the catastrophe to Tsarism was to come. This was long before the Revolution, but a conviction of the necessity of immediate change gradually came to all. The Tsar himself brought matters to an issue. His vacillation, his appointment of ministers who were not only reactionary but were suspected of being German tools, were too much for even honest supporters of the imperial regime. Some of these reactionaries, it is true, were easily driven from power. In 1915, Sukhomlinov and Maklakov were overthrown by the influence of the army and the Duma. But in 1916 the parasites came to life again. M. Boris Strumer became Prime Minister and appointed as Minister of the Interior the notorious Protopopov. On November 14, 1916, Miliukov, the leader of the Constitutional Democrats, or Cadet Party, attacked the Premier in one of the fiercest speeches ever made in the Russian Duma. Strumer was compelled to resign, but his successor, Mr. Trepov, though an honest man with high ambitions, was forced to retain Protopopov at the Interior. For a moment there was calm, but it was the calm before the storm. The Russian Revolution, now recognized as the most bloody revolution in history, began with the assassination of a single man. This man was Gregory Neuve, known throughout the world under the name of Rasputin. A Siberian peasant by birth, immoral, filthy in person, untrained in mind, he had early received the nickname of Rasputin, which means ne'er-do-well, on account of his habits. A drunkard and a libertine always, he posed as a sort of saint and miracle worker, let his hair grow long, and tramped about the world barefoot. Rasputin had left his district of Tobolsk and at Moscow had started a new cult, where mystical searches were mingled with debauchery. Through Madame Verubova, he had been introduced to the Empress herself. He became the friend of Count Witte of Strumer, and Protopopov was his tool. Rumor credited him with exercising an extraordinary influence upon the Tsarina, and through her upon the Tsar. This influence was thought to be responsible for many of the Tsar's unpopular policies. In times of great public agitation the wildest rumors are easily taken for truth, and the absurd legends which were easily associated with his name were greedily accepted by people of every rank. The influence of Rasputin over the imperial family was denied again and again. It has been said from authoritative sources that the Tsar did not know him by sight, and that the Tsarina knew him only as a superstitious and neurotic woman might know some fortune-teller or other charlatan. Nevertheless, the credulous public believed him to be the evil spirit of the imperial circle, and every false move, every unpopular act, was ascribed to his baneful influence. But such a career could not last long, and the end became a tragedy. Several times Rasputin had been attacked but had escaped. At last, on the 29th of December, 1916, Prince Yusupov, a young man of wealth and position, invited him to dine with him at his own home. The prince came for him in his own car. Entering the dining room, they found there the Grand Duke Dmitri Pavlovitch. Monsieur Purishkevitch, a member of the Duma, had acted as chauffeur, and he followed him in. The three told him that he was to die, and he was handed a pistol that he might kill himself. Instead of doing so, he shot at the Grand Duke, but missed, and then was shot in turn by his captors. The noise attracted the attention of the police, who inquired what had happened. "I have just killed a dog," was the reply. His body was taken in an automobile to the Neva River, a hole cut in the ice, and weighted with stones, it was dropped into the waters. On the next day his executioners notified the police of what they had done, and the news was announced at the Imperial Theater, whose audience went wild with enthusiasm, and sang the national hymn. No legal action was ever taken against Rasputin's executioners. His body was recovered and given honorable burial, the Tsarina, according to report, following the coffin to the grave, and so disappeared from the imperial court one evil force. But his tool, Alexander Protopopov, still survived. Protopopov was an extraordinary man. In 1916 he had visited England and France and made a splendid impression. His speeches, full of fire and patriotism, were regarded as the best made by any deputation that had come from Russia. But on his return to Petrograd he fell completely into the hands of the court party. He became associated with Rasputin, and his wild talk and restless conduct suggested to many that his mind had become affected. After the death of Rasputin, the meeting of the Duma, which should have taken place on January 25, 1917, was postponed for a month. The censorship was drawn tighter, the members of the secret police were greatly increased, and a deliberate endeavor, under the direction of Protopopov, was made to encourage an abortive revolution, so that its overthrow might establish the reactionaries in power. But the attempt failed. During January and February the people were calm. No one wanted revolution then. On October 9th the labor members of the War Industry Committee were arrested. This was regarded as plainly provocative, and M. Miliukov wrote appeals to the public for patience. These were suppressed, but no disturbance ensued. A British commission, then on a visit to Russia, reported that there was no danger of revolution. But the people were hungry. Speakers in the Duma discussed the food problem. It became harder and harder to procure bread, and little that was practical seemed to be done to improve the situation, though in some parts of the country there were large surplus stocks. On March 8th crowds gathered around the bakery shops and looted several of them. The next day the crowds in the streets increased. Groups of Cossacks rode here and there, fraternizing with the people. They, too, were hungry. In the afternoon 2 workmen were arrested for disorder by the police. A band of Cossacks freed them. Street speakers began to appear here and there, and crowds gathered to listen to their fiery denunciations of the government. On March 11th, General Kabalov, military governor of the city, issued a proclamation announcing that the police had orders to disperse all crowds, and that any workmen who did not return to work on Monday morning would be sent to the trenches. The main streets of the city were cleared and guarded by the police and soldiery. The crowds were enormous and disorderly, and more than 200 of the rioters were killed. Yet it seemed as if the government had the situation in a firm grasp, though an ominous incident was that the Pavlovsk regiment, on being ordered to fire upon the mob, mutinied and had to be ordered to their quarters. Meantime, Rodzianko, the president of the Duma, had telegraphed to the Tsar, "Situation serious. Anarchy reigns in the capital. Government is paralyzed. Transport, food, and fuel supplies are utterly disorganized. General discontent is growing. Disorderly firing is going on in streets. Various companies of soldiers are shooting at each other. It is absolutely necessary to invest someone who enjoys the confidence of the people with powers to form a new government. No time must be lost, and delay may be fatal. I pray to God that in this hour responsibility may not fall on the wearer of the crown." The Prime Minister, Prince Golitsyn, acting under powers which he had received from the Tsar, prorogued the Duma. But the Duma refused to be prorogued. Its president, Rodzianko, holding in his hand the order for dissolution, announced that the Duma was now the sole constitutional authority of Russia. During the night following, the soldiers at the capital and the Socialists decided upon their course. The soldiers determined that they would not fire upon their civilian brothers. The Socialists planned an alternative scheme of government. On March 12th the city was taken possession of by a mob. The Preobrazhensky Guards refused to fire upon the crowd. The Volinsky regiment, sent to coerce them, joined in the mutiny. Followed by the mob, the 2 regiments seized the arsenal. A force of 25,000 soldiers was in the revolt. At 11 a.m. the courts of law were set on fire, and the fortress of Saints Peter and Paul was seized. The police, fighting desperately, were hunted from their quarters, their papers destroyed, and the prisoners, political and criminal, released from the jails. During the day the Duma kept in constant session, awaiting the Emperor, who did not come. Telegram after telegram was sent to him, each more urgent. There is reason to believe that these telegrams never reached the Tsar. When information finally did come to him it was too late. Meantime the Duma appointed an executive committee. Their names were Rodzianko, Nekrasov, Konovalov, Dmitrikov, Lvov, Ryansky, Korolov, Miliukov, Shadlovsky, Shulgin, Shaitsa, and Kerensky. The workmen and soldiers also formed a committee, which undertook to influence the troops now pouring into Petrograd. But the center of the revolution was still the Duma, and crowds gathered to listen to its speeches. In the evening Protopovo surrendered to the Russian Guards, but General Khabalov still occupied the Admiralty building with such forces as were faithful. On March 13th it became evident that the army in the field were accepting the authority of the provisional government. The Duma committee was composed mainly of men of moderate political views. They moved slowly, fearing on the one hand the reactionaries who still preserved their loyalty to the Czar, and on the other hand the Council of Labor with its extreme views and its influence with the troops. The siege of the Admiralty building was ended by the surrender of General Khabalov. The police, however, were still keeping up a desultory resistance, but the mob were hunting them like wild beasts. On Wednesday, the 14th of March, the revolution was over. The Executive Committee of the Duma and the Council of the Workmen's and Soldiers' Delegates, now universally known as the Soviet, were working in harmony. Every hour proclamations were issued, some of them foolish, some of them, it is thought, inspired by German agents, and some of them wise and patriotic. One of the most unfortunate of these proclamations was one to the army directing that the orders of the War Committee must be obeyed, saving only in those occasions when they shall contravene the orders and regulations of the labor deputies and military delegates. This same proclamation abolished saluting for private soldiers off duty. It was the beginning of the destruction of the Russian military power. The proclamation of the Duma Committee itself was admirable. Citizens, the Provisional Executive Committee of the Duma, with the aid and support of the garrison of the capital and its inhabitants, has now triumphed over the baneful forces of the old regime in such a manner as to enable it to proceed to the more stable organization of the executive power. With this object, the Provisional Committee will name ministers of the First National Cabinet, men whose past public activity assures them of the confidence of the country. The new cabinet will adopt the following principles as the basis of its policy. 1. An immediate amnesty for all political and religious offenses, including military revolts, acts of terrorism, and agrarian crimes. 2. Freedom of speech, of the press, of associations and labor organizations, and the freedom to strike, with an extension of these liberties to officials and troops insofar as military and technical conditions permit. 3. The abolition of social, religious, and racial restrictions and privileges. 4. Immediate preparation for the summoning of a constituent assembly which, with universal suffrage as a basis, shall establish the governmental regime and the constitution of the country. 5. The substitution for the police of a national militia with elective heads and subject to the self-governing bodies. 6. Communal elections to be carried out on the basis of universal suffrage. 7. The troops that have taken part in the revolutionary movement shall not be disarmed, but they are not to leave Petrograd. 8. While strict military discipline must be maintained on active service, all restrictions upon soldiers in the enjoyment of social rights granted to other citizens are abolished. Meanwhile the Emperor, the Little Father, at first thoroughly incredulous of the gravity of the situation, had at last become alarmed. He appointed General Ivanov commander-in-chief of the army, and ordered him to proceed to Petrograd at the head of a division of loyal troops. General Ivanov set out, but his train was held up at Tsarskoye Selo, and he returned to Pskov. The Tsar himself then started for the city, but he too was held up at the little station of Bologoi, where the workmen had pulled up the track, and he returned to Pskov. He sent for Ruzsky, and declared that he was ready to yield to the Duma and grant a responsible ministry. Ruzsky advised him to get in touch with Rodzianko, and as a result of a telephone communication with Rodzianko and with several of his trusted generals, it became clear that there was no other course than abdication. Guchov and Shulgin, messengers from the Duma, arrived on the evening of March 15th and found the Emperor alone, except for his aide-de-camp, Count Fredericks. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. "You must abdicate," Guchkov told him, "in favor of your son, with the Grand Duke Michael Alexandrovitch as regent." The Emperor sat for a long time silent. "I cannot be separated from my boy," he said. "I will hand the throne to my brother." Taking a sheet of paper, he wrote as follows: "By the grace of God, we, Nicholas II, Emperor of all the Russians, to our faithful subjects. In the course of a great struggle against a foreign enemy, who has been endeavoring for 3 years to enslave our country, it has pleased God to send Russia a further bitter trial. Internal troubles have threatened to compromise the progress of the war. The destinies of Russia, the honor of her heroic army, the happiness of her people, and the whole future of our beloved country demand that at all costs victory shall be won. The enemy is making his last efforts, and the moment is near when our gallant troops, in concert with their glorious allies, will finally overthrow them. In these days of crisis we have considered that our nation needs the closest union of all its forces for the attainment of victory. In agreement with the Imperial Duma, we have recognized that for the good of our land we should abdicate the throne of the Russian state and lay down the supreme power. Not wishing to separate ourselves from our beloved son, we bequeath our heritage to our brother, the Grand Duke Michael Alexandrovitch, with our blessing upon the future of the Russian throne. We bequeath it to him, with the charge to govern in full unison with the national representatives who may sit in the legislature, and to take his inviolable oath to them in the name of our well-beloved country. We call upon all faithful sons of our land to fulfill this sacred and patriotic duty in obeying their emperor at this painful moment of national trial, and to aid him, together with the representatives of the nation, to lead the Russian people in the way of prosperity and glory. May God help Russia. So ended the reign of Nicholas II, Tsar of all the Russians. The news of the Tsar's abdication spread over the world with great rapidity, and was received by the Allies with mixed feelings. The Tsar had been scrupulously loyal to the alliance. He was a man of high personal character, and his sympathies on the whole liberal, but he was a weak man in a position in which even a strong man might have failed. He was easily influenced, especially by his wife. Warned again and again of the danger before him, he constantly promised improvement, only to fail in keeping his promises. He deeply loved his wife, and yielded continually to her unwise advice. The Empress Alexandra Fedorovna is but another instance of a devoted queen who dethroned her consort. She believed in divine right, and looked with suspicion upon popular leaders. Her one object in life was to hand on the Russian crown to her son, with no atom of its power diminished. She surrounded herself and her husband with scoundrels and charlatans. On the whole, the feeling among the Allies was one of relief. There was a general distrust of the influences which had been surrounding the Tsar. The patriotism of the Grand Duke Michael was well known, and a government conducted by him was sure to be a great improvement. But it was not to be. Before the news of the abdication reached Petrograd a new ministry had been formed by the Duma. Milyukov announced their names and explained their credentials. The Prime Minister was Prince George Lvov. Miliukov was Minister of Foreign Affairs. Guchkov, Minister of War and Marine. Kerensky, a new name in the government, Minister of Justice. The ministry included representatives of every party of the left and center. Miliukov declared that their credentials came from the Russian Revolution. We shall not fight for the sake of power. To be in power is not a reward or a pleasure, but a sacrifice. As soon as we are told that the sacrifice is no longer needed, we shall give up our places with gratitude for the opportunity which has been accorded us. He concluded by informing his hearers that the despot who had brought Russia to the brink of ruin would either abdicate of his free will or be deposed. He added that the Grand Duke Michael would be appointed regent. This announcement at once produced an explosion. A ministry of moderates and a continuance of the imperial government under a regency stirred the delegates of the workmen and soldiers to revolt. For a time it seemed as if the new government would disappear in the horrors of mob rule. But Kerensky saved the situation. Making his way into the meeting of the Soviet, he burst into an impassioned speech. "Comrades," he cried, "I have been appointed Minister of Justice. No one is a more ardent Republican than I, but we must bide our time. Nothing can come to its full growth at once. We shall have our Republic, but we must first win the war. The need of the moment is organization and discipline, and that need will not wait." His eloquence carried the day. The Soviet passed a resolution supporting the provincial government with only 15 dissenting votes. But it had been made clear that the people did not approve of the regency, and on the night of the 15th of March, Prince Lvov, Kerensky, and the other leaders of the Duma sought out the Grand Duke Michael and informed him of the situation. The Grand Duke yielded to the people, and on Friday, March the 16th, issued a declaration which ended the power of the Romanovs in Russia. "I am firmly resolved to accept the supreme power only if this should be the desire of our great people, who must, by means of a plebiscite, through their representatives in the Constituent Assembly, establish the form of government and the new fundamental laws of the Russian state. Invoking God's blessing, I, therefore, request all citizens of Russia to obey the provisional government, set up on the initiative of the Duma, and invested with plenary powers until within as short a time as possible the Constituent Assembly elected on the basis of equal, universal, and secret suffrage shall enforce the will of the nation regarding the future form of the Constitution." With this declaration the sacred monarchy had disappeared. In 1 week the people had come to their own and Russia was free. But what form of new government was to replace the old regime was still the question. There were two rival theories as to the principles to be followed, one that of the moderates, the other of the extremists. The moderates who controlled the provisional government were practical men. They realized that Russia was at war and that efficient administration was the great need. The extremists of the Soviet were a different type of men. They were profoundly ignorant of all practical questions of government. Their creed was socialism. The Socialistic Party in Russia may be divided into 3 different groups. The first, the Social Revolutionary Party, came into prominence in Russia about 1900. It was composed of followers of the Russian Lavrov, who believed in the socialist state, but a state which should not be a tyrant overriding the individual. Liberty was his watchword, and he made his appeal not only to the workman in the shops, but with a special force to the peasant. He did not preach class war in the ordinary sense, and believed in the value of national life. To this party belonged Kerensky, more and more becoming the leader of the revolutionary movement. The second group of the Socialist Party were the Bolsheviki. This group were followers of the German Karl Marx. The revolution they sought was essentially a class revolution. To the Bolsheviki the fate of their country mattered not at all. They were eager for peace on any terms. The only war in which they were interested was a class war. They recognized no political boundaries. The leader of this group was Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, who, under his pen name of Lenin, was already widely known and who now had obtained the opportunity which he had long desired. The third group were the Mensheviki. The Mensheviki believed in the importance of the working classes, but they did not ignore other classes. They were willing to use existing forms of government to carry out the reforms they desired. They saw that the Allied cause was their own cause, the cause of the workman as well as the intellectual. The Soviet contained representatives of these 3 groups. It did not represent Russia, but it was in Petrograd and could exert its influence directly upon the government. The attitude of the provisional government toward the imperial family was at first not unkindly. The Tsar and Tsarina were escorted to the Alexandrovsky Palace in Tsarskoye Selo. The Tsar for a time lived quietly as plain Nicholas Romanov. The Tsarina and her children were very ill with measles, and the case of the little prince being complicated by the breaking out of an old wound on his foot. The Grand Duchess Tatiana was in a serious condition and oxygen had been administered. As his family improved in health, the Tsar amused himself by strolls in the palace yard, and even by shoveling snow. Later on Nicholas was transferred to Tobolsk, Siberia, and then, in May 1918, to Yekaterinburg. His wife and daughter Marie accompanied him to the latter place, while Alexis and his other 3 daughters remained in Tobolsk. On July 20th a Russian government dispatch announced his assassination. It read as follows: At the first session of the Central Executive Committee, elected by the 5th Congress of the Councils, a message was made public that had been received by direct wire from the Ural Regional Council concerning the shooting of ex-Tsar Nicholas Romanov. Recently, Yekaterinburg, the capital of the Red Urals, was seriously threatened by the approach of Czechoslovak bands, and a counter-revolutionary conspiracy was discovered, which had as its object the wresting of the ex-Tsar from the hands of the Council's authority. In view of this fact, the President of the Ural Regional Council decided to shoot the ex-Tsar, and the decision was carried out on July 16th. The wife and son of Nicholas Romanov had been sent to a place of security. In a detailed account of the execution published in Berlin, it appeared that the Tsar had been awakened at 5 o'clock in the morning and informed that he was to be executed in 2 hours. He spent some time with a priest in his bedroom and wrote several letters. According to this account, when the patrol came to take him out for execution, he was found in a state of collapse. His last words, uttered just before the executioners fired, are reported to have been, "Spare my wife and my innocent and unhappy children. May my blood preserve Russia from ruin." The Russian press, including the Socialist papers, condemned the execution as a cruel and unnecessary act. The charges of conspiracy were utterly unproven and were merely an excuse. The Central Executive Committee, however, accepted the decision of the Ural Regional Soviet as being regular, and a decree by the Bolshevist government declared that all property of the former emperor, his wife, his mother, and all members of the imperial house forfeit to the Soviet Republic. Meantime, the provisional government, which had taken power on the 16th of March, seemed as if it might succeed. Miliukov, whose announcement of the regency had made him unpopular, declared for a republic. The great army commanders for the most part accepted the revolution. The Grand Duke Nicholas was removed from his command, and the other Grand Dukes were ordered not to leave Petrograd. Alexeyev became the commander-in-chief. Ruzsky had the northern group of armies, Brusilov the southern. Kornilov was in command of Petrograd, and the central group was put under the command of Lechitsky. Reports came that discipline was improving everywhere on the front. The plans of the government, too, met with general approval. Their policy was announced by Prince Lvov. The new government considers it its duty to make known to the world that the object of free Russia is not to dominate other nations and forcibly take away their territory. The object of independent Russia is a permanent peace and the right of all nations to determine their own destiny. Kerensky, in inspiring speeches, encouraged the country to war and declared against a separate peace. The new government announced that Poland was to receive complete independence, with a right to determine its own form of government and its relation, if any, to Russia. In Finland, the governor, Sein, was removed. A liberal was appointed governor, and the Finnish Diet was convened. A manifesto was issued on March 21st, completely restoring the Finnish constitution. To the Armenians, Kerensky expressed himself as in favor of an autonomous government for them under Russia's protection. And on March 25th, absolute equality of the Jews was proclaimed by the new government. A number of Jews were made officers in the army, and 2 Jewish advocates were appointed as members of the Russian Senate and of the Supreme Court. On April 4th, full religious liberty was proclaimed, and on the same date the Prime Minister promised a delegation of women that women would be given the right to vote. These acts caused a general subsidence of unrest, and public good feeling was increased by the return of the political exiles and prisoners from Siberia. A full 100,000 of such prisoners were released, and their progress across Siberia to Russia was one grand triumphal march. The most celebrated of these political prisoners were 2 women, Catherine Breshkovskaya and Marie Spiridonova. Catherine Breshkovskaya was known as the grandmother of the revolution. 44 years of her life were spent in exile. When she reached Petrograd, she was met at the railway depot by a military band and carried in procession through the streets. Equally popular was Marie Spiridonova, who, though still young, had suffered martyrdom. She had been tortured with cruelty that is unprintable. Her face had been disfigured for life. The agents who had inflicted the torture were assassinated by the revolutionists. It was a great day for Russia, and the outlook seemed full of promise. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 31 The Descent into Bolshevism. The hopes entertained for the new Republic of Russia were doomed to disappointment. For a short time, under the leadership of Lvov, the Russians marched along the path of true democracy, but the pace became too rapid. The government prospered in Petrograd, and the economic organization of the country proceeded with great speed. An 8-hour day was introduced in the capital and in many other cities throughout the Republic. The fever of organization spread even to the peasants. They formed a Council of Peasants' Deputies, modeled after the Council of Workmen and Soldiers. On the 13th of April, 1917, came the first meeting of the All-Russia Congress of Soviets, and with it a revival of the differences of opinion which ultimately were to destroy the government. The great majority were for war, but the minority, led by Lenin and the Bolsheviki element, demanded an immediate peace. They declared that the enemies of the revolution were not the Central Powers, but the capitalists in all countries, not least the Provisional Government of Russia. Some clue to the meaning of the Bolsheviki movement in Russia is to be found in the life of Lenin, its leading spirit. It has been charged that he was the tool of the German government. He undoubtedly received facilities from the German government to return to Russia from Switzerland immediately after the revolution in March. His whole career, however, suggests that he was not a tool, but a fanatic. He was born in Simbirsk, in Central Russia, in the year 1870. Lenin was only one of the several aliases that he found it necessary to adopt at various times. He was of good family and received his education at the Petrograd University. From the very beginning he took an active interest in the political and social problems of the day. In 1887 his brother, A. Ulanov, was arrested, and after a secret trial condemned to death and hanged as a participant in a plot to wreck the imperial train carrying Alexander III. Lenin was also arrested, but was released on account of a lack of evidence. At this time the Russian socialistic movement was still in its infancy. Lenin spent his Sundays in a circle of uneducated workmen, explaining to them the elements of socialistic economics. Along with this propaganda work he studied deeply the economic phases of Russian life, being especially interested in its working and peasant classes. He wrote several books on the subject, which are still accepted as valuable representatives of Russian economic literature. Because of his socialistic activities, Lenin was compelled to leave Russia on several occasions, when he lived in Switzerland, France, and Austria. From these countries he directed the work of one of the groups of the Social Democratic Party and became an important leader. In the General Russian Socialistic Convention held in 1903, this group made a definite stand for its program and policies. This was the time when the word Bolsheviki was coined, meaning the majority who had voted in accord with Lenin's proposals. Lenin believed in the seizure of political power by means of violent revolution and in establishing a proletarian government. After the revolution of 1905, the Lenin faction dwindled and it seemed as if Bolshevism was destined to die out. But in 1911, with the awakening of a new spirit in the political and social life of Russia, a new impetus was given to the activities of the Bolsheviki. The first socialist daily paper, Pravda, The Truth, was one of their efforts. In 1913, the Bolsheviki sent 6 representatives to the Duma. At the outbreak of the war, Lenin was in Cracow. Like other revolutionary leaders, he was compelled to live in exile. He went to Switzerland where he remained until the news of the successful revolution caused his return to Russia. On his arrival in Petrograd, he gathered together his followers and began the agitation in favor of the Bolshevist program and of peace. The first sign of the conflict between the Provisional Government and the Soviet arose in connection with the joint note sent to the Allies by the Provisional Government on May 1st. This note was signed by Foreign Secretary Milyukov. It declared, among other things, that the Provisional Government would maintain a strict regard for its engagements with the Allies of Russia. The document aroused strong disapproval among many members of the Council of the Soviet, and serious anti-government demonstrations occurred in Petrograd on May 3rd and 4th. These demonstrations were directed distinctly against Milyukov. Detachments of soldiers and workmen gathered in front of the headquarters of the Provisional Government, carrying banners with inscriptions, "Down with Milyukov," "Down with the Provisional Government." Milyukov appealed to the crowds for confidence, and his words were greeted with hearty cheering. The Soviet Council ultimately voted confidence in the government by a narrow margin of 35, in a total of 2,500. But the agitation against the government persisted, and on May 16th Milyukov resigned. General Kornilov, commander of the Petrograd garrison, and Guchkov, Minister of War, finding their control of the army weakened by the interference of the Soviet Council, also resigned. The situation became critical. As a result of this agitation, a new coalition government was formed. Prince Lvov remained Prime Minister. Terestchenko became Foreign Minister. Most significantly of all, Kerensky became the Minister of War. The new government issued a new declaration of policy, promising a firm support of the war with Germany and an effort to call together at the earliest possible date a constituent assembly to deal with questions of land and of finance. This manifesto was received coldly by the Soviets and their press. It was at this time that the Allies sent special missions to Russia to aid the Russian government in forwarding the fight against the common enemy. The American mission to Russia was headed by Elihu Root, former Secretary of State. It was cordially received and housed in the former Winter Palace of the Czar. On June 15th the American ambassador, David R. Francis, presented the Root mission to the Council of Ministers in the Mariinsky Palace, and Mr. Root made an eloquent address, declaring the sympathy of the American Republic with the new Russian democracy. He declared that the liberty of both nations was in danger. The armed forces of military autocracy are at the gates of Russia and the Allies. The triumph of Germans will mean the death of liberty in Russia. No enemy is at the gates of America, but America has come to realize that the triumph of German armies means the death of liberty in the world. At Moscow, Mr. Root addressed representatives of the Zemstvos, the local council of workmen and soldiers. He was warmly applauded, and on motion of the mayor a telegram was sent to President Wilson thanking him for sending the Root Commission to Russia. The Root Mission returned to the United States early in August and reported to Washington August 12th. At a public reception given by the citizens of New York, Senator Root expressed supreme confidence in the stability of the revolution. On July 1st, inspired by Kerensky and under the personal leadership of General Kornilov, the Russian army began an offensive in Galicia. It first met with complete success, capturing Halitz and sweeping forward close to Dolina in the Carpathian foothills. Then, under a very slight hostile German pressure, the Russian armies, immediately to the north and south of Kornilov's army, broke and ran. The action was directly traced to orders subversive of discipline, emanating from the Petrograd Soviet. Kornilov's army was compelled to retire, and by July 21st was in full retreat from Galicia. The Russian mutiny spread. Regiments refused to fight or to obey their officers. One of the most picturesque episodes of this phase of the war was the formation of a women's regiment known as the Command of Death, which was reviewed at Petrograd, June 21st, by Minister of War Kerensky. In front of the barracks assigned to this regiment, a visitor found posted at the gate a little blue-eyed sentry in a soldier's khaki blouse, short breeches, green forage cap, ordinary woman's black stockings, and neat shoes. The sentry was Maria Skridlov, daughter of Admiral Skridlov, former commander of the Baltic Fleet and Minister of Marines. In the courtyard 300 girls were drilling, mostly between 18 and 25 years old, of good physique, and many of them pretty. They wore their hair short or had their heads entirely shaved. They were drilling under the inspection of a male sergeant of the Volonsky regiment, and marched to an exaggerated goose step. The girl commander, Lieutenant Britchkarev, explained that most of the recruits were from the higher educational academies, with a few peasants, factory girls, and servants. Some married women were accepted, but none who had children. The Battalion of Death distinguished itself on the field, setting an example of courage to the mutinous regiments during the retreat of Brusilov. With the army thus demoralized, the Russian Revolution encountered a perilous period toward the end of July, 1917, and civil war or anarchy seemed almost at hand, when out of the depths of the national spirit there arose a new revolution to save the situation and maintain order. The country was everywhere the scene of riotous disturbances. Anarchists, radicals, and monarchists seemed to be working hand in hand to precipitate a reign of terror, when once more Kerensky saved the situation. On July 20th it was announced that the premier, Prince Lvov, had resigned, and that Alexander Kerensky had been appointed premier, but would also retain his portfolio as Minister of War. A new government was quickly formed. Kerensky was made practical dictator, and his government received the complete endorsement of a joint congress of the Soviets and the Council of Peasant Delegates. Kerensky acted with the utmost vigor. Orders were given to fire on deserters and warrants issued for the arrest of revolutionary agitators, whoever they might be. Rear Admiral Verdovsky, commander of the Baltic Fleet, was seized for communicating a secret government telegram to sailors' committees. Agitators from the Soviet were arrested, charged with inciting Peterhof troops against the federal government. On July 22nd, the following resolution was passed by the Joint Congress. Recognizing that the country is menaced by a military debacle on the front and by anarchy at home, it is resolved: 1. That the country and the revolution are in danger. 2. That the provisional government is proclaimed the government of national safety. 3. That unlimited powers are accorded the government for reestablishing the organization and discipline of the army to fight to a finish against the enemies of public order, and for the realization of the whole program embodied in the governmental program just announced. The reorganization of the councils of the All Russia and Workmen's and Peasants' organizations on the 23rd issued a ringing address to the army denouncing its mutinous spirit and warning it of the inevitable result. The Provisional Government also issued a proclamation on July 22nd charging that the disorders were precipitated to bring about a counter-revolution by the enemies of the country. But the army was demoralized. It disregarded discipline and refused to recognize military rule. A general retreat followed. The Germans and Austrians steadily advanced through Galicia and crossed the frontier before the Russian armies could be forced to make a stand. The death penalty for treason or mutiny was restored in the army on July 25th, when Kerensky threatened to resign unless this was done. On that same day the government authorized the Minister of the Interior to suspend the publication of periodicals that incite to insubordination or disobedience to orders given by the military authorities. By July 28th the situation had become more hopeful. On that day, General Ruzsky, formerly Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Armies of Russia, and General Gurko, ex-commander on the Russian southwestern front, were summoned to Petrograd. Each had retired on account of the interference of the Council of Workmen and Soldiers delegates. Their return to the service was a hopeful sign. The Soviet also passed by an overwhelming majority a resolution censuring Lenin and demanding that he should be publicly tried. Charges have been made that Lenin and his associates were working under German direction and financed by Germans. On August 2nd, Kornilov became commander-in-chief of the Russian army. A disagreement in the cabinet led to its reorganization. In the new cabinet appeared again representatives of the Constitutional Democratic Party. Conditions began to show improvement from this time forth. An extraordinary National Council met at Moscow August 26, 1917. This conference consisted of 2,500 delegates representing the Duma, the Soviets, the Zemstvos, and indeed all organized Russia. Kerensky opened the conference in a speech of great length in which he reviewed the general situation, declaring that the destructive period of the revolution had passed and that the time had come to consolidate its conquests. Perhaps the most important address before the council was that made by General Kornilov, commander-in-chief of the army. General Kornilov was received with prolonged cheers, which in light of his subsequent action were especially significant. General Kornilov described with much detail the disorganization and insubordination in the army, and continued: "We are implacably fighting anarchy in the army. Undoubtedly it will finally be repressed, but the danger of fresh debacles is weighing constantly on the country. The situation on the front is bad. We have lost the whole of Galicia, the whole of Bukovina, and all the fruits of our recent victories. If Russia wishes to be saved, the army must be regenerated at any cost." General Kornilov then outlined the most important of the reform measures which he recommended, and concluded: "I believe that the genius and reason of the Russian people will save the country. I believe in a brilliant future for our army. I believe its ancient glory will be restored." General Kaledines, the leader of the Don Cossacks, mounted the tribune and read a resolution passed by the Cossacks demanding the continuation of the war until complete victory was attained. He defied the extreme radicals. "Who saved you from the Bolsheviki on the 14th of July?" he asked contemptuously. "We Cossacks have been free men. We are not made drunk by our newfound liberties, and are unblinded by party or program. We tell you plainly and categorically, remove yourselves from the place which you have neither the ability or the courage to fill, and let better men than yourself step in, or take the consequences of your folly." The conference took no deliberate action, being invested with no authority, but it served to bring out clearly the line of cleavage between the radical or socialistic element represented by Kerensky and the conservatives represented by the generals of the army. Immediately on the heels of the Moscow conference, an important German advance was made in the direction of Riga, the most important Russian Baltic port. In spite of a vigorous defense, the Germans captured the city. The loss of Riga intensified the political excitement in Russia and produced a profound crisis. A wave of unrest spread throughout the country. The Grand Duke Michael and the Grand Duke Paul, with their families, were arrested on a charge of conspiracy. The Provisional Government was charged with responsibility of the collapse of the army. It was on September 9th that the storm broke, and General Kornilov, the commander-in-chief of the Russian armies, raised the flag of revolt against the Provisional Government. The details of the revolt are as follows. At 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon, Deputy Lvov of the Duma called upon Premier Kerensky and declared that he had come as the representative of General Kornilov to demand the surrender of all power into Kornilov's hands. M. Lvov said that this demand did not emanate from Kornilov only, but was supported by an organization of Duma members, Moscow industrial interests, and other conservatives. This group, said M. Lvov, did not object to Kerensky personally, but demanded that he transfer the portfolio of war to M. Savinkov, Assistant Minister of War, who all along had supported Kornilov. If you agree, M. Lvov added, we invite you to come to headquarters and meet General Kornilov, giving you a solemn guarantee that you will not be arrested. Premier Kerensky replied that he could not believe Kornilov to be guilty of such an act of treason, and that he would communicate with him directly. In an exchange of telegrams, Kornilov confirmed fully to the Premier his demands. Kerensky promptly placed Lvov under arrest, denounced Kornilov as a traitor, and deposed him from his position as Commander-in-Chief, General Klembovsky being appointed in his place. General Kornilov responded to the order of dismissal by moving an army against the capital. Martial law was declared in Moscow and in Petrograd. Kerensky assumed the functions of Commander-in-Chief and took military measures to defend Petrograd and resist the rebels. On the 12th it was clear that the Kornilov revolt had failed to receive the expected support. Kornilov advanced toward Petrograd and occupied Jochina, 30 miles southwest of the capital, but there was no bloodshed. On the night of the 13th, General Alexiev demanded Kornilov's unconditional surrender, and the revolt collapsed. Kornilov was arrested and the provisional government reconstituted on stronger lines. After the so-called Kornilov revolt, the Russian Revolution assumed a form which might almost be called stable. A democratic Congress met at Moscow September 27th and adopted a resolution providing for a preliminary parliament to consist of 231 members, of whom 110 were to represent the Zemstvos and the towns. The Congress refused its sanction to a coalition cabinet in which the Constitutional Democrats should participate, but Kerensky practically defied the Congress and named a coalition cabinet in which several portfolios were held by members of the Constitutional Democratic Party. The new government issued a statement declaring that it had three principal aims: to raise the fighting power of the army and navy, to bring order to the country by fighting anarchy, to call the Constituent Assembly as soon as possible. The Constituent Assembly was called to assemble in December. It was to consist of 732 delegates to be elected by popular vote. Meantime, agitation against the coalition government continued. On November 1st, the Premier issued a statement through the Associated Press to all the newspapers of the Entente, which conveyed the information that he almost despaired of restoring civil law in the distracted country. He said that he felt help was needed urgently and that Russia asked it as her right. Russia has fought consistently since the beginning, he said. She saved France and England from disaster early in the war. She is worn out by the strain and claims as her right that the Allies now shoulder the burden. On November 7th, an armed insurrection against the coalition government and Premier Kerensky was precipitated by the Bolsheviki faction. The revolt was headed by Leon Trotsky, president of the Central Executive Committee of the Petrograd Council, with Nicholas Lenin, the Bolsheviki leader. The revolutionists seized the offices of the telephone and telegraph companies and occupied the State Bank and the Marie Palace, where the preliminary parliament had been sitting. The garrison at Petrograd espoused the cause of the Bolsheviki, and complete control was seized with comparatively little fighting. The government troops were quickly overpowered, except at the Winter Palace, whose chief guardians were the Women's Battalion and the military cadets. The Women's Battalion fought bravely and suffered terribly, and with the military cadets, who also remained true, held the palace for several hours. The Bolsheviki brought up armored cars and the cruiser Aurora and turned the guns of the fortress of SS Peter and Paul upon the palace before its defenders would surrender. That evening the Revolutionary Committee issued a characteristic proclamation denouncing the government of Kerensky as opposed to the government and the people, and calling upon the soldiers in the army to arrest their officers if they did not at once join the revolution. They announced the following program: first, to offer an immediate democratic peace; second, the immediate handing over of large proportional lands to the peasants; third, the transmission of all authority to the Council of Workmen's and Soldiers' Delegates; fourth, the honest convocation of the Constituent Assembly. At a meeting of the Council, Trotsky declared that the government no longer existed, and introduced Lenin as an old comrade whom he welcomed back. Lenin was received with prolonged cheers and said, Now we have a revolution. The peasants and workmen control the government. This is only a preliminary step toward a similar revolution everywhere." Proclamation after proclamation came from the new government. In one of them it was stated, "Monsieur Kerensky has taken flight and all military bodies have been empowered to take all possible measures to arrest Kerensky and bring him back to Petrograd. All complicity with Kerensky will be dealt with as high treason." A Bolsheviki cabinet was named. The premier was Nicholas Lenine, the foreign minister Leon Trotsky. The other cabinet members were all Bolsheviki, including Bibenko, a Kronstadt soldier of the Committee on War and Marine, and Shliapnikov, a laborer, who was Minister of Labor. Lenine's personality has already been described. Trotsky, the chief aide of Lenine's rebellion, had been living in New York City 3 months before the Czar was overthrown, but he had previously been expelled from Germany, France, Switzerland, and Spain. His real name was Leber Braunstein, and he was born in the Russian government of Kherson, near the Black Sea. When the insurrection occurred, Kerensky succeeded in escaping from Petrograd and persuaded about 2,000 Cossacks, several hundred military cadets, and a contingent of artillery to fight under his banner. He advanced toward Petrograd, but his forces were greatly outnumbered by the Bolsheviki. At Tsarskoye Selo, a battle took place. The Kerensky troops met defeat, and its leader saved himself by flight. At Moscow the entire city passed into the control of the Bolsheviki, but not without severe fighting in which more than 3,000 people were slain. On the collapse of the Kerensky government, conditions throughout Russia became chaotic. Ukraine declared its independence, and Finland also severed its connection with Russia. General Kaledines declared against the Bolsheviki and organized an army to save the country. Siberia, Bessarabia, Lithuania, the Caucasus, and other districts declared their complete independence of the central government. The Bolsheviki, in control at Petrograd, opened negotiations with the Central Powers for an armistice along the entire front from the Baltic to Asia Minor, and on December 17th such an armistice went into effect. Meanwhile they began negotiations for a treaty of peace. General Dukholin, the commander-in-chief, on November 20th was ordered by Lenine to propose the armistice. To this request he made no reply, and on November 21st he was deposed and Ensign Krylenko was appointed the new commander-in-chief. General Dukholin was subsequently murdered, being thrown from a train after the Bolsheviki seized the general headquarters. Trotsky sent a note to the representatives of neutral powers in Petrograd, informing them of his proposal for an armistice and stating, "The consummation of an immediate peace is demanded in all countries, both belligerent and neutral. The Russian government counts on the firm support of workmen in all countries in this struggle for peace." Lenine, however, declared that Russia did not contemplate a separate peace with Germany, and that the Russian government, before agreeing to an armistice, would communicate with the Allies and make a certain proposal to the imperialistic governments of France and England, rejection of which would place them in open opposition to the wishes of their own people. A period of turmoil followed. In the meantime, elections for the Constituent Assembly were held. The result in Petrograd was announced as 272,000 votes for the Bolsheviki, 211,000 for the Constitutional Democrats, and 116,000 for the Socialist Revolutionaries, showing that the Bolsheviki failed to attain a majority. Notwithstanding the prevailing chaos, the Lenin-Trotsky government persisted in negotiations for an armistice, and it was arranged that the first conference be held at the German headquarters at Brest-Litovsk. The Russian delegates were Kamenev, whose real name was Rosenfeld, a well-known Bolshevist leader, Sokolnikov, a sailor, Brithenko, a soldier, and Mistovsky, who had formerly been librarian to the General Staff, but who was now a strong socialist. Representatives were present of Germany, Austria-Hungary, Turkey, and Bulgaria. After many interchanges of opinion, a suspension of hostilities for 10 days was authorized to be utilized in bringing to a conclusion negotiations for an armistice. On November 7th, it was announced from Petrograd that for the first time since the war not a shot was fired on the Russian front. Foreign Secretary Trotsky, on the 6th of December, notified the Allied embassies in Petrograd of these negotiations and added that the armistice would be signed only on condition that the troops should not be transferred from one front to another. He announced that negotiations had been suspended to afford the Allied governments opportunity to define their attitude toward the peace negotiation, that is, their willingness or refusal to participate in negotiations for an armistice and peace. In case of refusal, they must declare clearly and definitely before all mankind the aims for which the peoples of Europe had been called to shed their blood during the fourth year of the war. No official replies were made to this note. On December 7th, Generals Kaledines and Kornilov raised the standard of revolt, but reports indicated that the Bolsheviki were extending their control over all Russia. A meeting of the Constituent Assembly took place on December 11th. Less than 50 of the 600 delegates attended. Meanwhile, the negotiations for an armistice continued. On December 16th, an agreement was reached and an armistice signed to continue from December 17th to January 14th, 1918. Within the first month in which the Bolsheviki conducted the government, numerous edicts of a revolutionary character were issued. Class titles, distinctions and privileges were abolished. The corporate property of nobles, merchants and burgesses was to be handed over to the state, as well as all church property, lands, money and precious stones. All religious instruction was to cease in the schools. Tretzchenko and other associates of Kerensky were imprisoned in the fortress of SS Peter and Paul. The cadet party was outlawed by decree, and the houses of its leaders raided. On January 8, 1918, it was announced that the Bolsheviki had determined that all loans and treasury bonds held by foreign subjects, abroad or in Russia, were repudiated. During this period, the Bolsheviki's foreign secretary astonished the world by making public the secret treaties between Russia and foreign governments in the early years of the war. These treaties dealt with the proposed annexation by Russia of the Dardanelles, Constantinople, and certain areas in Asia Minor, with the French claim on Alsace-Lorraine and the left bank of the Rhine, with offers to Greece, for the purpose of inducing her to assist Serbia, with plans to alter her western boundaries, with the British and Russian control of Persia, and with Italy's desire to annex certain Austrian territories. These treaties had been seized upon the Bolsheviki assumption of power and were now repudiated by the new government. During the period of the armistice, Lenin began his move for a separate peace, in spite of the formal protests of the Allied representatives at Petrograd. The first sitting took place on Saturday, December 22, 1917. Among the delegates were Dr. Richard von Kuhlmann, Foreign Minister, and General Hoffmann of Germany, Count Czernin, Foreign Minister of Austria-Hungary, Minister Kopov of Bulgaria, Nesimi Bey, former Foreign Minister of Turkey, and a large delegation from Russia, composed of the Bolshevist leaders. Dr. von Kuhlmann was chosen as the presiding officer and made the opening speech. The Russian peace demands and the German counter-proposals were then read and considered. The German proposals proved unacceptable to Russia, and a second session of the peace conference was held at Brest-Litovsk on January 10, 1918. Trotsky himself attended this meeting as one of the representatives from Russia, and there was also a representative from Ukraine, which had declared its independence and was allowed to join the conference. General Hoffmann protested strongly against the Russian endeavor to make appeals of a revolutionary character to the German troops. The armistice having expired, it was agreed that it should be continued to February 12th. After a long and acrimonious debate, the conference broke up in a clash over the evacuation of the Russian provinces. On January 24th, it was announced that the Russian delegates to the peace conference had unanimously decided to reject the German terms. They stated that when they asked Germany's final terms, General Hoffmann of the German delegation had replied by opening a map and pointing out a line from the shores of the Gulf of Finland to the east of the Moon Sound Islands, to Valk, to the west of Minsk, to Brest-Litovsk, thus eliminating Courland and all the Baltic provinces. Asked the terms of the Central Powers in regard to the territory south of Brest-Litovsk, General Hoffmann replied that this was a question which they would discuss only with Ukraine. M. Kamenev asked, "Supposing we do not agree to such condition, what are you going to do?" General Hoffmann's answer was, "Within a week we will occupy Reval." On January 27th, Trotsky made his report to the Soviets at Petrograd. After a thorough explanation of the peace debates, he declared that the government of the Soviets could not sign such a peace. It was then decided to demobilize the Russian army and withdraw from the war. Final sessions of the peace conference were resumed at Brest-Litovsk on January 29th. A peace treaty was made between the Central Powers and the Ukraine, and the Bolsheviki yielded to the government demands without signing a treaty. Meanwhile, the Russian Constituent Assembly, which met at Petrograd on July 19th, was dissolved on January 20th by the Bolsheviki Council. Disorders continued throughout all Russia, and counter-revolutionary movements were started at many places. On February 18th, the day when the armistice agreement between Russia and the Central Powers expired, German forces began a new invasion of Russia. The next day the Bolshevist government issued a statement announcing that Russia would be compelled to sign a peace. The German advance went on rapidly, and many important Russian cities were occupied. On February 24th, the Bolshevist government announced that peace terms had been accepted and a treaty was signed at Brest-Litovsk on March 3rd. On March 14th, the All-Russia Council of Soviets voted to ratify the treaty after an all-night sitting. Lenin pronounced himself in favor of accepting the German terms. Trotsky stood for war but did not attend the meetings of the council. Lenin defended the step by pointing out that the country was completely unable to offer resistance and that peace was indispensable for the completion of the social war in Russia. The new treaty dispossessed Russia of territories amounting to nearly 1/4 of the area of European Russia and inhabited by 1/3 of Russia's total population. Trotsky resigned on account of his opposition to the treaty and was succeeded by Monsieur Tchitcherin. He became chairman of the Petrograd Labor Commune. The treaty between Russia and the Central Powers was formally denounced by the premiers and foreign ministers of Great Britain, France, and Italy, and was not recognized by the Allied nations. A final revocation of its provisions by both sides did not put an end to the military operations of the Central Powers in Russia, nor did the Russians cease to make feeble and sporadic attempts at resistance. Germany was forced to keep large bodies of troops along the Russian front, but formally Russia's part in the war had come to an end. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 32. Germany's Object Lesson to the United States. During the first 2 years of the war many Americans, especially those in the West, observed the great events which were happening with great interest, no doubt, but with a feeling of detachment. The war was a long way off. The Atlantic Ocean separated Europe from America, and it seemed almost absurd to think that the Great War could ever affect us. In the year 1916, however, 2 events happened which seemed to bring the war to our door. The first was the arrival at Baltimore on July 9th of the Deutschland, a German submarine of great size, built entirely for commercial purposes, and the second was the appearance, on the 7th of October, of a German war submarine in the harbor at Newport, Rhode Island, and its exploit on the following day when it sunk a number of British and neutral vessels just outside the 3-mile line on the Atlantic coast. The performances of these 2 vessels were equally suggestive, but the popular feeling with regard to what they had done was very divergent. The voyage of the Deutschland roused the wildest admiration, but the action of the U-53 stirred up the deepest indignation. Yet the voyages of each showed with equal clearness that, however much America might consider herself separated from the Great War, the new scientific invention, the submarine, had annihilated space, and America, too, was now but a neighbor of the nations at war. The voyage of the Deutschland was a romance in itself. It was commanded by Captain Paul Koenig, a German officer of the old school. He had been captain of the Schleswig of the North German Lloyd, and of other big liners. When the power of the British fleet drove German commerce from the seas, he had found himself without a job and, as he phrased it, drifting about the country like a derelict. One day, in September 1915, he was asked to meet Herr Alfred Lohmann, an agent of the North German Lloyd Line, and surprised by an offer to navigate a submarine cargo ship from Germany to America. Captain Koenig, who seemed to have been in every way an admirable personage, at once consented. He has told us the story of his trip in his interesting book called The Voyage of the Deutschland. The Deutschland itself was 300 feet long, 30 feet wide, and carried 1,000 tons of cargo and a crew of 29 men. It cost $500,000, but paid for itself in the first trip. According to Captain Koenig, the voyage on the whole seems to have been most enjoyable. He understood his boat well and had watched its construction. Before setting out on his voyage, he carefully trained his crew and experimented with the Deutschland until he was thoroughly familiar with all its peculiarities. The cargo was composed of dye stuffs, and the ship was well supplied with provisions and comforts. In his description of the trip, he lays most emphasis upon the discomfort resulting from heavy weather and from storms. He was able to avoid all danger from hostile ships by the very simple process of diving. No English ship approached him closely, as he was always able to see them from a distance, usually observing their course by means of their smoke. One of his liveliest adventures, however, occurred when attempting to submerge suddenly during a heavy sea on the appearance of a destroyer. The destroyer apparently never observed the Deutschland, but in the endeavor to dive quickly, the submarine practically stood on its head and dived down into the mud, where it found itself held fast. Captain Koenig, however, was equal to the emergency, and by balancing and trimming the tanks he finally restored the center of gravity and released his boat. A considerable portion of his trip was passed upon the surface, as he only submerged when there was suspicion of danger. According to his story, his men kept always in the highest spirits. They had plenty of music, and doubtless appreciated the extraordinary nature of their voyage. An amusing incident during the trip was the attempt to camouflage his ship by a framework made of canvas and so constructed as to give the outline of a steamer. One day a hostile steamer appeared in the distance, and Captain Koenig proceeded to test his disguise. After great difficulties, especially in connection with the production of smoke, he finally had the whole construction fairly at work. The steamer, which had been peacefully going its way, on seeing the new ship suddenly changed her course and steered directly toward the Deutschland. It evidently took the Deutschland for some kind of a wreck and was hurrying to give its assistance. Captain Koenig at once pulled off his superstructure and revealed himself as a submarine, and the strange vessel veered around and hurried off as fast as it could. On the arrival of the Deutschland in America, Captain Koenig and his crew found their difficulties over. All arrangements had been made by representatives of the North German Lloyd for their safety and comfort. As they ran up Chesapeake Bay they were greeted by the whistles of the neutral steamers that they passed. The moving picture companies immortalized the crew, and they were treated with the utmost hospitality. The Allied governments protested that the Deutschland was really a war vessel, and on the 12th of July a commission of 3 American naval officers was sent down from Washington to make an investigation. The investigation showed the Deutschland was absolutely unarmed, and the American government decided not to interfere. The position of the Allies was that a submarine, even though without guns or torpedoes, was practically a vessel of war from its very nature, and for it to pretend to be a merchant vessel was as if some great German man of war should dismount its guns and pass them over to some tender and then undertake to visit an American port. They argued that if the submarine would come out from harbor it might be easily fitted with a detachable torpedo tube and become as dangerous as any U-boat. Even without arms it might easily sink an unarmed merchant vessel by ramming. But the United States was not convinced, and American citizens rather admired the genial captain. His return was almost as uneventful as his voyage out. At the very beginning he had trouble in not being able to rise after an experimental dive. This misadventure was caused by a plug of mud which had stopped up the opening of the manometer. But the difficulty was overcome, and he was able to pass under water between the British ships which were on the lookout. His return home was a triumph. Hundreds of thousands of people gathered along the banks of the Weser, filled with the greatest enthusiasm. Poems were written in his honor, and his appearance was everywhere greeted with enthusiastic applause. The Germans felt sure that through the Deutschland and similar boats they had broken the British blockade. Captain Koenig made a second voyage, landing at New London, Connecticut, on November 1st, where he took on a cargo of rubber, nickel, and other valuable commodities. On November 16th, in attempting to get away to sea, he met with a collision with the tug T.A. Scott, Jr., and had to return to New London for repairs. He concluded his voyage, however, without difficulty. In spite of his success, the Germans did not make any very great attempt to develop a fleet of submarine cargo boats. Another German act which brought home to Americans the possibility of the submarine, the visit of the U-53, was a very different sort of matter. U-53 was a German submarine of the largest type. On October 7, 1916, it made a sudden appearance at Newport, and its captain, Lieutenant Captain Hans Rose, was entertained as if he were a welcome guest. He sent a letter to the German ambassador at Washington and received visitors in his beautiful boat. The U-53 was a war submarine, 213 feet long, with 2 deck guns and 4 torpedo tubes. It had been engaged in the war against Allied commerce in the Mediterranean. Captain Rose paid formal visits to Rear Admiral Austin Knight, commander of the United States Naval District, stationed at Newport, and Rear Admiral Albert Gleaves, commander of the American destroyer flotilla at that place, and then set out secretly to his destination. On the next day the news came in that the U-53 had sunk 5 merchant vessels. These were the Strathdean, which was torpedoed, the West Point, a British freighter, also torpedoed, the Stefano, a passenger liner between New York and Halifax, which the submarine attempted to sink by opening its sea valves, but was finally torpedoed, the Bloomersdijk, a Dutch freighter, and the Christian Knudsen, a Norwegian boat. The American steamer Kansan was also stopped but allowed to proceed. When the submarine began its work wireless signals soon told what was happening, and Admiral Knight, with the Newport destroyer flotilla, hurried to the rescue. These destroyers picked up 216 men and acted with such promptness that not a single life was lost. The action of the U-53 produced intense excitement in America. The newspapers were filled with editorial denunciation, and the people were roused to indignation. The American government apparently took the ground that the Germans were acting according to law and according to their promise to America. They had given warning in each case and allowed the crews of the vessels which they sunk to take to their boats. This was believed to be a fulfillment of their pledge, not to sink merchant vessels without warning and without saving human lives, unless the ship attempts to escape or offers resistance. The general feeling, however, of American public opinion was that it was a brutal act. In the case of the Stefano there were 94 passengers. These, together with the crew, were placed adrift in boats at 8 o'clock in the evening, in a rough sea 60 miles away from the nearest land. If the American destroyer fleet had not rushed to the rescue, it is extremely likely that a great many of these boats would never have reached land. The German government did not save these human lives. It was the American Navy which did that. But technicalities aside, the pride of the American people was wounded. They could not tolerate a situation in which American men of war should stand idly by and watch a submarine in a leisurely manner sink ships engaged in American trade, whose passengers and crews contained many American citizens. It was another one of those foolish things that the Germans were constantly doing, which gave them no appreciable military advantage, but stirred up against them the sentiment of the world. The Germans perhaps were anxious to show the power of the submarines and to give America an object lesson in that power. They wished to make plain that they could destroy overseas trade, and that if the United States should endeavor to send troops across the water they would be able to sink those troops. The Germans probably never seriously contemplated a blockade of the American coast. The U-53 returned to its base and the danger was ended. American commerce went peacefully on, and the net result of the German audacity was in the increase of bitterness in the popular feeling toward the German methods. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by MaryAnn. Chapter 33. America Transformed by War. When Germany threw down the gauge of battle to the civilized world, the German High Command calculated that the long, rigorous, and thorough military training to which every male German had submitted would make a military force invincible in the field. The High Command believed that a nation so trained would carve out victory after victory and would end the World War before any nation could train its men sufficiently to check the Teutonic rush. To that theory was opposed the democratic conception that the free nations of earth could train their young men intensively for 6 months and send these vigorous free men into the field to win the final decision over the hosts of autocracy. These antagonistic theories were tried out to a finish in the World War, and the theory of democracy, developed in the training camps of America, Canada, Australia, Britain, France, and Italy, triumphed. Especially in the training camps of America was the German theory disproved. There within 6 months the best fighting troops on earth were developed and trained in the most modern of wartime practices. Everything that Germany could devise found its answer in American ingenuity, American endurance, and American skill. The entrance of America into the tremendous conflict on April 6, 1917, was followed immediately by the mobilization of the entire nation. Business and industry of every character were represented in the Council of National Defense, which acted as a great central functioning organization for all industries and agencies connected with the prosecution of the war. Executives of rare talent, commanding high salaries, tendered their services freely to the government. These were the $1-a-year men, whose productive genius was to bear fruit in the clothing, arming, provisioning, munitioning and transportation of 4,000,000 men, and the conquest of Germany by a veritable avalanche of war material. Out of the ranks of business and science came Hurley, Schwab, Pease, Kuhnle to drive forward a record-breaking shipbuilding program. Stettinius to speed up the manufacture of munitions, John W. Ryan to coordinate and accelerate the manufacture of airplanes, Vance C. McCormick and Dr. Alonzo E. Taylor to solve the problems of the War Trade Board, Hoover to multiply food production, to conserve food supplies, and to place the army and citizenry of America upon food rations, while maintaining the morale of the Allies through scientific food distribution and a host of other patriotic civilians who put the resources of the nation behind the military and naval forces opposed to Germany. Every available loom was put to work to make cloth for the Army and Navy. The leather market was drained of its supplies to shoe our forces with wear adapted to the drastic requirements of modern warfare. German capital invested in American plants was placed under the jurisdiction of A. Mitchell Palmer as alien property custodian. German ships were seized and transformed into American transports. Physicians over military age set a glorious example of patriotic devotion by their enlistment in thousands. Lawyers and citizens generally in the same category as to age entered the office of the Judge Advocate General or the ranks of the 4-Minute Men or the American Protective League, which rendered great service to the country in exposing German propaganda and in placing would-be slackers in military service. Bankers led through the mighty Liberty Loan and War Savings Stamp Drives and unselfishly placed the resources of their institutions at the service of the government. Women and children rallied to the flag with an intensity of purpose, sacrifice, and effort that demonstrated how completely was the heart of America in the war. Work in shops, fields, hospitals, Red Cross workrooms, and elsewhere was cheerfully and enthusiastically performed, and the sacrifices of food rationing, higher prices, lightless nights, gasolineless Sundays, diminished steam railway and trolley service were accepted with a multitude of minor inconveniences without a murmur. Congress had a free hand in making appropriations. The country approved without a minute's hesitation bills for taxation that in other days would have brought ruin to the political party proposing them. Billions were voted to departments where hundreds of thousands had been the rule. The true temper of the American people was carefully hidden from the German people by the German newspapers acting under instructions from the imperial government. Instead of the truth, false reports were printed in the newspapers of Berlin and elsewhere that the passage of the American conscription law had been followed by rioting and rebellion in many places, and that full 50% of the American people were opposed to the declaration of war. The fact that the Selective Service Act passed in May 1917 was accepted by everybody in the country as a wholly equitable and satisfactory law did not permeate into Germany until the first American expeditionary force had actually landed in France. America's fighting power was demonstrated conclusively to the German intellect at Schietspre, Brescia's Wood, Belleau Wood, Chateau-Thierry, and in the forest of the Argonne. Especially it was demonstrated when it came to fighting in small units or in individual fighting. The highly disciplined and highly trained German soldiers were absolutely unfitted to cope with Americans, Canadians, and Australians when it came to matching individual against individual, or small group against small group. This was shown in the wild reaches of the forest of the Argonne. There the machine gun nests of the Germans were isolated and demolished speedily. Small parties of Germans were stalked and run down by the relentless Americans. On the other hand, the Germans could make no headway against the American troops operating in the forest. The famous "Lost Battalion" of the 308th United States Infantry penetrated so far in advance of its supports that it was cut off for 4 days without food, water, or supplies of munitions in the Argonne. The enemy had cut its line of communication and was enforced both in front and in the rear. Yet the Lost Battalion, comprising 2 companies armed with rifles, and the French automatic rifle, known as the Chauchat gun, called by the doughboys Shosho, held out against the best the overpowering forces of the Germans could send against them, and were ultimately rescued from their dangerous position. The training of the Americans was also in modern efficiency that made America prominent in the world of industry. The reduction of the German salient at Saint-Mihiel was an object lesson to the Germans in American methods. General Pershing commanded that operation in person, assembled the newspaper correspondents the day before the drive. Maps were shown, given the extent and locale of the attack. The correspondents were invited to follow the American troops, and a time schedule for the advance was given to the various corps commanders. In that operation, 152 square miles of territory and 72 villages were captured outright. For the reduction of the German defenses and for the creeping barrage preceding the American advance, more than 1,500,000 shells were fired by the artillery. Approximately 100,000 detail maps and 40,000 photographs, prepared largely from aerial observations, were issued for the guidance of the artillery and the infantry. These maps and photographs detailed all the natural and artificial defenses of the entire salient. More than 5,000 miles of telephone wire was laid by American engineers immediately preceding the attack, and as the Americans advanced on the morning of the battle, September 12, 1918, 6,000 telephone instruments were connected with this wire. 10,000 men were engaged in operating the hastily constructed telephone system. 3,000 carrier pigeons supplemented this work. During the battle, American airplanes swept the skies clear of enemy aircraft and signaled instructions to the artillery, besides attacking the moving infantry, artillery, and supply trains of the enemy. So sure were the Americans of their success that moving picture operators took more than 10,000 feet of moving picture film showing the route of the Germans. 4,800 trucks carried food, men, and munitions into the lines. Miles of American railroads, both of standard and narrow gauge, carrying American-made equipment, assisted in the transportation of men and supplies. Hospital facilities, including 35 hospital trains, 16,000 beds in the advanced sector, and 55,000 other beds back at the fighting line, were prepared. Less than 10% of this hospital equipment was used. As the direct consequence of this preparation, which far outstripped anything that any other nation had attempted in a similar offensive, the Americans, with a remarkably small casualty list, took 15,188 prisoners, 111 guns, many of them of large caliber, immense quantities of munitions and other supplies, and inflicted heavy death losses upon the fleeing Germans. 2 selective service laws operated as manhood conscription. The first of these took men between the ages of 21 and 31 years inclusive. June 5, 1917 was fixed as registration day. The total number enrolled was 9,586,508. The first selective army drawn from this number was 625,000 men. The second selective service legislation embraced all citizens between the ages of 18 and 45 inclusive, not included in the first draft. Over 13 million men enrolled on September 12, 1918. The grand total of registrants in both drafts was 23,456,021. Youths who had not completed their 19th year were set apart in a group to be called last, and men between 36 and 45 were also put in a deferred class. The government's plan was to have approximately 5 million men under arms before the summer of 1919. The German armistice on November 11th found 4 million men actually under arms, and an assignment of 250,000 made to the training camps. A most important factor in the training plans of the United States was that incorporated in the organization of the Students' Army Training Corps, by which 359 American colleges and universities were taken over by the government, and 150,000 young men entered these institutions for the purpose of becoming trained soldiers. The following are the conditions under which the SATC was organized. The War Department undertook to furnish officers, uniforms, rifles, and equipment, and to assign the students to military duty after a few months, either at an officers' training camp or in some technical school, or in a regular army cantonment with troops as a private according to the degree of aptitude shown on the college campus. At the same time, a circular letter to the presidents of colleges arranged for a contract under which the government became responsible for the expense of the housing, subsistence, and instruction of the students. The preliminary arrangement contained this provision among others. The per diem rate of $1 for subsistence and housing is to govern temporarily, pending examination of the conditions in the individual institution and a careful working out of the costs involved. The amount so fixed is calculated from the experience of this committee during the last 5 months in contracting with over 100 collegiate institutions for the housing and subsistence of over 100,000 soldiers in the National Army Training Detachment. This experience indicates that the average cost of housing is 15 to 20 cents per day, subsistence, army ration or equivalent, 70 to 80 cents per day. The tuition charge is based on the regular per diem tuition charge of the institution in the year 1917 to 1918. A permanent contract was arranged later under these governing principles. The basis of payment will be reimbursement for actual and necessary costs to the institution for the services rendered to the government in the maintenance and instruction of the soldiers, with the stated limitation as to cost of instruction. Contract price will be arrived at by agreement after careful study of the conditions in each case, in conference with authorities of the institution. The War Department will have authority to specify and control the courses of instruction to be given by the institution. The entity and power for usefulness of the institutions will be safeguarded so that when the contract ends, the institution shall be in condition to resume their functions of general education. The teaching force will be preserved so far as practicable, and this matter so treated that its members shall feel that in changing to the special intensive work desired by the government, they are rendering a vital and greatly needed service. The government will ask from the institutions a specific service, that is, the housing, subsistence, and instruction along specified lines of a certain number of student soldiers. There will be no interference with the freedom of the institution in conducting other courses in the usual way. The contract will be for a fixed term, probably 9 months, subject to renewal for a further period on reasonable notice, on terms to be agreed upon, and subject to cancellation on similar terms. The story of the life of the American army behind the lines in France would fill a volume. The hospitality of the French people had something pathetic in it. They were expecting miracles of their new allies. They were war sick. Nearly all of them had lost some father or brother or husband, and here came these big, hearty, joyous soldiers, full of ardor and confident of victory. It put a new spirit into all France. Their reception when they first landed was a scene of such fervor and enthusiasm as had never been known before and probably will not be known again. Soon the American soldier, in his khaki, with his wide-brimmed soft hat, became a common sight. The villagers put up bunting, calico signs, flags, and had stocks of American canned goods to show in the shop windows. The children, when bold, played with the American soldiers, and the children that were more shy ventured to go up and touch an American soldier's leg. Very old peasant ladies put on their Sunday black and went out walking, and in some mysterious way talking with American soldiers. The village mayors turned out and made speeches, utterly incomprehensible to the American soldiers. The engineering, building, and machinery works the Americans put up were astonishing. Gangs of workers went over in thousands. Many of these were college men. They dug and toiled as efficiently as any laborer. One American major told with glee how a party of these young workers arrived straight from America at 3:30 p.m. and started digging at 5 a.m. next morning. And they liked it. It tickled them to death. Many of these draftees, in fact, were sick and tired of inaction in ports before their departure from America, and they welcomed work in France as if it were some great game. Perhaps the biggest work of all the Americans performed was a certain aviation camp and school. In a few months it was completed, and it was the biggest of its kind in the world. The number of airplanes used merely for training was in itself remarkable. The flying men, or boys, who had, of course, already been broken in America, did an additional course in France, and when they left the aviation camp they were absolutely ready for air fighting at the front. This was the finishing school. The aviators went through 8 distinct courses in the school. They were perfected in flying, in observation, in bombing, in machine gun firing. Even on a cloudy and windy day, the air overhead buzzed with these young American flyers, all getting into the pink of condition to do their stunts at the front. They lived in the camp, and it required moving heaven and earth for one of them to get leave to go even to the nearest little quiet old town. An impression of complete businesslike determination was what one got when visiting the Americans in France. A discipline even stricter than that which applied in British and French troops was in force. In towns, officers, for instance, were not allowed out after 9 p.m. Some towns where subalterns discovered the wine of the country were instantly put out of bounds. No officer on any pretext whatsoever was allowed to go to Paris except on official business. The postal censors who read the letters of the American Expeditionary Force were required to know 47 languages. Of these languages, the 2 least used were Chinese and German. The announcement of the organization of the First American Field Army was contained in the following dispatch from France, August 11, 1918. The first American field army has been organized. It is under the direct command of General John J. Pershing, Commander-in-Chief of the American forces. The corps commanders thus far announced are Major Generals Liggett, Bullard, Bundy, Reed, and Wright. The creation of the first field army is the first step towards the coordination of all the American forces in France. This does not mean the immediate withdrawal from the British and French commands of all American units, and it is possible that divisions will be used on the French and British fronts for weeks yet. It is understood, however, that the policy of organizing other armies will be carried out steadily. This announcement marked a milestone in the military effort of the United States. When the American troops first arrived in France, they were associated in small units with the French to get primary training. Gradually regiments began to function under French division commanders. Then American divisions were formed and trained under French corps commanders. Next, American corps began to operate under the French army commanders. Finally, the first American army was created because enough divisions and corps had been graduated from the school of experience. An American division numbers 30,000 men, and a corps consists of 6 divisions, 2 of which play the part of reserves. With auxiliary troops, air squadrons, tank sections, heavy artillery, and other branches, a corps numbers from 225,000 to 250,000 men. The following were the general officers temporarily assigned to command the first 5 corps. First Corps, Major General Hunter Liggett. Second Corps, Major General Robert L. Bullard. Third Corps, Major General William M. Wright. Fourth Corps, Major General George W. Reed. Fifth Corps, Major General Omar Bundy. 7 divisions and 1 separate regiment of American troops participated in the counteroffensive between Château-Thierry and Soissons, and in resisting the German attack in the Champagne, it was officially stated on July 20th. The 42nd, or Rainbow Division, composed of National Guard troops from 26 states and the District of Columbia, including the New York 69th Infantry, now designated as the 165th Infantry, took part in the fighting in the Champagne east of Reims. The 6 other divisions were associated with the French in the counter-offensive between Château-Thierry and Soissons. These divisions were the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of the regular army, the 26th National Guard Division, composed of troops from the 6 New England states, and the 28th, composed of the Pennsylvania National Guard. Marines were included in this number. The separate regiment that fought in the Champagne was a Negro unit attached to the new 93rd Division, composed entirely of Negro troops. It was also announced that the 77th Division was in the line near Luneville and was operating as a division, complete under its own commander. The 42nd Division had the distinction, General March announced on August 3rd, of defeating the 4th Division of the crack Prussian Guards, professional soldiers of the German Standing Army, who had never before failed. General March also disclosed the fact that another American division had been sent into that part of the Reims salient where the Germans showed resistance. This was the 32nd Division. The American divisions in the Reims salient, General March said, have now been put in contiguously and are actually getting together as an American force. Southeast of Ferin-Tardenois, our 1st Corps is operating, with General Liggett in actual command. The organization of 12 new divisions was announced by General March, Chief of Staff, in statements made on July 24th and July 31st. These divisions were numerically designated from 9 to 20 and organized at camps Devens, Meade, Sheridan, Custer, Funston, Lewis, Logan, Kearney, Beauregard, Travis, Dodge, and Sevier. Each division had 2 infantry regiments of the regular army as nucleus, the other elements being made up of drafted men. The new divisions moved into the designated camps as the divisions already trained there moved out. The composition of an American division is as follows: 2 brigades of infantry, each consisting of 2 regiments of infantry and 1 machine gun battalion. 1 brigade of artillery, consisting of 3 regiments of field artillery and 1 trench mortar battery. 1 regiment of engineers, 1 field signal battalion. The following trains: headquarters and military police, sanitary, supply, engineer, and ammunition. The following division units: headquarters troop and 1 machine gun battalion. A general order of the War Department providing for the consolidation of all branches of the Army into one army to be known as the United States Army was promulgated by General March on August 7th. The text of the order read: 1. This country has but one army, the United States Army. It includes all the land forces in the service of the United States. Those forces, however raised, lose their identity in that of the United States Army. Distinctive appellations, such as the Regular Army, Reserve Corps, National Army, and National Guard, heretofore employed in administration command, will be discontinued, and the single term, the United States Army, will be exclusively used. 2. Orders having reference to the United States Army as divided in separate and component forces of distinct origin, or assuming or contemplating such a division, are to that extent revoked. 3. The insignia now prescribed for the regular army shall hereafter be worn by the United States Army. 4. All effective commissions purporting to be, and described therein, as commissions in the regular army, National Guard, National Army, or the Reserve Corps, shall hereafter be held to be, and be regarded as, commissions in the United States Army, permanent, provisional, or temporary, as fixed by the conditions of their issue, and all such commissions are hereby amended accordingly. Hereafter, during the period of the existing emergency, all commissions of officers shall be in the United States Army and in staff corps, departments, and arms of the service thereof, and shall, as the law may provide, be permanent, for a term, or for the period of the emergency. And hereafter, during the period of the existing emergency, provisional and temporary appointments in the grade of second lieutenant and temporary promotions in the regular army and appointments in the Reserve Corps will be discontinued. 5. While the number of commissions in each grade and each staff corps, department, and arm of the service shall be kept within the limits fixed by law, officers shall be assigned without reference to the term of their commissions, solely in the interest of the service, and officers and enlisted men will be transferred from one organization to another as the interests of the service may require. 6. Except as otherwise provided by law, promotion in the United States Army shall be by selection. Permanent promotions in the regular army will continue to be made as prescribed by law. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Chapter 34. How Food Won the War. Food won the war. Without the American farmer, the Entente Allies must have capitulated. Wheat, beef, corn, foods of every variety, hermetically sealed in tins, were thrown into the scales on the side of the Entente Allies in sufficient quantities to tip the balance toward the side of civilization and against autocracy. Late in the fall of 1918, when victory was assured to America and the Allies, there was received this message of appreciation from General Pershing to the farmers of America through Karl Vrooman, Assistant Secretary of Agriculture. American Expeditionary Forces, Office of the Commander-in-Chief, France, October 16, 1918. Honorable Karl Vrooman, Assistant Secretary of Agriculture. Dear Mr. Vrooman, will you please convey to farmers of America our profound appreciation of their patriotic services to the country and to the Allied armies in the field. They have furnished their full quota of fighting men. They have bought largely of Liberty bonds, and they have increased their production of food crops both last year and this by over 1,000 million bushels above normal production. Food is a vital military necessity for us and for our allies, and from the day of our entry into the war America's armies of food producers have rendered invaluable service to the Allied cause by supporting the soldiers at the front through their devoted and splendidly successful work in the fields and furrows at home. Very sincerely, John J. Pershing. This tribute to the men and women on the farms of America from the head of the American forces in France is fit recognition of the important part played by American food producers in the war. It was early recognized by all the belligerent powers that final victory was a question of national morale and national endurance. Morale could not be maintained without food. The bread lines in Petrograd gave birth to the revolution, and Russian famine was the mother of Russian terrorism. German men and women, starved of fats and sweets, deteriorated so rapidly that the crime ratio in both towns and country districts mounted appallingly. Conditions in Austria-Hungary were even worse. Acute distress arising from threatened famine was instrumental in driving Bulgaria out of the war. The whole of Central Europe indeed was in the shadow of famine and the masses were crying out for peace at any price. On the other hand, Germany's greatest reliance for a victorious decision lay in the U-boat blockade of Great Britain, France, and Italy. Though some depredations came to these countries, the submarine blockade never fully materialized, and with its failure Germany's hopes faded and died. The Entente Allies and the United States were fortunate in securing Herbert C. Hoover to administer food distribution throughout their lands and to stimulate food production by farmers of the United States. After his signal success in the administration of the Belgian Relief Commission, Mr. Hoover became the unanimous choice of the Allies for victualling of the military and civilian populations after America's entrance into the World War. His work divided itself into three heads. First, stimulation of food production. Second, elimination of food wastage in the homes and public eating places of the country. Third, education of food dealers and the public in the use of such foods as were substitutes for wheat, rye, pork, beef, and sugar. After long and acrimonious debates in Congress, Mr. Hoover, as Federal Food Administrator, was clothed with extraordinary powers enabling him to fulfill the purposes for which he was appointed. The ability with which he and his associates performed their work was demonstrated in the complete debacle of Bulgaria, Turkey, Austria-Hungary, and Germany. These countries were starved out quite as truly as they were fought out. The concrete evidence of the Food Administration's success is shown in the subjoined table, which indicates the increase over normal in exporting of foodstuffs by the United States since it became the food reservoir for the world on account of the war. Total exports. Total beef products in pounds. 3-year pre-war average. 186,375,372. 1916 to 17 fiscal year. 405,427,417. 1917 to 18 fiscal year. 565,462,445. July 1917 to September 30th, 1917. 93,962,477. July 1918 to September 30th, 1918. 171,986,147. Total pork products, pounds. 3-year pre-war average. 996,930,627. 1916 to 17 fiscal year. 1,498,302,713. 1917 to 18 fiscal year. 1,691,437,435. July 1917 to September 30th, 1917. 196,256,715. July 1918 to September 30th, 1918. 540,946,324. Total dairy products, pounds. 3-year pre-war average. 26,037,790. 1916 to 17 fiscal year. 351,958,336. 1917 to 18 fiscal year. 590,978,274. July 17th to September 30th, 1917. 130,071,165. July 1918 to September 30th, 1918. 161,245,029. Total vegetable oils, pounds. 3-year pre-war average. 332,430,537. 1916 to 17 fiscal year. 206,708,490. 1917 to 18 fiscal year. 151,029,893. July 1917 to September 30th, 1917. 27,719,553. July 1918 to September 30th, 1918. 26,026,701. Total grains, bushels. 3-year pre-war average. 183,777,331. 1916 to 17 fiscal year. $395,140,238. 1917 to 18 fiscal year, $349,123,235. Footnote: Wheat harvest 1917 to 18 was 200,217,333 bushels, below the average of the 3 previous years. End of footnote. July 1917 to September 30th, 1917, 66,838,084. July 1918 to September 30th, 1918, 121,668,823. Total sugar pounds. 3-year pre-war average 621,745,507. 1916 to 17 fiscal year, 3,084,390,281. 1917 to 18 fiscal year, 2,149,789,050. July 1917 to September 30th, 1917, 1,108,559,519. July 1918 to September 30th, 1918, 1,065,398,247. Upon the same subject, Mr. Hoover himself, after the harvest of 1918, said, "It is now possible to summarize the shipments of foodstuffs from the United States to the Allied countries during the fiscal year just closed, practically the last harvest year. These amounts include all shipments to Allied countries for their and our armies, the civilian population, the Belgian Relief, and the Red Cross. The figures indicate the measure of effort of the American people in support of Allied food supplies. The total value of these food shipments, which were in the main purchased through or with the collaboration of the Food Administration, amounted to, roundly, $1,400,000,000 during the fiscal year. The shipments of meats and fats, including meat products, dairy products, vegetable oils, etc., to Allied destinations were as follows: pounds, fiscal year 1916 to 17, 2,166,500,000. Fiscal year 1917 to 1918, 3,011,100,000. Increase 844,600,000. Our slaughterable animals at the beginning of the last fiscal year were not appreciably larger in number than the year before, and particularly in hogs they were probably less. The increase in shipments is due to conservation and the extra weight of animals added by our farmers. The full effect of these efforts began to bear their best results in the last half of the fiscal year, when the exports to the Allies were 2,133,100,000 pounds, as against 1,266,500,000 pounds in the same period of the year before. This compares with an average of 801 million pounds of total exports for the same half years of the 3-year pre-war period. In cereals and cereal products, reduced to terms of cereal bushels, our shipments to the Allied destinations have been bushels. Fiscal year 1916 to 1917, 259,900,000 bushels. Fiscal year 1917 to 1918, 340,800,000 bushels. Increase 80,900,000 bushels. Of these cereals, our shipments of the prime breadstuffs in the fiscal year 1917 to 18 to Allied destinations were wheat 131 million bushels and rye 13,900,000 bushels, a total of 144,900,000 bushels. The exports to Allied destinations during the fiscal year 1916 to 1917 were wheat 135,100,000 bushels and rye 2,300,000 bushels, a total of 137,400,000 bushels. In addition, some 10 million bushels of 1917 wheat are now in port for Allied destinations or en route thereto. The total shipments to Allied countries from our last harvest of wheat will be, therefore, about 141 million bushels, or a total of 154,900,000 bushels of prime breadstuffs. In addition to this, we have shipped some 10 million bushels to neutrals dependent upon us, and we have received some imports from other quarters. A large part of the other cereals exported has also gone into war bread. It is interesting to note that since the urgent request of the Allied food controllers early in the year for further shipment of 75 million bushels from our 1917 wheat than originally planned, we shall have shipped to Europe or have en route nearly 85 million bushels. At the time of this request our surplus was already more than exhausted. This accomplishment of our people in this matter stands out even more clearly if we bear in mind that we had available in the fiscal year 1916 to 1917 from net carryover and a surplus over our normal consumption of about 200 million bushels of wheat which we were able to export that year without trenching on our home loaf. This last year, however, owing to the large failure of the 1917 wheat crop, we had available from net carryover and production and imports only just about our normal consumption. Therefore, our wheat shipments to Allied destinations represent approximately savings from our own wheat bread. These figures, however, do not fully convey the volume of the effort and sacrifice made during the past year by the whole American people. Despite the magnificent effort of our agricultural population in planting a much increased acreage in 1917, not only was there a very large failure in wheat, but also the corn failed to mature properly, and corn is our dominant crop. We calculate that the total nutritional production of the country for the fiscal year just closed was between 7% and 9% below average of the 3 previous years. Our nutritional surplus for export in those years being about the same amount as the shrinkage last year. Therefore, the consumption and waste in food have greatly reduced in every direction during the year. I am sure that the millions of our people, agricultural as well as urban, who have contributed to these results should feel a very definite satisfaction that, in a year of universal food shortages in the Northern Hemisphere, all of these people joined together against Germany have come through into sight of the coming harvest, not only with health and strength fully maintained, but with only temporary periods of hardship. The European allies have been compelled to sacrifice more than our own people, but we have not failed to load every steamer since the delays of the storm months of last winter. Our contributions to this end could not have been accomplished without effort and sacrifice, and it is a matter for further satisfaction that it has been accomplished voluntarily and individually. It is difficult to distinguish between various sections of our people, the homes, public eating places, food trades, urban or agricultural populations, in assessing credit for these results, but no one will deny the dominant part of the American woman. But the work of the Food Administration did not come to an end with the close of the war. Insistent cries for food came from the members of the defeated Teutonic Alliance, as well as from the suffering Allied and neutral nations. To meet those demands, Mr. Hoover sailed to Europe to organize the food relief of the needy nations. The State Department, explaining his mission, stated that as the first measure of assistance to Belgium it was necessary to increase immediately the volume of foodstuffs formerly supplied, so as to physically rehabilitate this undernourished population. The Relief Commission during the 4 years of the war sent to 10 million people in the occupied area over 600 cargoes of food, comprising 120 million bushels of breadstuffs and over 3 billion pounds of other foodstuffs, besides 200 million garments, the whole representing an expenditure of nearly $600 million. The support of the Commission came from the Belgian, British, French, and American governments, together with public charity. In addition to this, some $350 million worth of native produce was financed internally in Belgium by the Relief Organization. The second portion of Mr. Hoover's mission was to organize and determine the needs of foodstuffs to the liberated populations in Southern Europe, the Czechoslovaks, the Yugoslavs, and Serbians, Romanians, and others. To meet the conditions in Europe following the armistice of November 11, 1918, the Employment Service of the United States set to work laying far-reaching plans for meeting the problem of world food shortage. The demands after the war were greater than they had been during the conflict, but the nation that had fed the allies of civilization in wartime performed the task of feeding the world, friend and foe alike, when peace at length came upon the earth. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of History of the World War by Francis March and Richard Beamish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by MaryAnn. Chapter 35. The United States Navy in the War. Long before war was declared, the United States government had been engaged in preparation. It had realized that unrestricted submarine warfare was sure to lead to war, and though for a time it was preserving what it was pleased to call an armed neutrality, the President doubtless was aware what such an armed neutrality would lead to. Merchant ships were being armed for protection against the submarine, and crews from the Navy assigned to work the guns. The first collision was sure to mean an active state of war. The Naval Department, therefore, was working at full speed, getting the Navy ready for active service as soon as war should be declared. Secretary Daniels made every effort to obtain the crews that were necessary to man the new ships, which were being fully commissioned with the greatest possible speed, and called upon newspapers all through the country to do their utmost to stimulate enlistment. On March 26th, President Wilson issued an order increasing the enlisted strength of the United States Marine Corps to 17,400 men, the limit allowed under the law. On March 29th, 103 ensigns were graduated from the Naval Academy 3 months ahead of their time, and on April 6th, as soon as war was declared, the Navy was mobilized. Within a few minutes after Secretary Daniels had signed the order for this purpose, 100 code messages were sent out from the office of Admiral W.S. Benson, Chief of Naval Operations, which placed the Navy on a war basis, and put into the control of the Navy Department the naval militia of all the states, as well as the Naval Reserves and the Coast Guard Service. In the naval militia were about 584 officers and 7,933 men. These were at once assembled and assigned to coast patrol service. All of the ships that were in active commission in the Navy were already ready for duty. But there were reserve battleships and reserve destroyers, besides ships which had been out of commission, which had to be manned as quickly as possible. At the beginning of the war, there were 361 vessels ready for service, including 12 first-line battleships, 25 second-line battleships, 9 armored cruisers, 24 other cruisers, 7 monitors, 50 destroyers, 16 coast torpedo vessels, 17 torpedo boats, 54 submarines, 8 tenders to torpedo boats, 28 gunboats, 4 transports, 4 supply ships, 1 hospital ship, 21 fuel ships, 14 converted yachts, 49 tugs, and 28 minor vessels. There were about 70,000 regularly enlisted men, besides 8,500 members of the naval militia. Many yachts, together with their volunteer crews, had been offered to the government by patriotic citizens. For the complete mobilization of the Navy, as it then stood, 99,809 regularly enlisted men and 45,870 reserves were necessary. About 27,000 of these were needed for coast defense, and 12,000 at the various shore stations. Retired officers were called out and assigned to duty which would permit officers on the active list to be employed in sea duty. The Navy therefore still lacked 35,000 men to bring it up to its full authorized strength at the beginning, but after the declaration of war an active recruiting campaign brought volunteers by thousands. This service was a popular one and recruits were easily obtained. One of the first phases of the mobilization was the organization of a large fleet of mosquito craft to patrol the Atlantic coast and keep on the watch for submarines. Many of these boats had been private yachts, and hundreds of young men volunteered from the colleges and schools of the country for this work. Many boat builders submitted proposals to construct small boats for this kind of patrol duty, and on March 31st a coast patrol fleet was organized by the government under the command of Captain Henry B. Wilson. The Navy took possession immediately on the declaration of war of all wireless stations in the United States, dismantling all that could not be useful to the government. War zones were established along the whole coastline of the United States, making a series of local barred zones extending from the large harbors in American waters all along the line. These harbors were barred at night to entering vessels in order to guard against surprise attack by German submarines. Contracts were awarded for the construction of 24 destroyers even before war was declared, and many more were already under construction. The growth of the Navy in 1 year may give some idea of the efficiency of the Naval Department. In April 1917, the regular Navy contained 4,366 officers and 64,680 men. In April 1918, it contained 7,798 officers and 192,385 men. In the Marine Corps in 1917, there were 426 officers and 13,266 men. In 1 year this was increased to 1,389 officers and 38,629 men. In the organization of the Naval Reserves, Naval Volunteers, and Coast Guards, There were in 1917 24,569 men, in 1918 98,319 men, and 11,477 officers. While personnel of the Navy was thus expanding, the United States battle fleet had grown to more than twice the size of the fleet before the war. When war was declared, there were under construction 123 new naval vessels. These were completed and contracts made for 949 new vessels. Among the ships completed are 15 battleships, 6 battle cruisers, 7 scout cruisers, 27 destroyers, and 61 submarines. About 800 craft were taken over and converted into transports, patrol service boats, submarine chasers, minesweepers, and mine layers. The government also seized 109 German ships which had been interned in American ports. The Germans had attempted to damage these ships so that they would be useless, but they were all repaired and carried American troops and supplies in great quantities to France. As the fleet grew, the training of the necessary officers and crews was conducted on a grand scale. Naval camps were established at various points. The main ones were those at Philadelphia, League Island, Newport, Rhode Island, Cape May, New Jersey, Charleston, South Carolina, Pensacola, Florida, Key West, Florida, Mare Island, California, Puget Sound, Washington, Hingham, Massachusetts, Norfolk, Virginia, New Orleans, San Diego, New York Navy Yard, Great Lakes, Illinois, Pelham, New York, Hampton Roads, Virginia, and Gulfport, Mississippi. Schools in gunnery and engineering were established, and thousands of gunners and engineers were trained, not only for the Navy but for the armed merchant vessels. The training of gun crews by target practice was a feature of this work. Long before the war began, systematic training of this kind had been done, but mainly in connection with the big guns, and great efficiency had been obtained by the steady practice. With the introduction of the submarine, it became necessary to pay special attention to the training of the crews of guns of smaller caliber, and it was not long before the officers of our Navy were congratulating themselves on the efficiency of their men. It is not easy to hit so small a mark as a periscope of a submarine, but it could be done, and many times was done. 28 days after the declaration of war, a fleet of United States destroyers under the command of Admiral William S. Sims reported for service at a British port. The American destroyer squadron arrived at Queenstown after a voyage without incident. The waterfront was lined with an excited crowd carrying small American flags, which cheered the destroyers from the time they were first seen until they reached the dock. They cheered again when Admiral Sims went ashore to greet the British senior officer who had come to welcome the Americans. It was a most informal function. After the usual handshakes, the British commander congratulated the Americans on their safe voyage, and then asked, "When will you be ready for business?" "We can start at once," was the prompt reply of Admiral Sims. This rather took the breath away from the British commander, and he said he had not expected the Americans to begin work so soon after their long voyage. Later, after a short tour of the destroyers, he admitted that the American tars looked prepared. "Yes," said the American commander, "we made preparations on the way over. That is why we are ready." Everything on board the destroyers was in excellent condition. The only thing lacking was heavier clothing. The American uniforms were too light for the cool weather which is common in the English waters. This condition, however, was quickly remedied, and the American ships at once put out to sea in all splendid condition, filled with the same enthusiasm that the Marines later showed at Chateau Thierry. "They are certainly a fine body of men, and what's more, their craft looked just as fit," declared the British commander. One of the American destroyers, even before the American fleet had arrived in Queenstown, had begun war duty. It had picked up and escorted through the danger zone one of the largest of the Atlantic liners. The passengers on board the liner sent the commander of the destroyer the following message: "British passengers on board a steamer bound for a British port under the protection of an American destroyer send their hearty greetings to her commander and her officers and crew, and desire to express their keen appreciation of this practical cooperation between the government and people of the United States and the British Empire, who are now fighting together for the freedom of the seas." Moving pictures were taken by the official British government photographer as the American flotilla came into the harbor, and sailors who received shore leave were plied with English hospitality. The streets of Queenstown were decorated with the stars and stripes. As soon as American residents in England learned that American warships were to cross the Atlantic, they held a conference to provide recreation buildings, containing sleeping, eating, and recreation accommodations for the comfort of the American sailors. The destroyer flotilla was the first contribution of American military power to the Entente alliance against Germany. Admiral Sims is one of the most energetic and efficient of American naval officers, and to him, as much as to any other man, is due the efficiency of the American Navy. During the period just before the Spanish-American War, Lieutenant Sims was naval attaché at Paris and rendered invaluable services in buying ships and supplies for the Navy. In 1900 he was assigned to duty on the battleship Kentucky, then stationed in the Orient. In 1902 he was ordered to the Navy Department and placed in charge of the Office of Naval Practice, where he remained for 7 years and devoted his attention to the improvement of the Navy in gunnery. During that time he made constant trips to England to consult with English experts in gunnery and ordnance, and became intimately acquainted with Sir Percy Scott, who had been knighted and made Rear Admiral for the improvements he had introduced in connection with the gunnery of the British warships. In 1909 he was made commander of the battleship Minnesota, and in 1911 was a member of the college staff at the Naval War College. In 1913 he was made commander of the torpedo flotilla of the Atlantic Fleet, and in 1905 assigned to command the dreadnought Nevada. In 1916 he was president of the Naval War College. He was made Rear Admiral in 1915 and Vice Admiral in 1917, and assigned to the command of all American war vessels abroad. Immediately upon their arrival the American vessels began operation in the submarine zone. Admiral Beatty then addressed the following message to Admiral Henry T. Mayo of the United States Atlantic Fleet. The Grand Fleet rejoices that the Atlantic Fleet will now share in preserving the liberties of the world and in maintaining the chivalry of the sea. Admiral Mayo replied, "The United States Atlantic Fleet appreciates the message from the British fleet and welcomes opportunities for work with the British fleet for the freedom of the seas." It may also be noted, as a fact which is not without significance, that the losses by submarine, which had reached their highest mark in the last week of April, began from that time steadily to diminish. One of the main duties of the Navy was to convey transports and supplies across the Atlantic. This was done with the assistance of Allied vessels with remarkable success. For a long period it seemed as if the U-boats would not be able to penetrate through the Allied convoy, but during 1918 4 transports were torpedoed. The first was the Tuscania, which was sunk in February off the north coast of Ireland, with 1,912 officers and men of the Michigan and Wisconsin Guardsmen, of whom 204 were lost. The Oronsa, which was torpedoed in April, contained 250 men, and all were saved except 3 of the crew. The Moldavia came next with 500 troops, of whom 55 were lost. On September 6th, the troopship Persic, with 2,800 American soldiers, was torpedoed, but American destroyers rescued all on board, and the Persic, which was prevented from sinking by its watertight bulkheads, was afterwards beached. Several American ships, including the troop transport Mount Vernon, were torpedoed on return trips, and a number of the men of their crews were lost, and several naval vessels were lost, including the destroyer Jacob Jones and the patrol vessel Alcedo. The Cassin was torpedoed, but reached port under its own steam and later returned to service. In September and October 3 more American transports were added to the list of American losses. On September 26th, the United States steamer Tampa was torpedoed and sank with all on board, losing 118 men. On September 30th, the Ticonderoga was also torpedoed, 11 naval officers and 102 enlisted men being lost. In addition to these submarine losses, several ships and a number of men were lost through collision. The United States steamer Westgate was sunk in a collision with the steamer American on October 7th, with the loss of 7 men. On October 9th, the United States destroyer Shaw lost 15 men in a collision, though she later succeeded in reaching port. On October 11th, the American steamer Otranto was sunk in a collision with the British liner Kashmir. Of 700 American soldiers who were on board, 365 were lost. At this time about 3,000 anti-submarine craft were in operation day and night around the British Isles, and about 5,000 working in the open sea. This is what made it possible for the Allies to win the war. Inasmuch as the illegal use of the submarine by Germany brought America into the war, it was extremely appropriate that she should take an active part in the suppression of the submarine menace. The methods which were used in fighting the submarines differed much in different cases. The action of the government in arming merchantmen and in providing them with trained gun crews did much to lower the number of such ships sunk by the U-boats. The submarine, which had formerly been able to stop the unarmed merchantman and sink him at leisure, after a few combats with an armed merchantman, began to be very wary and to depend almost entirely upon his torpedoes. It was not always easy for the submarine to get in a position where her torpedo would be effective, and the merchantman was carefully directed, if attacked, to pursue a zigzag irregular course, and at the same time endeavor to hamper the submarine by shooting as near his periscope as possible. Along the sea coasts and at certain points in the English Channel, great nets were used effectively. Submarines, however, toward the end of the war were made sufficiently large to be able to force their way through these nets, and net-cutting devices were also used by them with considerable effect. The best way to destroy the submarines seemed to be in a direct attack by flotillas of destroyers. By the end of the war the whole process of sinking or destroying submarines had been thoroughly organized. Practically every portion of the seas near Great Britain and France was carefully watched, and the appearance of a submarine immediately reported. As the submarine would only travel at a certain well-understood speed during a given time, it was possible to calculate, after the locality of one was known, about how far from that point it would be found at any later period. Destroyers were therefore sent circling around the point where the submarine had been discovered, enlarging their distance from the center every hour. In the course of time the submarine would be compelled to come up for air, and then, if luck were with the destroyer, it might find its foe before it was seen itself. Having discovered the submarine, the destroyer immediately endeavored to ram, dropping depth bombs at the point where they supposed the enemy to be. These bombs were so constructed that at a certain depth in the water they would explode, and the force of the explosion was so great that even if they did not strike the submarine, they would be sure to damage it seriously, sometimes throwing the submarine to the surface partly out of water, and at other times driving her to come to the surface herself ready to surrender. In many cases it was not necessary to use the depth bomb at all. The gunners on board the destroyers had become extraordinarily expert, and though a shot might destroy the periscope of a submarine without doing much damage, most submarines carrying extra periscopes to use if necessary, yet it was soon found that it was possible by the use of plunging shells to do effective damage. Plunging shells are somewhat similar in their operation to bombs. Such a shell falling just short of a periscope and fused to burst both on contact and at a certain depth was extremely likely to do damage. In the pursuit of the U-boat, the airplane was also extremely effective. These were sent out to patrol large districts near the Allied coast, and also, in some cases, from ships themselves. It is possible in certain weather conditions for the observer on an airplane to detect a submarine even when it is submerged, and the airplane can not only attack the submarine by dropping depth bombs, but it can signal at once the location of the enemy to the hurrying destroyers. Indeed, as the submarine warfare proceeded, the main difficulty of the Allies was to locate the submarines. Many ingenious devices were used for this purpose, and many of the English vessels had listening attachments under water, which were intended to make it possible to hear a submarine as it moved. These, however, do not seem to have been very effective. The submarine itself seems to have been fitted out in a similar way, and to have thus been able to hear the sound of the approaching ship. Many thrilling reports of naval actions against German submarines were given out officially by the British Admiralty from time to time. In most of these cases, the submarine was both rammed and attacked by depth bombs. In nearly all of them the only proof of success was the oil and air bubbles which came to the surface. One interesting encounter was that in which a British submarine sighted a German U-boat while both were on the surface. The British submarine dived and later was able to pick up the enemy through a periscope and discharge a torpedo in such a way as to destroy the German vessel. When the British submarine arose, it found a patch of oil in which Germans were swimming. Ordinarily, however, a submarine was of little service in a fight against another, for the radius of sight from a periscope is so short that it is practically blind, so far as another periscope is concerned. The blindness of the submarine was taken advantage of by the Allies in every possible way. Merchant ships were camouflaged, that is, painted in such a way that they could not be easily distinguished at a distance. In the great convoys ships were often hidden by great masses of smoke to prevent a submarine from finding an easy mark. At night all lights were put out or else shaded, as not to be seen by the enemy. The result of these methods was the gradual destruction of the U-boat menace. In the summer of 1918, while occasionally some ship was lost, the production of new ships was much greater than those that were sunk. During the month of June it was announced that the completion of new tonnage by the Allies had outstripped the losses by thousands of tons. During this period the United States had attained its full stride in building ships, airplanes, and ordnance. Archibald Hurd, the English naval expert, said, "When the war is over, the nation will form some conception of the debt which we owe to the American Navy for the manner in which it has cooperated, not only in connection with the convoy system, but in fighting the submarines. If the naval position is improving today as it is due to the fact that the British and American fleets are working in closest accord, supported by an immense body of skilled workers on both sides of the Atlantic, who are turning out destroyers and other craft for dealing with the submarine as well as mines and bombs. Some of the finest battleships of the United States Navy are now associated with the British Grand Fleet. They are not only splendid fighting ships, but they are well officered and manned." On May 13, 1918, in appreciation of some remarks which had been made by Sir Eric Geddes, First Lord of the British Admiralty, Josephus Daniels, the American Secretary of the Navy, addressed a letter to him in the following terms: "Your reference to the splendid spirit of cooperation between the navies of our countries, and your warm praise of the officers and men of our Navy, have been most grateful to me and to all Americans. The brightest spot in the tragedy of this war is the mutual appreciation of the men in the naval service. Our officers who have returned confirm the statements of Admiral Sims of the courtesies and kindness shown in every way by the Admiralty and officers of the British fleet. I had hoped to have the pleasure of visiting Great Britain and of personally expressing this feeling of mutual working together, but the task here of making ready more and more units for the fleet is a very serious one, and my duty chains me here. The order of the Navy is full speed ahead in the construction of destroyers and other craft, and the whole service is keyed up to press the program forward. Therefore I shall not have the pleasure, until this program shall materialize, of a personal acquaintance and a conference which would be of such interest and value." Sir Eric Geddes replied, "I am exceedingly grateful for your letter. As you know, all of us here have great admiration for your officers and men, and for the splendid help they are giving in European waters. Further, we find Admiral Sims invaluable in counsel and in cooperation. I fully appreciate how onerous your office must be, and much though I regret that you do not see your way to visiting this country in the near future, I hope we may some day have the pleasure of welcoming you here." Sir Eric afterwards himself visited the United States, and his visit was made the occasion of a general expression of the high regard which the United States felt for the splendid assistance which the great British Navy had rendered in convoying its armies across the seas. Secretary Daniels, in his report of December 1918, said that American sea forces in European waters comprised 338 vessels, with 75,000 men and officers, a force larger than the entire Navy was before the war began. From August 1914 to September 1918, German submarines sank 7,151,088 deadweight tons of shipping in excess of the tonnage turned out in that period by the Allied and neutral nations. That total does not represent the depletion of the fleets at the command of the Allied and neutral nations, however, as 3,795,000 deadweight tons of enemy ships were seized in the meantime. Actually, the Allied and neutral nations on September 1, 1918, had only 3,362,088 less tons of shipping in operation than in August 1914. These details of the shipping situation were issued by the United States Shipping Board, along with figures to show that, with American and Allied yards under full headway, Europe's danger of being starved by the German submarine was apparently at an end. The United States took the lead of all nations in shipbuilding. In all, the Allied and neutral nations lost 21,404,913 deadweight tons of shipping since the beginning of the war, showing that Germany maintained an average destruction of about 445,000 deadweight tons monthly. During the latter months, however, the sinkings fell considerably below the average, and Allied construction passed destruction for the first time in May 1918. The losses of the Allied and neutral ships in August 1918 amounted to 327,676 gross tonnage, of which 176,401 was British and 151,275 Allied and neutral, as compared with the adjusted figures for July of 323,772 and 182,524 and 141,248 respectively. British losses from all causes during August were 10,887 tons higher than in June, which was the lowest month since the introduction of unrestricted submarine warfare. An official statement of the United States Shipping Board issued September 21, 1918, set forth the following facts. Status of world tonnage September 1, 1918, Germany and Austria excluded. Total losses, Allied and neutral, August 1914 to September 1, 1918, 21,404,913 deadweight tons. Total construction, Allied and neutral, August 1914 to September 1, 1918, 14,247,825 deadweight tons. Total enemy tonnage captured to end of 1917, 3,795,000 deadweight tons. Excess of losses over gains, 3,362,088 deadweight tons. Estimated normal increase in world's tonnage if war had not occurred, based on rate of increase 1905 to 1914, 14,700,000 deadweight tons. Net deficit due to war, 18,062,088 deadweight tons. In August, deliveries to the Shipping Board and other seagoing construction in the United States for private parties passed Allied and neutral destruction for that month. The figures: deliveries to the Shipping Board, 244,121 gross actual ton. Other construction over 100 gross, 16,918 tons. Total 261,039 gross actual tons. Losses, Allied and neutral, 259,400 gross actual tons. America alone surpassed losses for month by 1,630 gross actual tons. Note: world's merchant tonnage as of June 30, 1914, totaled 49,089,552 gross tons, or, roughly, 73,634,328 deadweight tons. Lloyd's Register. The climax to Germany's piratical submarine adventure took place a few days after the armistice, when a mournful procession of shame-faced looking U-boats sailed between lines of English cruisers to be handed over to the tender mercies of the Allied governments. End of chapter 35.